Well, a very good morning to you all from Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta. Round number 6 of the 2025 World Racing League National Championship season continues with a Sunday 7-hour enduro. My name is Brendan Kazmarek. I'm joined this morning by JT Tammy. Good morning, JT.
Good morning.
By Ryan West. Good morning, Ryan.
Good morning.
Jordan Worth is on the buttons from the remote studio, the DriverSeye Live remote studio. Layla Kazmarek in the pace car at the moment, but joins us on the at World Racing League, at DriverSeye Live over on Instagram. Check us out on Facebook as well. We'll have posts throughout the day. Gentlemen, it has dawned a slightly earlier morning than yesterday. Much hotter, I think much more humid than we were at this point on Saturday morning, but set up to go racing today all the same. Looking forward to 7 hours of not quite consecutive action. Of course, we've got our quiet hour break coming up between 10 a.m. and 12 p.m. So about an hour and a half, hour 20 minutes or so of racing action before we throw the full course yellow and bring ourselves to something of an intermission today. And then 5.5 hours to bring us to the checkered flag of what is round 6 of the National Championship and, of course, round number 3 of the Eastern Region Championship, scoring points in both cases this weekend. As the field works around to begin the second of 2 pace laps this morning, green flag to fly around 8:30. The field is broadly similar to what we left with yesterday. A few cars missing that we'll get to as the morning progresses, but the pole sitter, as you see headed down into turn number 1, is yesterday's overall race winner, GTU race winner at the Stratus number 58, Sebeco NP01, to start alongside of the team car Stratus number 59. GTU yesterday, JT, was something of a battle of attrition. 4 teams in the top 4 spots, but a pretty wide spread between all of them, with that 58 car taking home the overall win.
Yeah, unfortunately, it just seemed like the MP01s struggled a little bit with the heat. So we'll keep an eye on them today, see if that's going to be the case once again. But hopefully they've got things sorted after all that data from yesterday, and we'll be able to take the appropriate response.
GTO yesterday, Ryan, was won by the... forgive me, it was the number 2 ACP Tangerine Associates BMW M4 from the hard-charging round 3 racing number 70 Porsche. After 8 hours of racing, 12.5 seconds roughly ended up being the margin, or was certainly the margin over the course of the stint, last stint, and 50 minutes on the clock when that stint began. It held pretty much steady there. 2 drivers going toe-to-toe pretty much for the last 50 minutes, with very little to choose in between them. And then, of course, the real story yesterday, that first podium for the car leaving the shot there, the 119 AE Victory Racing all-female crew Toyota Super GT4.
Yeah, both those ACP cars had really good pace all day. Something I don't think we've seen in the past as much, that we typically see one ACP car stronger than the other, and then, eventually kind of falling off as the race moves on. But yesterday, both ACP cars, great pace throughout the afternoon. They were able to consolidate their position at the front. They had a split strategy situation there that kind of made for it to be a little bit more interesting, but a late yellow kind of bunched everybody back up, and they were able to take advantage of that pace, secure their win. So we are looking forward to having a different winner today, but it'll still be great for that garage if they are able to keep the pace that they've shown all weekend so far. Hotter temperatures today, as we've already talked about, so potentially a little bit of a different situation, but we'll have to wait and see.
The GTU fields head down out of the turn number 11 and 12 area onto the Fox Factory Bridge. The green flag waves, and it's a good jump for the Cargo Shorts Racing, Kingpin Racing Toyota Supra to the pole. We saw them try and jump up into P1 yesterday. Off the green flag, didn't quite work out. This morning, they have absolutely cleared that front row of cars, including the 74 and the 843 Camaro. Both of those first 2 classes, the Grand Touring classes, head up over the rise at turn number 2. And work themselves into something of a single-file formation through the left-hander before they drop down into the S's. The general production cars head onto the front straightaway now, and the green flag waves there. Yesterday's winner, PC Racing, gets the early jump. The number 5 All-Star Racing BMW absolutely swamped from the outside of the front row. and it falls back now to 4th, 5th. They're going to go 3 wide up the hill. That is the All-Star Racing car, smack in the middle of that 3 wide group of cars. They come up over the rise, again, losing more positions down towards the bottom end of the top 10 now, and they haven't even made it through the first sector here at Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta.
Yeah, it's going to be tight here at the beginning, as always. We still have a lot of cars on track. This is one of the busiest. Ooh, some smoke out the back. Might have been a lockup. We'll have to see. Lots of people walking up here at the base of the hill.
No, I don't think that's lockup.
The 891 is smoking in a straight line, so something is wrong with that MX-5.
Yeah, and that 146 car is the second car in line that was also showing a little bit of smoke, headed up the hill into turn 5. Looks to have mostly cleared up there. A slow car here at the bottom of the hill. Is that the 85, the other AOA car? The Mazda, I'm sorry, the BMW M2?
Yeah, it does look like.
Yeah, it's slow at the bottom of the hill, pulls to driver's right into the, well, what used to be the school course cutout anyway, and hopefully into a place of safety where we can let that car be recovered under green flag conditions. Lap number 1 is complete. Your race leader is Stratus number 58 from Stratus number 59. The Roberts Motorsports 109, that's the all maroon colored Sebeco NP01, slots into 3rd, defending from the 908 Automatic Racing Sebeco. Then AOA Racing number 74, who's jumped into the GTO class lead, having cleared the number 77 from Kingpin Racing. Those 2 cars are split by the number 1. That's the blue-colored Round 3 Racing Sebeco, and it actually looks like now the 843 Low Country Motorsports car and the 70 from Round 3 Racing, and now the number 2 as well, have all jumped that number 77 Cargo Shorts Racing Supra. Down the back straightaway here in the slipstream. Not unusual to see these GTU cars get swallowed up on the first lap or so. Typically in the colder conditions, it's extremely tricky in those lightweight cars to get the tires up to temperature before they really start to come into their own. We don't really have those temperature concerns this morning, but still, it certainly seems like the conditions favoring those GTO cars, at least through the first couple of laps. Ooh, side by side down the bottom of the hill for second place in GTO. Low Country Motorsports goes to the inside of the 70 Porsche and gets the move completed there. Good thinking by the 70 to back out of it on the outside of turn 12 on lap number 2.
Well, we saw a disaster yesterday by involved with Round 3 Racing, involved into turn 1 being on the outside. So I think a smart move there to keep the car clean for the next 7 hours.
This camera shot here, by the way, at turn 3 and 4, not necessarily meant to be zoomed in that far, but it does show just how hard these cars work in the transition from the right-hander back to the left. We'll get it zoomed out a little bit so we can see more of the track, but enjoy the close-up view of the race cars in the meantime.
I disagree, Brendan. I say we leave it. It looks
You want to
really
leave
good.
it? All
yeah,
right.
oh yeah, absolutely.
All right. Well, we'll let the chat decide, you know.
Chat?
Yeah.
What's up, DEL family?
Fam. The yellow-orange Sebeco NP01 you see leaving the shot there and headed up the back straightaway. That is the Round 3 Racing number 17. It was the third of the GTU entries from Round 3 Racing. Not meant to be entered in any race sessions, but as Ryan mentioned, a little bit of an incident yesterday down at turn number 1 involving the number 10, the red sort of Porsche Penske Motorsport liveried NP01 was involved in that incident. Didn't get the car repaired. They actually got the 17 up and running and out on track yesterday early enough to be able to set a lap time and join us for race number 2 of the weekend. We jump on board with the TLM USA BMW M4 number 172. That car spent a lot of time in the paddock yesterday dealing with some sort of issue. Also was able to get back out on track before the end of the day, put in a couple of shakedown laps and get themselves ready for this morning. Currently running P8 up in GTO.
And this will be on board the 522 of Choice Racing. The BMW 3 Series, going to be an E46 there. It's got a custom dashboard as well. I think it's Will Choice's dog in the gauge cluster where it would go, typically.
Dog stickers have been a feature of Choice Racing BMWs as long as we've been covering the World Racing League, I think, right? Yeah. The easy identifier does help distract from the fact that the gear indicator on the dash there is always wrong. Doesn't matter what number it is, it's never the right one. but a good view from on board that Choice Racing BMW, just leaving the shot to the left, black with a little bit of white and blue trim. Your GP1 leader is still the PC Racing number 44, ahead of Off Leash Motorsports and the number 808 BMW M2 Club Sport. The AR Motorsports number 146 slots back into third now. That was the car that showed just a touch of smoke headed down the SS on lap number 1. And then Blitzkrieg Racing, the number 424. I actually had a quick chat with Alex Rubenstein yesterday, who is on board that car this weekend. Good to see Alex in the WRL paddock. The 392 from Harrison Motorsports. Ooh, a little wiggle from that 424 headed up the hill. 392 from Harrison in P5. That car dealt with what appeared to be some kind of maybe cooling issues yesterday. Ended up retiring to the paddock, and then actually don't think we ended up seeing it before the end of the day. Good to see them back in the running early this morning.
Great news for PC Racing. They were able to complete the whole race yesterday, no mechanical issues. And we're hoping they go 2 for 2 here. A longtime entrant in WRL that in recent years have had issues with oil coolers, transmissions, things of that nature. So to see them be able to complete a race yesterday with almost no drama, didn't really get spoken about much because they were near the front half of the field trying to keep their noses clean, and it worked out well for them. We'll
not necessarily.
Go ahead.
Sorry. I was going to say not necessarily very PC Racing friendly conditions yesterday.
No, not at all.
Yeah. But good to see them kind of get things sorted out there and into some clean running.
Yeah, the only issues they had yesterday were on pit lane. A couple of infractions costing them a lap, but other than that, yeah, smooth sailing for them.
Yeah, we didn't really talk. I mean, we talked about it during the day, but they very nearly lost the race on a penalty yesterday, a pass under yellow penalty that ended up being overturned with some video evidence supplied by the team. That is part of the reason we do one-lap penalties in the World Racing League instead of drive-throughs or things for that nature. The marshals trackside are deemed to be judges of fact, and that fact stands unless an investigation is required. And if the team can supply video evidence to the contrary of what's observed by the marshals, then the penalty can be overturned by just adding the lap back in timing and scoring. Timing and scoring guru Dave McDaniel has it all figured out up there. And we can proceed fairly with these races and make sure everything that is every intervention that timing and scoring or race control needs to have is done fairly and equitably, let's say. So it was kind of an interesting back and forth there, but cool to see PC recover and pick up the class win yesterday there in GP1. GP2 being led by Blitzkrieg Racing, the number 190, so a two-car effort for that squad this weekend. Just about half a second in hand of the Libre Racing, number 16. Is that? Oh boy. Which make is that car? Is that the Subaru?
Yeah, technically, I think they registered under Toyota. But,
okay, all right. Yeah. The GT86 there running in second, little variety. Down in the GP2 field ahead of the Lagunatic Racing, which is the Scion?
Yep. Subaru BRZ.
Ah, darn. So close. That 779 car is really quick. Has been really, really quick over the first part of the season. And up into the top 3. They're in the middle of a pretty healthy championship battle in the Eastern region points down in GP2. Palomar Racing in the number 83 was the championship leader coming into yesterday. That car ended up losing a clutch and therefore a ton of time when we got to the end of the day yesterday. I actually don't know that they ever made it back out on track before the end of the race, but good to see them up into the top 5 early, and then the top 5 rounded out by the 222 of Rebel Racing, yesterday's winner. And about the only thing I learned yesterday at the podium ceremonies after the race concluded is that all of the Rebel Racing crew members were wearing Moorhead Speedworks shirts. I'm not sure what the connection is there, but
interesting.
Yes, clearly.
Is that like walking around in Flying Lizard fire suits and then putting on a T-shirt that says Motorsport Solutions?
Yes. Award Motorsports. Exactly. No, so I don't know what the connection is there between Moorhead Speedworks. We did kind of comment, like, it's a little weird to not see them here, given that they're based just up the road across the South Carolina state line with that pair of Genettas. But in any case, some of those crew members at the very least are here and fully decked out in the old MSW flag. Mike Anderson says we got it running around 1:30 a.m. I assume that's referring to the Palomar car. It is a really long night, but fortunately it wasn't 85 degrees at 12 midnight last night. Oh, wait. Still a warm, humid evening of work for the guys and girls down there. But, yeah, good to see that car back running. Change for second place in GTU. Change for the lead in GTU, as a matter of fact. Where is the Stratus number 58? That car may be the Libre car? Way off in the distance there? Yellow.
Yeah, possibly. With the
Yellow
banner.
windshield banner. Very low car. That would be my guess from this distance. See if the race control log has managed to pick up the number. Not as yet. Timing and scoring anyway. I don't know that we've actually... Oh, we did lose or have an issue with the Stratus 58 and the Roberts Motorsports number 109, which is being noted as dragging a metal rod from the left rear. Anyway, the lead has changed hands in GTU, and the margin is now 12 seconds because the last lap for the Stratus car in traffic, 1 minute 44. Oh, and now that 12-second margin is nothing because we go full course yellow as a result of that stopped car on the back straightaway. Still no number noted as yet. My suspicion is the 16 from Libre, which would have been the second place car in GP2. And as a matter of fact, JT, that car has not crossed the line to complete lap number 6. I think we have our answer.
By any chance, do we know if the 146 continued? Yeah, I'm showing it as 4 off, drivers left after possible contact.
The 146 was the AR
Yep.
Motorsports BMW up in GP1. Car was losing time through the first couple of laps. Yeah, 5 laps complete. Yeah, I'm not sure, JT. If they came back around, maybe they are still stopped over there at turn 7. If we get an onboard down in that area, we'll get our man Jordan to try and pick that up. Pit caller at the start of the first full course yellow here is Stratus number 58 out of second place in GTU. I wonder if this is a move to try and get through the remainder of this stint without a full course, without another pit stop. If the target here is going to be about 9:45 Eastern, can we get through the first 60 minutes or so without another stop? It's an interesting move and one for potentially track position before we get to that 9:40, 9:50 window.
Yeah, potentially.
Well, we have seen Thunder Bunny, specifically, do an hour and 15 here. An hour and 15 of green. So you can stretch the fuel.
Yeah, I mean, well, this full course yellow is I think, going to be well suited there. We're going to have to recover the 16. The 146 did make it back into the lane, by the way, that AR Motorsports car. So we got our answer there, but we still haven't gotten emergency vehicles to the 16 or recovery vehicles to the 16. So expecting a few more laps here. The safety car just now rolls to pick up what should be the Stratus 59. No. As a matter of fact, it's the AOA Racing 74 in the overall race lead. And then Low Country Motorsports. So they're headed down the front straightaway now to be picked up by the WRL safety car at the exit of turn 1. I'd anticipate another 3 laps here, and I actually really like the call now by that 58. It does put you at the back of a tremendously long line of cars, but we're going to be in traffic kind of no matter what. And as long as you can stay within about a minute of the overall race leader, I think you're going to be well positioned to vault back up into the race lead before the end of this first stint. Random Vandals 28 does actually exactly the same thing and now pulls into the pit lane. HK Motorsports, the number 221, is in as well. Do like a good strategy call, guys. And it's not like a decision this early is going to make or break your race, and it really doesn't have that kind of long-term effect. This is a survive, stay on the lead lap kind of situation until we get to that full course yellow around 9:40. So, not a stroke of genius in terms of setting yourself up to win, but it is a good defensive move, I think, because it gives you the best chance of staying on the lead lap by not having to pin under green or anything like that. So quick reset at the top. It's AOA Racing from Low Country Motorsports, now GTO at the top of the overall running order. That's BMW from Chevrolet Camaro, tube frame, but Chevrolet Camaro nonetheless. Stratus number 59 is your GTU leader, third place overall. And then the round 3 racing, number 70, Porsche 911 991.2 GT3 Cup. Off-leash Motorsports number 40 rounds out the top 5 overall. That's the Mercedes AMG GT4 on debut for the off-leash squad. Yesterday's winner, the number 2 ACP Tangerine Associates BMW, 6th place overall, 5th in GTO, and then 2nd place in GTU is that 109 from Roberts Motorsports. TLM USA, AE Victory Racing, the number 119, and then the Kingpin Racing, number 77, which we were told Murray, the starting driver on board that car, with rocking the Canada helmet, I think is what Sadakal described it as.
The sweet Canada helmet.
Sweet Canada helmet, yeah. Mapley sweet.
Sweet Canada. Bum, bum, bum.
Something pit, if you're a WVU fan.
Yeah.
When it's yellow, come in pit.
Number 16 has finally been picked up by the safety vehicles there on the back straightaway. Should be able to get that car into the pit lane or the paddock here shortly. Means hopefully just 1 or 2 more laps under our first full course yellow of the day. There's a move on by that 16 to get to the left side of the track, even though it was slow up the right side down the hill. Unfortunately, I think it kind of backfired. Had they stayed to the right, they might have been able to get to the cut in the wall where the old short course rejoins turn 9. And actually might have been able to be just pulled back into safety at the wall had it made it to the actual gap. As it turns out, it ended up crossing to the left, which, to be fair, is off the racing line. It's farther out of the way and does get them some screen time as the car gets recovered. But it did, unfortunately, push us into a yellow flag condition that we otherwise might not have actually needed here through the first 15 minutes or so. Now, if you're just joining us this morning, thank you, first off. This is DriversEye Live. Brendan Kazmarek, JT Tammy, and Ryan West on the microphones, Jordan Worth on the buttons, and of course Layla Kazmarek on the local on the @, over on @DriversEye Live, @World Racing League on Instagram, taking you through the Lanier Endurance SuperPrix weekend, race number 2 out of 2. This 7-hour enduro in some pretty epic conditions. We were all remarking through the early part of the weekend that we thought Daytona was hot, and somehow we had managed to get most of our cameras to survive, even in the Florida heat and humidity. The one advantage Daytona has is a pretty consistent sea breeze coming in off the ocean. That does not exist in North Georgia, it turns out. Absolutely zero breeze unless you are on top of the very top of the hill above the paddock yesterday. Otherwise, no air movement whatsoever. And let me tell you, 94 degrees, iPhones in the sun with limited cloud cover and no breeze does not get along well at all. But we made it through yesterday with the help of onboard camera theater, courtesy of HK Motorsports, Choice Racing, Palomar number 38. I'm going to forget the rest. Kingpin Racing, 11 and 77. TLM USA, helping us, filling in the dots, let's say, or filling in the gaps from around the 2.54-mile Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta layout. Never been so appreciative to have so many onboard cameras than we do in the World Racing League. In any case, the green flag waves once again. 6 hours, 40 minutes remaining, so we've just cleared the first 20 minutes of action here at the Lanier Endurance SuperPrix. The 74 AOA Racing BMW leads the field down into turn number 1 for the 12th time of asking. And it's mostly single file through the first part of the field. The second part, substantially more jumbled up, working through production traffic, climbing the hill towards turn number 2. They'll get themselves single file just about the time they dip into the right-hander at turn number 4. Actually, does anybody know what turn 4 actually is? Is it the left or the right that starts the S's?
It is the left.
It's the left. Okay, so that's interesting because station 4, corner station 4, is actually the right-hander that starts the S's. But I'll take your word for it, JT.
I'm just going by the track map.
Our track map?
No, the Michelin Raceway.
Got it. Okay. Yep. Then it sounds good to me. There's actually about 6 corners in there, but none of them are numbered, so we just kind of wing it.
Yeah, no, you
Turns
have the
3, and then 4 is.
The 4 is the left, and
Got
then
it.
you have the S until 5.
Got it. Yep. Makes perfect sense. One straggler here at the back of the field, just taking the green flag now, is the 66 from Open Throttle Racing.
I believe they actually did start, but came on pit road quite early.
Sorry, when I say straggler taking the green, I just mean on the restart here.
Ah.
The field had mostly cleared the area. The 5 from All-Star Racing also about to go a lap down here after the slower start first thing this morning. Does go now a lap down to the number 74 of AOA Racing with the Low Country Motorsports 843 close in tow. Pulls to driver's right, headed up the hill. Out of turn number 1. A little deeper here in GTU specifically. After the Roberts Motorsports number 109 in second, it's about an 8-second gap back to the pair of round 3 racing NPO1s. First the number 1, then the 17. Then we get the pair of automatic racing Sebeco NPO1s, the 908, then the 909. 908 had a pretty torrid day yesterday. 909, driven by Ryan Eversley and Charles Espinla, was able to bring home a podium finish. Eversley on his WRL debut.
But not his DriversEye Live debut.
No. Well, no, it wouldn't have been anyway. Yeah. Would love to. Eversley. I'd love to come speak with DriversEye Live. But we didn't hear from him yesterday, as it turns out. Probably because that was just a 2-driver team in the heat in a tiny prototype. Which is certainly a decision. I did speak to David Russell, team principal over at Automatic Racing, and it wasn't necessarily a slam dunk that the driver lineups were going to stay the same both days across the 2 cars. So let's see what they decide to do across the 908 and the 909. That's why I'm not saying definitively that it's Espinlab Eversley, EE. On the 909. Anyway, that pair of automatic cars, 5th and 6th in class before the Stratus number 58. We just talked about being a little deeper in the field with the early pit stop. Actually, P6 now is able to get by the number 909 from Automatic Racing. Number 70 just held up by one of the open throttle BMWs there through turn number 5. Climbs the hill on the corner exit. 70 is being hounded by the number 40 off-leash Motorsports Mercedes AMG GT4. As we work through the first 25 minutes of action here at the Lanier Endurance SuperPrix, a reminder, especially if you're here at the track, that we are headed towards quiet hours, county-mandated quiet hours, beginning at 10 a.m. Eastern Time, rounding up at 12 p.m. Eastern Time. So a 2-hour window here compared to the 1 hour we have out at Barber Motorsports Park. It's a 7-hour race. That is 7 hours of on-track action. So a start at 8:30 will lead us to a conclusion, checkered flag at 5:30 this afternoon. That 2-hour window is engines off all the way through. So there is a randomly chosen time between 9:40 and 9:50. That is where we're racing to, essentially. And the thought is, as we get side-by-side action by the 2 NPO1s and a huge sideways moment on the throttle, out of 10A from the Choice Racing BMW. It was really close between the teammates there coming through the right-hander at 10A. anyway, we're racing to that double yellow at somewhere between 9:40 and 9:50, which is what made the early pit stops for those first couple of cars underneath the full course yellow so compelling. You can try and stretch it to an hour and 10 minutes if you like with some yellow, or you get the pit stop out of the way, and if everybody's got a pit under green before we get there, all of a sudden you look like a genius. So keep that in the back of your mind as we work through this first stanza of racing.
I think for next year, I'm going to pitch to RJ, just for fun, that we should be awarding stage points for winning the first part of the race.
Bonus points for quiet hour, the first part.
Yeah.
Yeah,
not a whole race's worth, obviously.
Yeah.
Like a small amount, but yeah.
You can't win the race on lap 1, but you can get stage points.
You can.
Overall position move on, headed up the front straightaway here. Stratus number 59 ducks to the inside of the Low Country Motorsports Camaro and gets a move done for P2 overall. 65 open throttle BMW is the next car in line there, sporting the stars and stripes down the hood and the side, green at the rear, open throttle green, Mike Gorman green, as it turns out. Sporting some extra hood vents this morning as well. We were told yesterday that is a development car. It sure didn't look it back at Daytona, but I guess any car that encounters problems is technically still a development car. Looks like they've got some of the cooling sorted there as it lets a couple of GTO cars by up over the rise of turn number 5.
That's like when I tell anybody that I'm hanging out with while I make bad jokes that, oh, I'm just workshopping this joke right now. But I'm workshopping the joke with everybody, you know? There's not an audience. It's just it's always on workshop. I think every open throttle car is a development car.
Gentlemen.
Yep.
I'm happy to say that even at this early stage, as we work through this first half an hour of motorsports action at Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta, we've been joined, not technically by Sotocol like we were yesterday, but by Sotocol's teammate. Just came in, dropped him off like a chaperone, and just walked away, disappeared into the ether. But it's Scott Roboff, joins us out of the Kingpin Racing number 11.
Yeah.
Morning, Scott.
Yeah, good morning. Happy to be here.
Yeah, thanks for stopping up. Start with yesterday, because it was your first opportunity to run with the Kingpin squad. Not quite, I think, the day you guys were looking for overall.
Yeah, it started off a little rough.
Yeah.
But yeah, it ended up being a good day. We were able to finish both cars together at the end of the day.
Yeah.
So, yeah, overall good day yesterday.
Which stints did you have in that number 1?
So I did I think it was 1 to 1 or 1 to 2, and
Okay.
then I jumped back in from 3 to 4. I believe.
So only the hottest hours of the day.
Yeah. So
perfect.
Pretty much. Yeah. Yeah.
So what happened early on with the number 11? We talked to Sotocol about the 77, but never really got into the ins and outs of the sister car.
The number 11 got hit.
Okay.
In turn 6, got pushed off. So we had to pit, come in, check everything out.
Okay.
Luckily, nothing was crazy damage. We were able to get back out and get some racing. Lost some positions though, unfortunately. So.
Yeah. The car didn't really quite seem to be up to the pace of the 77. I know the 77 obviously is. Guys have been racing that car all season. The Cargo Shorts guys have been a unit in that Kingpin squad.
Absolutely.
Was there some lingering damage to the 11 that just made it a little uncomfortable to drive, or is it a group of drivers that are kind of getting to know the car for the first time?
I'd say it's more group of drivers getting to know the car. My first time in the car was Thursday.
Okay.
Never driven a GT4 Supra before at all. So
GT4 anything?
I drove a Audi R8
Oh, okay.
GT4 at the Midi here
Okay.
in April.
Yeah. So
yeah.
what are those differences like? I mean, getting to know a new car is always something of an experience. I'm sure Kingpin Racing came with a bunch of advice and a bunch of experience running that car in IMSA and in WRL competition, but it still can't be the work of a moment to adapt yourself even to a different car in the same general performance window.
Yeah, absolutely. So, luckily we had, a test day and, another practice day too. So I feel like, I'm gradually getting up to speed in the car. obviously just trying to find the limits of the grip on the street tire. I'm used to primarily running on slicks.
Sure.
So a car with this, kind of power level on street tires, as the day wears on, it gets greasier and slipperier and greasier and slipperier. So, I think that's been the biggest challenge, finding the limit of the grip too. So.
Have you had much endurance racing experience kind of running these cars over a day, or let's say even the tires over a 3 or 4 hour stint?
Me personally, no.
Okay.
No. So I did a Lucky Dog race.
Oh, yeah.
At VIR last month.
Okay.
And that was my first endurance race I've done in probably 10 years.
Sure.
Okay. So I'm
not in a GT4 car.
not in a GT4 car. No. So, but yeah, it's enjoyable. It's fun. Rewarding. It's a lot physically and mentally. So after those 2 stints yesterday, I was pretty wiped.
Where does the mental aspect, the mentally draining aspect come in? Is it just through managing traffic? Is it managing the tires as they degrade over a long stint in the heat? What all goes into that?
Yeah, a little bit of both. Too.
Okay.
Just hitting your marks, hitting your braking points. Managing traffic with the slower field. Trying to fight your way back through GP1, GP2, and making sure they see you. And then you have the GTU cars that are, you don't see them, and then bam, they're in your bumper too. So it's a lot.
Do you ever get to the point where you feel like it's all just rhythm and flow, or is it pretty much all cerebral through the length of the
It does.
stint?
I feel like there's a point, maybe like midway through the stint where it starts to, just starts to flow. And you get it, I sit and I tell myself like, okay, remember to breathe, focus, release your grip, try to breathe and relax, and just hit your braking points, hit your turn in, just consistency is the key too.
So how do you go from running GT4 cars? I mean, you ran the GT4 Audi here at the Midi in April.
Yep.
Obviously, you got a little bit of endurance experience up at VIR, but how do you end up navigating the collection of teams we got here, renting seats, and ending up particularly with Kingpin in a GTO GT4 type car?
So I've developed a relationship with Tyler.
Oh, okay.
At Kingpin, so I keep one of my cars up here, and I'm a part of the driving club.
Okay.
So I'm up here at Road Atlanta like at least twice a month.
Cool.
Getting a lot of seat time in different cars too. So for me, it wasn't too big of a jump to jump in and do this. So
Okay.
yeah.
Yeah, very cool.
At Road Atlanta, anyways, because I'm pretty familiar with this place.
So at the very least, you jumping into a new car at an event like this, a new tire, a new sanctioning body, new traffic, and all of that you're navigating, at the very least, the crew, the team. Maybe I don't know if you know the other drivers, but and the track. So those elements of unfamiliarity are kind of taken out of it.
Yeah, it definitely helps too. For sure. So.
Yeah, very nice. So what are the plans for Sunday for you guys?
Go fast. Try to get best position we can and best finish for both cars and bring them home in one piece.
Okay,
for sure.
Future plans for 2025?
Still undetermined. I think I'm going to do the HSR, the Midi, the Fall Classic.
Oh, the Classic 10 hour.
Yep.
Yeah, very cool.
I'll probably do that back here at Road Atlanta.
Yeah.
I'm not sure about WRL. I'd like to do Sebring too this year. So.
Well, Kingpin will be there, I assume.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Highly encourage you to check out Circuit of the Americas as well. 90 cars around. I know Coda's not much of a GT track, but fantastic event to close out the season there. And Sebring's great as well. I think we were 70 cars.
70 cars.
Starting
nice.
last year. It was really quite an event. Another spectator event that the community kind of gets involved in.
Nice.
Yeah, it's a great weekend.
Yeah, I love Sebring. I haven't done Coda yet, so maybe.
Yeah, no, it's a cool spot. Co-drivers in the number 11, just so we get a sense of some of the names that we're working with there.
So we got Mark Shireen.
Oh, yeah.
And we got Tyler Shireen, so father-son combo. Mm-hmm. They've both been in the car before, super comfortable. And then we got Jonathan Burrell.
Okay.
Yeah, he's super fast. I don't think he's been in the car before, but he's done a lot of racing recently, so he's on point, and he's our pole sitter.
Okay.
And he starts the race.
Oh, gotcha.
Yep,
Very cool.
Yeah.
Well, hopefully a smoother, cleaner day today for you as compared to yesterday. At the very least, without the contact, and I'm sure a day's worth of experience will help you get back up to pace and keep you guys competitive through the day today.
Yeah. Also forgot to mention Ryan Keeley too.
You know what? We did see that in our YouTube chat yesterday.
Don't forget Ryan there.
Yeah. Very cool. Very cool. Well, good luck to you the rest of the way today, Scott. Appreciate you coming up and stopping by. If you got any sponsors, family, friends, anybody you need to shout out, by all means, the floor is yours, and we'll let you go back.
Yeah, I just want to say hi to my family at home and my girls watching, hopefully. So, and just thankful and blessed to be able to come out and do this, and thank you to World Racing League as well and Kingpin.
Awesome. Appreciate you, Scott. Scott Robotham out of the number 11 from Kingpin Racing on DriverSeye Live. Appreciate you stopping by, and yeah, best of luck.
All right, thank you.
35 minutes down at the Lanier Endurance SuperPrix, working through the early traffic. Take care, man. Through the early traffic, headed towards the hour 20-ish minute mark. Before we begin the quiet hour period.
Quiet time.
Yeah. You know, we were kind of remarking yesterday at the end of the day, I'd say we, it was me and RJ basically, the 5:30 finish is not the standard Sunday end time. Normally we start at 8 and we're done by 3 in the hopes of getting teams and drivers out as early as we can. You know, maybe a flight home on Sunday if everything works out. The 5:30 finish does preclude that from happening a little bit, but if you're going to choose a city in which to finish later and still try and get people home on a Sunday night, having most of the teams or many of the teams based in the Atlanta, South Carolina, general Southeast area is not a bad place to be. Also an airport where you can get literally anywhere on a direct flight late at night. Right. Does help substantially.
That is true.
You got to get to the airport, though, to not miss it. That's the trouble there.
Yeah, you know, we've been close in the past, but also realize it probably wasn't worth the scramble anymore. We'll just get home on Monday now. It's fine.
Even when I lived in Minneapolis, I tried really hard to avoid the Sunday turnaround. Oh,
it's terrible.
Like now, it's not even close. Like I can't. It cannot be done now.
So
but
obviously,
before,
if you're driving, it's obviously different. But
right.
Generally speaking, not only do I not fly home on Sunday night, I've also pushed away from the 6 a.m. flights on Monday morning.
Yeah,
man, after a full weekend of being up early and 12, 13-hour days at the track, in the heat a lot of times in the sunlight, getting up at 3:30 to get to the airport for a 6 a.m. flight is just, it's not on.
I think it's been both of my VIR flights this year. I've woken up and got to the airport only to have it be delayed for 2 or 3 hours. And it's like, well, I could have been sleeping. Like, what are we doing?
Back on track. Didn't even have to wait for JT to prompt us. PC Racing leads GP1 by 5.8 seconds over the off-leash Motorsports number 808, who is defending now from the 550. There they go, actually, just leaving the shot into turn 6 and 7. The white BMW with a little bit of green tint with the black and silver Raiders colors. Fifth Gear Motorsports Porsche Cayman. Come over the rise here in a second. Fifth Gear car was actually with a couple of pretty good scraps in GP1 yesterday. JT, didn't we? Battle for first, battle for third, battle for fifth. All kind of came together there right at the end.
Yeah, and if you look, the car just behind that Porsche Cayman is the 392 from Harrison Motorsports. They were swapping positions the previous lap, I believe. Off the leash Motorsports, I believe, briefly did take the lead in the class before PC retaking it. Since then, they have fallen off just a bit from that leading BMW. I'm not sure if that was necessarily pace related or traffic density. But yeah, those top four all within 10 seconds at the moment so far.
Yeah, another little battle on for sixth. That is, well, it was between the 38 of Palomar and the Bruce Innovations 555, but just as I say that, a 145 from the Bruce Innovations M240 puts that Palomar car up into the top 6. That's a big off at the bottom of the hill.
Ooh.
Catches the tire barrier, headed down the hill, and then into the second row of tires on the outside of the S's. Spins the car around a couple of times before it comes to rest in the compression. I don't have an ID on that car, but we caught it just as it went around at the right-hander descending into the S's. This will almost certainly bring out an early full-course yellow to go recover that car. I don't suspect it'll go any further, but it was a big couple of hits there into 2 separate rows of tires for whichever car that is.
That may have been the 23 from Rapscallion or one of the AOA BMWs.
There is the full course yellow now. So race control has reacted swiftly to go assess the situation down there at the bottom of the hill. It's being listed as an orange car on the race control log, JT, so you may be correct. It did look kind of like an M2 just based on the shape of the rear of the car and the rear wing, so those things would fit. The 109 is stopped at turn number 7 now as well. Ryan is the specialist in adding 2 and 2 and coming up with a resulting number.
All right.
I did see an NPO1 that was slow pulling away from the scene, Ryan.
That
If there was.
Yeah, I didn't
So I don't
catch
know
a
if there
number
was-
on it, but
Yeah,
it's hard not... Sorry, go ahead.
I would assume that it was the Roberts car, just based on the livery, potentially, and that Roberts car has shown up yellow in timing.
Yeah,
Excuse me. Yeah, I would imagine there's a misunderstanding about the space that's available in the S's there. We've seen it happen before in multi-class racing in that part of the track.
Yeah, you know what? In going back and looking through the YouTube replay, you can see them side by side. The 109 pulls to the outside, headed through the left-hander at turn 4, and then is out in the grass through the compression at the bottom of the hill there. It's interesting. We'll leave it to race control to make decisions and judgments on this. It looks like the 109 through the right-hander. Apologies for the internet hiccup there. It's presented itself pretty early to make it the move through the right-hander, but may not have been alongside enough. Those M2 Club Sports, Ryan, are still quick cars. I mean, they're factory built.
Yeah.
We heard yesterday that, from Jay Tompkins, Montgomery Motorsports, Bruce Innovations, number 24, the factory-built cars are about 15 to 20% more car than their home-built version of the 235.
Yeah.
So even though technically it fits into the GP1 class window, we know it's a good cornering car. It does lack a little bit on the straights, but it's not an obvious thing that, hey, I'm going to pull to the inside of a production class car and get the move done headed down the hill,
Right.
especially in a GTU car that doesn't have a ton of power.
Indeed, absolutely. The thing I'm thankful for, and without speculation here, there's a tire wall at the bottom of the hill there. The car appeared to be mostly intact. I'm sure it wasn't pleasant. I'm reminded of a YouTube video that was circulating probably a couple weeks ago, where at the Nürburgring, and I don't remember which turn it was, but it's like an uphill left-hander. And somebody in a Porsche 911, like a recent one, tries to go down the inside of, I think, an M4, like a current model. And they end up touching, and they go into the basically the face of the barrier, and both cars, they end up flipping and, fireball, because the fuel tank comes disconnected in the Porsche. And both drivers ended up walking away from this crash at probably 120 miles an hour. And it's the safety of modern cars, race cars as well as road cars, because you figure all the race cars out here are at least as safe as their road-going counterpart, because the chassis is the same. They've added safety stuff to it, and so that's a crash that if this was 20 years ago, I would feel not great about having seen, but I have a level of not relief, but okay, my expectation is that people are going to have been fine from that what appeared to be relatively dramatic accident.
Yeah, so let's touch on two things here. First and foremost, bit of an awkward moment here in the pit lane, a potential penalty incoming, although it may just result in a warning here. The 77 Kingpin Racing Supra pulled away with the fuel can still attached.
Ooh.
It made it a couple of stalls, the equivalent of a couple of stalls up the lane, dragged a little bit of fuel, or dumped a little bit of fuel, and now there is a puddle of spilt fuel in the center, kind of in between the two lanes, about halfway up the pit lane. The car came to a stop. They were able to pull the fuel jug out of the car. Oh, man, we don't need to be doing 90 through the yellow flag cleanup zone there.
No, not at all.
Yeah, that was not necessary. the car, they obviously got the fuel jug pulled away and back to the pit lane, but somebody's going to have to deal with the cleanup there in the middle of the lane, and they are now directing cars to the right-hand side into the slow lane to avoid that fuel spill, and avoid it being tracked up the length of the pit lane now there. So that's point number one. Point number two, there was a safety, I don't know if it's an innovation, but if you look at turn 17 at Sebring, which I think was one of the first corners to implement this, the idea was to place rows of tire barriers away from the solid wall at the edge of the track, right? Oh, that's a 74 undertow.
Mm-hmm.
That was your erstwhile race leader. JT, you say it so nonchalantly.
It was mentioned after the 109 was noted for coming to a stop.
All right.
I've been waiting for a turn number.
Sorry.
But, wasn't sure where.
Got it. Okay. So that after I think some early problems for that car yesterday as well. I don't know if it's maybe heat related or condition related or what, but in any case, problems for a car that led in GTU through the early stages of the race. Anyway, back to the tire wall discussion. The idea was that if you hit the tire wall with open space behind the wall, that the tire wall is going to take some of the kinetic energy of the car and transfer it into the tires, which then are going to shift backwards or disperse or whatever the case might be, and therefore more slowly and more gradually dissipate all of the energy that's contained in the initial impact. It's a great idea. You see it in more and more high-speed corners these days. Canadian Tire Motorsports Park did it at the bottom of turn number 2. And highly successful there. Road Atlanta has them not just down at the S's, there on driver's left, but over here at turn number 12 as well. I seem to remember Spencer Pompelli making a big push for this on social media about 10 years ago. It's a great, great idea, and it really works well in situations like that where you've got cars that are, if you're going off in that place, you're probably not going to hit something. So if you're going to hit something anyway, you might as well find ways to more gradually disperse the energy involved in the incident. And it seems to have done its job there. It does take a little longer to clean up, but if the goal is driver safety, then everything has gone the way it's supposed to. And hopefully everybody involved down there at turn 4 is okay. Incidentally, if you've been to VAR, they did exactly the same thing at the top of turn 14 at the end of the back straight. It was in a separate place away from the wall for 2 years, and then they put an Armco directly behind the tire wall, completely defeating the purpose of having that space between the tire wall and the track edge wall. So,
Well said.
Yeah. It's hopefully, like we said, hopefully everybody down there is okay. I haven't seen any, we haven't gone red flag or anything like that. Just going to proceed under the full course yellow here. It is 9:17, so we've only got about 20 to 25 minutes before we would go yellow, have to go yellow to begin the quiet hour period. We are sending the forklift out to the S's to go deal with the situation there. And gotta be said, not a quick mover. Question is, can they restack the existing tire wall, or do they have to move new ones in from over at turn number 5? And if they do have to do that, can we do it with cars on course? Or are we going to have to get them stopped somewhere so that we can move vehicles back and forth?
Not sure, but it is starting to look like a good call for those that took that early initial pit stop.
Yeah, I mean, as soon as it happened, JT, as soon as those early stops happened, you could project out and see what the thinking was.
Yeah,
really... Go ahead.
I was going to say, it does seem like we will be spending a bit of time under yellow here, so that will help them make it to the quiet hour.
Yeah. The flip side to that is they're going to need to stop earlier than the rest of the field after we go back to full course yellow or green. But like we said, if the goal is just stay on the lead lap, then This is almost certainly job complete. If you look at the GTO running order at the moment, everybody back through P11 is on the lead lap still. 89X Motorsports is the first car lap down. That Aston Martin GT4, and then Random Vandals 28. This is a good finish yesterday. 669 from Rapscallion. The 210 Motorsports, BMW M4, all at least one lap down. AOA Racing, we know, was on the back of a tow under the full course yellow. They're down in P16, obviously off the lead lap now as well. GTU lead lap cars, it's the top 4. The Automatic Racing number 909 might be on the tail end of the lead lap. Not 100% sure. If we want to go through some of the specifics of the full course yellow period,
Sure.
The pit lane entry does not close when we go into the quiet hours, but the pit lane exit does. So the idea is you can pit anytime you like prior to the full course yellow. When the full course yellow comes out, the pit exit lane or the pit exit closes, and once you've finished your service, you go to the end of the pit lane and you wait. The safety car itself will bring the field around under control, obviously, up to the pit lane entrance, down the pit lane, and will stop behind the last car in line at the closed pit out. So essentially what's happening is if you pit and you're able to get out of your stall before the safety car hits pit entry, you are guaranteed to be able to catch the back of the queue when we go back racing at 12 o'clock. So there is some value in coming in and topping off if you're towards the tail end of the line anyway, as long as you can get out of your stall and get the service done before the full course yellow drops. So from a strategy perspective, that is worth remembering when we get to 9:40-ish. The trouble is it's a random time pull as to when the full course yellow comes out. We're not going to disadvantage anybody intentionally, certainly, but random is random. And you do risk being caught out a little bit if you pit too early or try to leave it too late for that matter. So keep an eye on that. I have a suspicion that with these full course yellows in the first portion of the race here, that it's going to kind of be a non-issue. I don't think we're going to see anybody scramble for the pit lane coming up to the double yellow.
A real quick note here. Based on the position behind the safety car at the moment, the 89X is still on the lead lap.
Okay.
Just barely. Same with the 908, the 909, and the 28.
Okay. So the idea for them is going to be, let's hope this full course yellow goes on as long as possible. We get like 4 green flag laps in, and then the safety car for the quiet hour in the hopes that the safety car catches the leader and they're able to go around and catch the back of the line.
Yeah.
That's the theory here. Yeah.
The 59 is directly behind the 908.
Ah, that's tough.
That is very tough. And it is, what, the 5th car in line? Something like that?
Yeah. Work is still ongoing down there at the bottom of the S's. We're also having to work the fuel spill here on pit lane. There's a bucket of kitty litter and some of the fine WRL pit marshals with brooms. Try and get that all cleared up. We are going to have to park cars in that general area here at about 9:45, 20 minutes or so from now. I wonder if we're going to go back to green before that's fully cleared up or not. Be interesting to see if that's something that we can do. I also don't know, Jordan, if we've got EVs kind of out of the way of the S's there, can we get a quick look on what the status of things is?
Oh, yeah, it was repaired.
It's all done.
We already saw the forklift.
I wasn't paying attention. Scrolling through timing. Here we go. The safety car is in, and the 89 Aston Martin is going to lead us back to green. As JT mentions, those first 5 or so cars are out in front of the number 59, who ducks to the inside going into turn number 1 to put that lap on the 908 Automatic Racing Aston Martin. The number 70 Round 3 Racing Porsche is there. Should be your GTO class leader. Indeed it is, with just a couple of car lengths in hand over the 119 AE Victory Racing Supra. Just left your shot there directly behind the Palomar number 83. TLM USA number 172 P3, and then 4th place is going to be the Off-Leash Motorsports Mercedes, ahead of now the NFC Motorsports Mercedes. So 2 Mercedes AMGs into the top 5. A couple of pit callers here, both open throttle cars. One looks to be maybe the 66, and then the 63, which is the charcoal colored car. Hood is up on the first one. Not sure what the job being done on the second one is at the moment. GP2, oh boy. GP2 incidentally being led by the Blitzkrieg Racing number 190 BRD Motorsports. We know that car, based on yesterday's chat with Justin Ford, is being driven by the Chattanooga Tourenwagen selection of drivers, helping to shake that car down. That wasn't being run at anywhere near 100% yesterday. Just trying to gather some data and do some development work on the car. Maybe giving, or had some thoughts about giving it a more proper go today.
The NFC looking a little racy coming down the hill there.
Need to sort out timing here.
Yeah, and the A51 AOA MX-5 directly behind that that BMW from BRD.
Oh, they've got the finger on the button. They're trying to get around that GP1 traffic there, trying to get through the PC racing car. Last year's champions, hoping to have a better race today than they had yesterday after a couple penalties took them out of the running. Some more smoke in the background here. Everybody keeping it reasonably clean here as we have about a, what do you figure, like a 30-minute run to the checkered flag-ish?
Oh, not even that. Around 20 minutes, give or take.
Okay. So we'll be sprinting here to try to get good track position, you know, for everybody, so they can restart in the spots that make the most sense for their particular situation. You want to be away from the lap traffic. You want to be near your competitors as we go to that planned yellow flag time or planned red flag time. Here we see on board the Kingpin Racing car, we've got the Low Country Motorsports GTO car ahead. They've been, I don't trust that. The timing is goofy.
That made it extremely awkward going through 11 there with the 210 Motorsports BMW on the outside of Palomar and the Low Country Camaro going to the inside.
We all saw that up here in the booth as it was happening. I was trying to get timing sorted out, which we've done now. But we're also being joined by a guest out of the Kingpin number 11 this morning, and we all kind of voice went up a couple of octaves as we caught what was happening down there at the bottom of turn 12. It's Ryan Keeley out of the Kingpin 11 Toyota Supra.
Happy to be here.
Thanks for stopping by. Appreciate it. Sonicol claims another victim. Drags you off. He's getting frequent flyer miles across the Michelin Bridge here.
He definitely.
Or did he drive you across?
Hey, he drove me across.
Ah, cheating. Come on. Well, yeah, thanks for stopping by. Just chatting. Normally not on board the Kingpin number 11, but you've traded in the Palomar number 38 this weekend for a Toyota Super GT4.
I have. I got the opportunity, and I wasn't really racing this weekend, so I decided to take it.
Okay.
And I'm enjoying every minute of it.
Did you, were you drafted in? Was this a rental situation, like, hey, I wasn't going to do it, but somebody kind of dragged me in?
It's a bit of both.
Okay.
You know, some convincing did happen.
Sure.
Thanks to Rob Walker. Who, very good friends with. I've been
Okay.
very long time friends with both Solidacol and Rob Walker.
Okay.
Shit, almost 15 years.
What a lucky guy. 15 years of friendship with Sadako.
Yeah.
We're just beginning, but that hat helps with the signature in the middle.
It's
So
the signature
he's
hat.
a good dude. He's a good dude. We like Sadako a lot. Are you also then based in the SoCal area?
I used to be.
Okay.
I recently moved to Montana.
Oh, wow.
But I'm never really home.
Okay.
My day job is I'm a truck driver and fuel guy for Autotechnic.
Oh, cool.
Sorry.
Okay. All right. So you're just kind of in racing all the time.
Yep.
Very cool.
Well, importantly, Brendan,
Yep.
where in Montana?
Yeah, I knew this was coming.
Billings.
Okay, all right, I'll give that a pass.
Ryan is a not quite alumnus from Montana
State, yeah.
Yeah. The lesser of the Montana schools, clearly.
Yes.
Go Grizz.
I don't know about that.
Whatever.
Only one of them recently won their, or came second in their football league. But
Sure, that's fair, but only one of them makes the. No, they both made the NCAA tournament. That's anyway. Doesn't
Yeah.
matter. So, have you been with Palomar? I mean, through most of this kind of WRL experience.
I have. I've been with them since the start of
Okay.
their WRL experience.
Yep.
I joined them in 22 when we were still doing NASA stuff in
Okay.
Southern California. It was me, Nick Romano, and Matt Million,
Oh yeah.
who is also here this week.
Yeah, I saw that.
He's in the Blitzkrieg GP2 car.
Okay.
So he's,
Very cool.
Kind of the Palomar alumni are here.
Yeah.
Kind of spread out a little bit this weekend.
But still, I mean, you're not even alumni, right? Because you're all still active participants
is
in
true.
most of what
That is true.
Palomar does. But given, I think it speaks to the status of that Palomar program. Obviously, they've been around WRL now for a couple of years, but the fact that you guys are coming regularly recommended to go race with other teams, say it's a safe pair of hands, they're not going to put the car at any risk, and it's just an instant, maybe not instant, but a quick yes to say, yeah, GT4 Toyota Supra, no problem, right?
Yeah.
So we chatted with Scott a little earlier. Kind of a tough day for the 11 yesterday. The car didn't really necessarily seem to be immediately on the pace like the 77 was, just kind of getting a feel for where the car was at.
Yeah, it was. We were having a couple little minor issues.
Okay.
The incident early on didn't help put us back a little bit.
Okay.
And it was just mostly a fight back from there. We had a couple little incidents in the pit lane, but nothing like crazy. Just kind of mistakes.
Okay. Gotcha.
But the car is strong.
Yeah.
When it's being happy.
Okay.
And it seems to be pretty happy right now.
You find yourself adapting to the GT4 platform reasonably quickly?
I am. This is my first ever time in a Super GT4.
Okay.
First time in GTO.
Okay.
So it's kind of a new.
Trouble here. Sorry, slow blitzkrieg number 424. Yeah, it does pull to the side, but gets back up to pace, headed down the SS. Sorry, Ryan, I didn't want to.
that's their GP1
No.
B46.
Yeah. Anyway, adapting fairly quickly there?
Yeah, I've adapted pretty quickly.
Okay.
The car's really comfortable. I've only ever driven one other GT4 car before this. It was in SRO.
Okay.
It was the Autotechnic car. I was oddly enough paired up with Matt Million.
Oh, wow.
And got podium
Yep.
first time out.
Very nice.
So,
Where at?
Sebring.
Very cool.
Had never driven Sebring either.
Very cool. It's so interesting. A lot of opinions about driving standards in SRO and series as you go up the ladder, but it sure seems like guys and girls that get experience and really consistent experience in series like WRL, where you can settle into a long stint and the value is kind of drilled into you from day one of keeping the nose clean, don't make mistakes, just run your lap times, seem to go into those types of series and A, have a better chance at running clean races and not getting caught up in stupid things, and B, coming home with results at the end of the day. And I'm sure those two things are related.
Yeah, they're definitely related. And I've actually talked to a few drivers in SRO recently that have actually said that their time in WRL has been so helpful to them coming into SRO and even IMSA. It's kind of crazy to think. And personally, my personal opinion, I would never want to race in SRO again. I'd much rather
Wow.
here.
It's interesting you say that. We kind of, I wanted to push Sodacol in that direction about the IMSA chat you had yesterday with them running some of the Michelin Pilot Challenge races. And he's like, no, it's still way cooler to run IMSA. Which, you know what, like that's fair enough. If you've got the money and the funding to go do a program like that, absolutely. Go rub elbows with, the guys you've been watching on TV for the last 20 years. That's awesome. But there's also another contingent of drivers that says, in terms of value, on an SRO weekend, running 3 practice sessions, a qualifying session, and then 2 races that are half under full course yellow anyway, just the value's not there. It's interesting also that you draw that connection or that we're drawing the connection here between driving in WRL, driving in SRO, and the results coming on the SRO side. I do kind of wonder if there could be some benefit into stepping some of the SRO and or pilot challenge drivers stepping back into WRL, taking a weekend to just run clean.
Yeah.
Right. Don't feel like you've got to go 10/10ths all the time. Go for chase the result because who knows when the full course yellow is going to come out and whatever is going to impact the end of the race. Just come get laps in.
Yeah.
Right?
Exactly. Yeah. When you have you look at SRO, you get 2 races a weekend that are an hour long, and you have to do a mandatory pit stop and you have to do a driver change. So you really only get 30 minutes each day in a car. Plus, if you're not paying to run the extra test day, if they're offered, you're really only getting at most 2 hours of track time. And in a series that really doesn't do things very well. IMSA does things very well, but they've been doing it for a long time. SRO is not the greatest at back-end stuff.
Okay. Interesting.
For sure. Like the VIR last weekend was a very good example of it's raining. Everyone's on slicks. They won't let us change tires to rains because they have not declared the race as a rain race.
Fascinating.
We did 1 lap, and then they red flagged the race.
Cool. How much time did you get to finish the race?
They kept the clock going.
Oh, lovely.
So
Great.
everyone sat in their pit stalls for 30 minutes. Then we got to change tires, and then the drivers had to get out. So the starting driver got a lap.
I have lots of opinions. We don't need to go through all of those here. But one of the things we do get to talk about here as fans, primarily endurance racing and sports car racing, is that if you go down the ladder from the top, IMSA, Pilot Challenge, any of the support series in IMSA, SRO, and then into WRL. WRL is the highest class platform that allows for an open technical rule book, right? And if you're, I don't know if you're a car guy and a mechanic and a wrencher and all that, but everybody else runs under homologation, right? Where there's a very strict balance of performance. The car has to be run under a certain design. Here, okay, yes, maybe you need to do some development work to get to the very front of GTO, but you can also just show up with a GT4 car, restrict it, add some weight, and throw on 200 treadwear tires, and go come run a clean weekend.
Yeah, exactly.
Right? And the trade-off there is, okay, maybe you're not going to be at the very, very front competing for podiums and race wins, but you're going to get two hours of track time a day, maybe more if you're running a smaller lineup, as opposed to a lap or 30 minutes, right?
Exactly.
And you seem to land on the side of I'd rather have the time rather than go chase the results.
Yeah, I still would like the results.
Yeah, sure.
But at the same time, when you do the cost breakdown, it's like how much is that result really worth?
Yeah.
In that grand scheme of things, like the things that IMSA does. Like, for instance, their races are on average around 2 hours for GS and IMPC.
Yep.
And even that cost breakdown, the weekends are very short. Like next weekend is Road America.
Yep.
IMSA and I will be there.
Okay.
Just working with
Awesome.
Auto Technic.
Yep.
And we load the trucks in on Thursday. We 2 practices and qualify on Friday. We race Saturday. We're done. We're gone.
Yeah.
It's a very compact schedule, so there's not a lot of track time in that way. And so you really have to just unload and be on your A game from the first session.
Okay.
Whereas here it's like you got a little bit more time, you can build up to it, and if something goes wrong on one day, you have another day to bounce back.
Do you feel like there's any drop-off in vibes in the paddock between the two? Like, do you feel like, oh, this is much more obviously a club weekend as compared to an SRO? Or once you're plugged in and it's, okay, it's go time, it's race weekend time, like it all just kind of feels like, we're getting after it.
There have been a couple times where I felt that and it's been track specific.
Yeah, okay.
Like for instance, Hallett and High Plains, it felt very much more like the club weekend.
Fair.
But we're not many people were there. It felt more like the smaller club weekend. Now those tracks are both fantastic.
Love Hallett.
And I love
place Paul Newman once called Heaven on Earth.
I loved it there. We didn't have a great weekend there at the Palomar car that time, but it's the vibe is still pretty strong. Like here at Road Atlanta, Sebring, I call them the bucket list tracks.
Yeah, sure.
You get kind of the same vibe a little bit, but a little bit more toned down because everybody's friendly, everybody's willing to talk and help each other. Pro paddock, you gotta watch it a little bit.
Interesting.
But you make your friends and you know your friends, for sure.
Interesting. Plans for the rest of the season for you specifically?
As of right now, I'm going to be back in the Palomar 38
Cool.
for the remainder of the year. So this was just kind of a one-off, but you never know.
Well, we appreciate you coming up here. We're just about headed towards the double yellow in the quiet hours here at 9:40. So sometime in the next 10 minutes, we'll wrap up this opening stanza of the race. Ryan Keeley, appreciate you stopping by. If you got any sponsors or anybody you need to shout out before you go, platform is yours. Otherwise, we'll
just want to thank everybody that has helped me in my racing journey.
Mm-hmm.
You know, Rob and Sadakol have been a big part of that. Matt Million, who's in the Blitzkrieg car right now, literally longtime best friend.
Very cool.
I want to thank Palomar for everything Andy has given me over the years as well. And I want to thank Kingpin for providing such an amazing Supra for this weekend that we think we can win with today.
That's awesome. That's awesome. We'll keep an eye out for the 11, the 77, the Rob Walker squad over there in your sister car. And yeah, we've been promised to chat with Tyler Hoffman later. The old VW Fun Cup meme chat cannot skip a weekend, so we got to get it done. But appreciate you coming up, Ryan. Best of luck the rest of the way,
so
and hope to see you on the podium at the end.
Definitely.
Sometime in the next 9.5 minutes here. JT, I don't know if you've been watching. Do we have an update on where we stand on the lead lap cutoff going into this stage of the race?
No, sorry. I've been watching a couple battles on track, including this one coming through shot there. 99 GTR in front of, I want to say it's off the leash motorsports. NFC is in there. Low Country's in there. They're all fighting for, I want to say, fourth in GTO at the moment.
Correct. Yep. And that's all happening only about 2 seconds behind the AE Victory car that's just made the right-hand arc through the shot.
And TLM having just gotten around that car.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, good catch.
And
so
then,
round 3 racing has caught the overall lead and just kind of scampered off into the distance. 14.5 seconds up the road. That's obviously going to be worth nothing here in a couple of minutes. But, yeah, kind of creating the train there behind the GTR 99. And in some ways behind Stratus 59, because they're kind of heading that group up from the very front.
and then Harrison Motorsports in 5th gear continue to duel out on track together, fighting for 4th in GP1. Still super close there.
The Libre cars made it back out on track, number 16. The All-Star car was into the garage earlier, I noticed as well. That's the number 5 BMW. Actually, was it? It certainly looked like it from a distance.
It's been out for a while. And then, yeah.
But it was in the bag. It is laps down, so yeah, that checks out.
Yeah, Libre did come back out, I believe, under the, or around the previous full course yellow.
So recovery there.
Oh, that's a Mercedes off driver's left.
Yeah, I think that's the NFC car based on the rear wing and the end plates there.
I think the NFC car was
Or
behind
is
the
that
other in that group
89X?
still.
My bet
And
here is on the NFC.
Oh,
There
you're
goes
right.
off
No, that
the
is.
leash.
89X.
Oh, it is 89. All right. Yeah, good catch.
Yeah, because then.
So
no.
that's tough because they were right at the cutoff for being on the lead lap. And I couldn't tell whether they were just ahead of the 59 or just behind. But remember, they led us back to green in the queue. So they were well positioned to try and defend that. Unfortunately, that spin will almost certainly have put them a lap down. Oh, and a spun automatic 908 underneath, actually right at pit in. Lost it coming underneath the Fox Factory Bridge. Keep an eye to the right-hand side here as we clear the crest of the hill. We'll see a backwards NPO1,
Yep.
there, well, crossways NPO1 off to the right-hand side. That car, it might actually be high-sided on the edge of the pavement. The middle point of the car is split over the yellow line that delineates the edge of the track surface. The 85 did a good job to take avoiding action
That's
coming down the hill.
Pass into a yellow zone.
Yeah, it's a good pickup, JT. Oh, and red flag now.
Good call.
Yeah, with
that's
the pit entry being blocked.
Yeah.
Yeah.
also turn 7. Reports that the 146 has gone into the wall.
Spin and impact, yeah.
Maybe spin drivers right on exit.
That would be the most common scenario there, JT.
Oh boy.
Yeah, and they've got, unfortunately here, they've got the track blocked left and right, and we've sent emergency vehicles from turn 5, admittedly, which is good. But if we need to send anybody from the medical area here, if you know the impact has been significant, unfortunately that portion of the SS there is blocked, and you can actually see the 2 and some of these other cars kind of inching forward coming down the hill, and I have a suspicion that somebody realizes there that the track is 100% blocked. And somebody's going to have to get out of the way. It's not really the 2's job to do it, though. It's whatever the yellow car to the right-hand side here is.
Yeah, that'd be Palomar.
In the middle of the road. Yeah, there it is. You see it at the top of the hill. I don't know if the 2 is enough room to get through anyway.
One of the cars.
Yeah.
If it's from brakes or...
Yeah, so you have
Yeah,
Blitzkrieg on the
424.
left. Yeah.
The 2's going to reverse up the hill now and I think try and make some space. It's very heads up here from the number 2. Very aware of the situation. But there's really no solution there that doesn't involve getting the 38 out of the way first. It's a great way to burn up a clutch as well, trying to reverse up the hill there.
Yeah, so
It goes without saying, by the way, that this will absolutely take us straight through to the race stoppage. So the position that everybody's in here will go send the safety car out, collect the race leading number 70 round 3 racing Porsche, and lead everybody back into the pit lane. They have pulled the 908 off of the edge of the track surface there at pit in, coming down the hill out of 11. Red flags can often be very dramatic things in racing, and obviously the quiet that comes associated with it can be uncomfortable at best. We had some discussion about that yesterday with the Stratus number 60 fire up at turn 9. In this case, it seems to be slightly more, not quite procedural, but just a necessary aspect of the circumstances in order to position recovery vehicles to deal with the situation, given the fact that we also need to get all of the cars into the pit lane, right, before 10 o'clock local time. And obviously, because we don't have the turn 7 exit camera at the moment, we don't have full details on the impact for the number 146 of AR Motorsports. Incidentally, that car was into the paddock earlier. They tore the rear bumper cover off of the BMW, so circulating less a little bit of body work. We have a slightly awkward situation here with everybody being stopped and required to hold their position out on track. The 908's been pulled away from its location at pit in, but only to the point that it can resume under its own power. So it's now actually completely blocking the pit entry lane. You see it on the left-hand side of the shot there. And it can't really go any further, shouldn't really go any further until the red flag is lifted, where it ought to rejoin the queue behind the number 1, which will be the next car at the bottom of the hill at turn 12. The other awkward thing we've got to kind of deal with here is the fact that we have to have race engines shut off by 10.
Yeah, I was wondering how they were going to handle that.
I mean, there's not much you can do, right? You've got to get the cars back to the pit lane, but if we've got the issue sorted out and we're able to get the pit lane entry open, then we are under something of a push to get the safety car out to that number 70. I assume it's already there. I don't see it at the end of the pit lane. And get the field into some form of order. so that we can have those race engines shut off by 10. Okay, now they've got the 908 pulled into the middle of the track, so at the very least the pit entry lane is open.
I mean, we've still got 10 minutes, to be fair. You figure you could clear the track if you had to in, like, maybe 3 or 4? There's a little bit of time left.
Yeah, no, I think it would be pretty quick. It's not like we need to do this at a super slow pace, and we've got all kinds of stuff to work around. I think it's possible that we can move back around at some pace. I'm not sure where the leader ended up. If that's the AE Victory car there to the left-hand side of the shot, and I'm certain that it is, and the leader should be somewhere down around turn number 7. One of the things we'll need to do when we go to the red flag is to get a sense of where the class battles are relative to each other, to see if any of the general production classes, or for that matter, the GTU class has been split. And now they've got the 908 pulled on a flat toe directly into the paddock. So I'm not sure this was a high siding issue. I think this may have been an issue of not being able to get that 908 automatic racing Sebeco NP01 restarted.
Right.
Automatic racing Sebeco NP01 restarted. Right. And now pulled into the paddock. So unless we're still dealing with the AR Motorsports situation down at the exit of turn 7, which we haven't seen any vision of just yet.
Hopefully the driver's okay.
Yeah. I mean, it's kind of hard to picture a really significant incident down there at turn 7. Just by virtue of, I mean, it's not a high-speed corner. Typically what you see is a car, as you mentioned, JT, looping it on the throttle. And backing into the tire wall on driver's right there at corner exit. Okay, now we've withdrawn the red flag and we go to double yellow. It looks like there are cars that have just made for the pit lane. And I wonder if they're directing everybody into the pits via the team communications channel. If they've just said, hey, if you're out on track after turn 7, come straight into the pits, you'll queue in front of the safety car. And then catch the field after we go back to green. Or after we go back to full course yellow anyway. There are still, as I look at a couple of onboards here, there are still some emergency service vehicles down there at turn number 7 on corner exit. So it does look like it's been the case that the number 146 has caught the wall drivers right there coming out of the south end of the circuit. Doesn't look like anything really major has happened other than that kind of standard incident maybe dropped some fluid after it did so. Producer Jordan confirms that there was some stuff on the track.
I don't think that's what he said.
I did enjoy the translation, though.
I am bilingual, it turns out. So, yeah, we are proceeding pretty slowly here. It's 9:54 a.m. local time. So a slightly awkward transition into the quiet hours. Not what we typically see here. And it's, I mean, guys, we talked yesterday about anticipating a kind of a smoother race this morning, a slightly thinner field. You know, everybody's got 8 hours of racing under their belts. There's a little bit less anxiety built up, a little bit less antsiness. Everybody can just kind of settle in and get through this first hour and a half. And if anything, it's actually been more fraught than it was yesterday.
Indeed. But we'll have, what do you call it? 3 hours? 4 hours?
At the end?
Yeah.
5.5.
5.5. Oh, so okay, got it. We talked about that earlier. It is the correct time because
Yeah.
we're going till 5. That's right.
5:30. Yeah. So
Yeah,
I
okay.
believe it or not, I have manually manipulated the timer in the upper left to give
I
us the
didn't think
correct
you
time
could do
remaining.
that. That's why I
Oh,
was
I can do it.
confused in my head.
Oh, I can do it. I just set the end
Wow.
time of the race manually to 3:30, and then I'll change it back to 5:30 when we go
Got it.
back to
Okay.
racing. Yeah. You know, because of math. Safety car has the number 70 into the pit entry lane now. And indeed, the AOA Racing and Rebel Racing cars that were out on track ahead of the safety car have gone directly into the pit lane and are being stacked up at the end of the lane. Safety car and 70 will queue behind them, and we'll get everybody where they need to be. And race engines off before we hit 10 o'clock. If you are here trackside, or whether you're watching over on the World Racing League YouTube channel, first give us a like and hit the subscribe button over on the stream. Appreciate all your support here on DriversEye Live. We will go quiet during these quiet hours. Go figure. Not much for us to discuss. We've certainly got 5.5 hours worth of racing to come where we can fill in as needed. Dave Miller will be up here in the PA booth handling that interim period, making local announcements, service announcements, and I'm sure encouraging you to go check out the paddock grill up over our shoulders here on the support paddock side, whether you're in need of beverages or sustenance that is available to you. Do check that out. In the meantime, stay hydrated and stay cool, please. Find some shade. We will be back with you here on DriversEye Live right around 12 o'clock Eastern time as we get ready to roll off from the grid. We can't fire engines before noon, so just stay with us here or take care of whatever you need to until then. Join us again right at 12 o'clock Eastern time. We'll refire the engines, get everybody back out on track, and go back to green flag racing for the final 5.5 hours of racing here from Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta, the second enduro of the weekend, 7 hours from the Lanier Endurance SuperPrix. Appreciate your company, appreciate your patience through the quiet hours, and do rejoin us at 12 o'clock for the conclusion of race number 2 from the Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta weekend of the World Racing League. We'll be back at noon local time.
And thank you, Brendan. Great coverage coming from the World Racing League streaming TV programming. Brendan Gesmerick and Ryan and the team. Great job, gentlemen. We appreciate it. Indeed, we are about to segue into the 2-hour quiet time, which is mandated by Hall County Ordinance
to Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta here in Braselton, Georgia. It's the Lanier Endurance SuperPrix. This is the second day of World Racing League action at Road Atlanta this year. One of the more popular events in the WRL calendar, a full grid as we resume running here after the quiet hours. We've got a couple of guests up in the booth. We've got Mike Gorman of Open Throttle Racing and Brad McCall of Round 3. Gentlemen, yesterday was a tough day, I think, for both of you. Had a little bit of a kerfuffle going into or exiting turn 1 there, I suppose. Are you guys still homies, or what's going on there?
Yeah, absolutely, of course. We obviously we had to have a conversation about it. So we went over today, and we were kind of in need of an item. We were watching the Formula One broadcast, which I'm glad that they scheduled around our downtime, so they could be a support race for WRL, which I really appreciate. So during that, we realized we could not turn the volume up, so we went over to our neighbors and friends at Round 3, got a couple of AAA batteries, and called it even.
Yeah,
Perfect.
I think that's exactly how it worked. Yeah, stuff happens, guys, and that's just the way, checks usually aren't exchanged between teams in this series, but it was just an unfortunate incident yesterday. Our car got turned sideways due to an ambitious move in turn 1. And Mike's car came around the corner, had nowhere to go.
Yeah, we're
and
first on the scene.
Yeah, just unfortunate, head-to-head. We took damage that ended the weekend for that car, basically ripped the left front corner off of it. But the good thing with these Sebico MPO1s is they're pretty much bolt-on parts, so it's really just bolt-on stuff. It would have been too much work to do it here at the track. We had another car that we could run today, so we pulled the 17 out, had to change the gearing in it. But got the 17 running today. It's running great. And we'll get the red car back to the shop and get it fixed before the next event.
Now, when you say change the gearing in it, do you mean changing, like, the final drive? Or are you, like, doing a wholesale gearbox change? You pull the innards out, put new gears in?
Yes, the wholesale. We changed 3rd through 6th.
Wow, okay. And you can just do that at the track. That's, like, not a big deal?
Yeah, it's pretty easy. Now, easy for me to say as the guy sitting in the air-conditioned lounge with my hauler while they're doing it. But, yeah, fairly simple procedure to change the gears.
Perfect.
Yep.
Well, gentlemen, we're glad to have you with us for the Mike and Brad Nonsense Hour, or whatever we've decided to call it.
We've been told it's less nonsense this time.
Yeah, actually,
Less
Mike,
nonsense.
Mike and I talked about it today and after Daytona that, we went into it, we really did want to commentate a race. We wanted to call the race maybe in not such a serious manner, but it went a little bit off the rails at Daytona. And we had a great time. My mother, who was listening to the broadcast, was very, very confused about some of the stuff we were talking about. But we came up today. We really actually do want to talk about the race, commentate a little bit on this restart, talk about some of the teams, some of the cars, some of the action happening. So I think you'll find a little less nonsense today, a little more seriousness, and,
Yeah, WRL
Still
Racing
a
is
little bit.
serious,
Still some
serious
nonsense. Let's be
business,
real
guys.
here.
But I think they're coming. Here they come, Mike.
Yep, straight back to the green flag. Brad, you're round 3 racing number 70. Is going to lead us back to the green. Couple of cars between you and the second place number 172, but should be clean and green here off the restart.
Yeah, that's Joe Koenig, the car owner in the car.
Nice.
Joe is known as 7.0 Joe. He is the first person to go 7.0 on a pro stock bike in drag racing. He's pretty famous in the drag racing circles and got involved with road racing and came to us, and he's just a fantastic guy, great customer. He and I get along really well, and his car obviously is doing quite well this year.
So, Brad, I will ask you one nonsense question that'll show how I don't know anything about racing. And that's the new 992 Cup car is coming out, which means the old 992 is now no longer the current car. As it's no longer the current car, do you feel less awful about bringing that to WRL and breaking the class?
No, I would still feel awful about it.
Okay.
I just don't think that car is appropriate for the series.
Which means we'll see it by this event next year.
No.
Yep.
Honestly, Joe's threatened many times, let's do it, and it can be done. I don't know. I like the series the way it is. I think the 991.2 fits in well. It's definitely not an overdog, as you can see. I mean, we don't qualify on pole for the Sunday races because we're not the fastest car out there on track. We just do a lot of things right. The team doesn't make mistakes, and we have 3 very, very good drivers in the car. So I think that it fits well, and I think that bringing the 992 would probably send the wrong message. So I don't want to do it. Yeah.
One more technical question for you, and I'm sure we've covered this ground before, but you talked about qualifying lap time, so I figured, that's a good time. In the past, we've heard about how the Cayman isn't competitive in GTO because it's not a turbocharged car, the power is too flat, and by the time you detune it, there's no torque. You guys don't seem to have that problem. Is that just because you've got guys in the cars that can wheel? Or is it not a problem because you've, in detuning the car the way that you've had to, been able to keep the torque a little bit higher?
Yeah, I don't agree with the Cayman not being competitive. I think that it is competitive. I just think that the teams who have brought the Cayman maybe haven't optimized it, maybe don't have the right drivers in the car. I don't know that for a fact. But I don't think that the current Cayman would be at a disadvantage in this series. The turbo cars, yes, they are super fast, but I think there's a good reason maybe to bring the Cayman to this series. I think it could work. Yeah.
Fair enough.
By the way, we've got a car stopped on pit lane in the left lane. Got people attending to it, pit marshals alongside, but it looks like
it's the 210.
Yeah, it's that BMW. It's an M4. It's actually a streetcar M4.
Oh, is that right?
Yep. And that car looks like it hasn't gotten going.
That car's down in 39th overall at the moment, and if I can figure out how to sort by class here. I don't think we saw that car at all this weekend, Friday or Saturday.
Correct.
Did not see that car out on track, and then it was so far so good up until the restart.
Yeah, I'll tell you some of the just from the. I'm going to comment on the MPO1s here for a second, and some of the challenges that we have on track, especially in a restart like this. And when the field. Oh, here we got a pass for the
move for the lead.
Is that for the lead? Yeah,
yep.
That's the TLM car going by our number 70 Porsche.
Yeah, mismatched front end on that 172. I don't know if they had some contact yesterday or what.
That was on Thursday.
Oh, okay.
Dave had a little mix-up with the turn 7 wall.
David?
Yes.
The David?
The David.
Wow.
Yep.
Early World
You say
Challenge
very
is
often?
David Tuwadi.
Yes, sir. But
anyway, challenges in the NPO1.
yeah,
right?
just it's tough. I mean, I got stuck earlier behind the 52 ACP car, and those cars are so fast in a straight line, as you see it just driving straight by the NFC car going into turn 1.
Right.
Really fast in a straight line, but I'm up his tailpipe in 3, 5, and 7. So it cost me about 3 seconds a lap. But me and this 1,800-pound MPO1, if I don't throw it up the inside of a 3,800-pound BMW, you can't get the pass done. So it's a real challenge at a track like this. I will say that for the most part, the GTO field has been fantastic about working with us this weekend. And whether it was due to the post I made on the WRL page about how our cars work around here and how we can work better together, I have no idea. But the GTO field in general has been very, very good this weekend.
Yeah, for sure.
About working with us. And the GP field, it's not an issue with the GP cars at all.
We actually did notice yesterday that some of the heavier GP1 cars, the M2 Club Sports that have gone into GP1 this year, actually, you guys were just about even on the straights. Obviously, you go way deeper into the corners and carry a lot more mid-corner speed. But
I'm sorry, Brendan. The AE Victory car has also gone past the 70 now. We were watching that unfold.
Changed for a second as well.
Yeah.
But punching out of turn 7, where you don't have an aero advantage, right? You're basically at the same mid-corner speed. That torque and that punch out of 7 from those M2s leaves you guys like just waiting, sitting in the slipstream.
Yeah.
You've got to draft the whole way down the backstraight until you can jump on the brakes 100 feet later or whatever it is going into 10.
For sure. They're quick. Some of those cars really get off the turn well. I haven't had any issues with any of the GP1 cars. They've been pretty easy to get by.
We did have a long chat yesterday, Mike, about the M240s and the M2s going into GP1 this year. And, I mean, everybody's pretty evenly matched in GP1 anyway. As a class, I think it hits the performance target of getting different types of cars into the same lap time range pretty well. But it was apparent yesterday where the different lap times are made with those factory-built cars versus what most of what you guys are running. Have you noticed that throughout the beginning part of the season a little more closely?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, there are certain challenges that we have naturally, starting with street cars with stock ECUs and things of that nature. That are kind of obviously a little bit of a better starting point. By going with a factory-built race car. We've done a pretty good job of getting the E92 in terms of reliability and all of that. The cars seemingly run like sewing machines, except for when we have strange little issues like a battery exploding this morning during a pit stop. That was our delayed pit stop that we had today. We came in to splash for a jug. go to refire the car, and then nice pop from the trunk, and we had a Optima yellow top that's about 3 months old. Decided that was the term of its life, and yeah, that car right there. But no trunk damage or anything like that. Everything looks good on that beautiful V8 powered American sounding German sports car right there.
So, Mike, are you going to go to? I believe we've talked about this, but in the future you're going to go to all paddle shift cars.
Yeah,
for WRL?
we're doing that right now, actually. So you'll see the American flag with the green back livery F30 that we have. We're really researching the F30 chassis. We've got 3 of them put together right now.
Car slow.
Yeah, slow car up the hill.
Looked
There
like
was a
the
yellow.
333.
Yeah, there was a yellow flag here at start and down at turn 1, but I think you're right. It's at here it is. Just recovering from turn 1 now.
That
There it is.
car's really struggling this weekend. I'm telling you,
Yeah.
it's been tough being around that car on track. I think they're having some technical issues.
We heard ABS yesterday.
Yeah, it's been tough.
Yeah.
But so Mike you're going to do the paddle shift stuff, and what Mike and I have talked about is forming a partnership next year for basically a driver development program where they will be our partner for drivers who have an interest to get into prototypes, interest to either run GTU or GTO, but need to get experience in this type of racing.
Yeah, absolutely.
So he'll be our partner on the GP side, where a driver could come in, a young driver who qualifies to run in GP, and go through Mike's program with no penalties, no contact, no crashes, have some parameters for how they could advance up through the ladder of WRL. So that's one of the partnerships that our 2 teams are talking about doing for next year and beyond.
So if anything, it's kind of a formalization of what round 3 previously kind of had with the Boxers and the Caymans.
Yep, exactly.
Up through the production ranks. Now you guys are obviously focusing a little bit more on the top 2 classes, but Mike, your infrastructure running the production classes.
Yeah, we're really happy with our space, in this series and in this community. We started with GP3 stuff a couple years ago, and as obviously the pace of the field's picked up, we went to all GP2 everything, GP2 and GP1. So it kind of gives that ladder, all the way from DE first time driver, and kind of a clearly defined pathway on how to make your way into a prototype car with Brad. It definitely helps us in having a destination for our drivers that want to graduate out of our GP cars and into something a little bit quicker. And round 3 has such a solid reputation and years and years and years of doing a
Contact. Jesus. Guys. Come on.
that's
That was the 63 and the 17. Actually kind of looks like everybody got away with it there.
Yeah, but that now completes the trifecta of colors for round 3 cars in the front end of E92 M3s on Rapid Throttle.
You know what happened is, Brad, you chose yellow as the next primary color on the car. You had green as an option, and you decided to go a different way.
You should have done green.
Do you?
This is the world
Do you
telling
know-
you guys.
Do you know that traditionally in racing, green is like there's a big superstition around green.
Yeah, no, I
So-
know. Oleg also says to not eat peanuts in the paddock either. and,
That's bananas. I'll tell you a funny story.
Ask Oleg about the peanuts.
I'll tell you a funny story. My dad, when he was in IMSA in the 80s, had Skull Bandit as his sponsor.
Yeah, sure,
So
yeah.
it's a green and white Skull Bandit car. That Skull Bandit was U.S. Tobacco. That was the parent company of Skull Bandit. The other brand they had was Copenhagen. And A.J. Foyt had the Copenhagen car. So he had the GTP team. My dad had the GTO team.
Sure.
A.J. Foyt would not walk into our paddock space. He wouldn't come into the tent because of the green. He says, get all that green stuff away from me. He was very superstitious about the green.
Is that why you guys are trending away from all green now?
No,
You're going with the
no.
beige and the charcoal and the.
All right, so we. There's a blind down
again.
that is really killing my view over in that next
Sorry.
office over there. No, so the gray car. Obviously, we were planning on running our traditional 63 car, but we had some issues that surfaced at Daytona that may just be a result of that car being in its 5th year of service. I mean, it's been on its roof, it's been on fire, so it's had some memories. So it's been giving us this crazy limp mode issue that we've replaced a tremendous amount of components on it, not been able to resolve. So we're basically doing a strip it down to a chassis, all new harness, all new everything. We're gonna fix some body work on there, make it nice and pretty, just so we can get buzzed off by an MPO one again. No, I'm teasing. So we're hoping to see that car back in my Watkins blend.
Stratus, is that
59.
a 59 cars in the pits?
That is class leader and, it was overall race leader earlier, but
But the reason that happened, Mike,
26 is early.
the reason that interaction happened between our two cars up there is the desperation from our 17 car to get by the ACP number 2 car. You'll see, and we saw it here on screen here for a little bit. If we can't, it's still the yellow car. Look, it's still right behind the 2. So he's going to get a huge run here out of 12 down the front straight. If we can't get him in turn 1, which is probably not going to happen because he'd have to go 3 wide.
Oh, and defensive, too.
And see, look how long we had to hold on the brakes there.
Ooh,
Now
yeah.
we're going to have to follow this car for another lap. It's costing us 3 seconds a lap following that car.
You know, it's interesting that one of the things that we don't hear very often in the drivers' meeting, and I'm not saying this is a good thing or a bad thing, but it doesn't get talked about or driven into you guys, as far as I'm aware, that you guys aren't racing the same race.
Right.
This is GTO and GTU, right? One of you is going to clearly be holding the other up at various different parts of the track, and there is an easier way for you to play nicely,
Yep.
right? Is that discussions you guys have amongst each other as teams? Say, hey, just, let us go.
100%.
Yeah.
I actually... Okay, I went and talked to Catesby from ACP during the quiet hours about exactly what's happening right here, this exact scenario. If the 2 car will let us by going into turn 1, they will not see us again for hours because we're going to buzz off and we're going to be gone. We're 3 seconds a lap faster than that car right now. Right now we're on 36s. Oleg is in that car. He can do 32s. So that's the big thing. If it would just let us by and we'll scoot down the S's, that car will be gone. It's a challenge. I get it. I mean, the 2 car, where are they running in the order? They're probably running somewhere close to the front.
7th, only not that far back.
But still, they're 7th, so they're trying to run their race too. But you see, look at the big gap that got pulled because of the backstretch, because all the power that 2 car has down the backstretch. Look at this, our yellow car. Here we come down the front stretch. We'll watch it on the TV with you guys.
Yep.
Our yellow car will be on his bumper in turn 3.
See,
Oh, so you can already see
Look at
it's
the
closed
speed
up,
differential through turn 1.
Ready?
Yeah.
Now look at this. Now we're right on him. We're right up behind him.
Yeah.
And we're going to have to lift through the S's because of the speed differential. That's the challenge that we have. We're easy flat through the S's.
At what point do you just say, well, this is part and parcel of multi-class and endurance racing?
Yeah.
Or do you make a push for more horsepower? What's
You know, there was see, look at that. Look at the big run out of 5.
They can't do it.
Yeah.
All right, so maybe we get him here in 6. But you know, actually, what that would not going to get him in 6. Don't have the power.
Yeah.
You can get him here between 6 and 7, which is a huge risk. He's probably not expecting it. But if we can get a little bit closer, be a little bit closer in 10A and 10B, that gets us a little closer in turn 1, and then we can make that turn 1 pass. So something that happens on the back side of the track, something that happens in turn 6 or turn 7, makes all the difference for us going into turn 1.
Now, Brad, what's the difference in top speed that you're seeing in the NPO ones on the back straight versus the GTO cars?
It's got to be huge. I don't know what the GTO cars are doing, but they disappear.
Yeah.
So we're in the low 130s, probably. I don't know. Ryan, did you see low 130s? Yeah. So we're low 130s, and they're significantly faster.
Right. Yeah.
Now watch. Look at the big gap they pulled again. I mean, you can see we got caught in all this traffic, and now Oleg's going to have this frustration of chasing this car down again.
Not Oleg.
It's just part of the deal. But Oleg did a great job getting through traffic earlier today. But in the first part of the race today, maybe you saw the situation where there were 4 of us packed behind the 52 car. It was actually a lot of fun because the 4 of us were all dicing back and forth for position, but it was also super frustrating. And then the 52 car made one mistake. He missed in 3. He jumped the curb. He got all squirrely, and all of us got by in turn 4. I mean, it was scary because we're all going by a 3,800-pound BMW.
Yeah.
But that's how we have to do it. And then we never saw him again. We disappeared.
I don't see what ACP has to really gain from keeping you guys behind, because it's not really a race for position. You're different classes, and overall, but again, it doesn't really matter. And at the same time, every lap they have a car running directly behind them, holding them up, is only increasing risk of incidental contact.
Driving in the mirrors and things of that nature.
Making a slight mistake on your part, and the car behind you has nowhere to go. Look at this. It's unnecessarily additional risk in endurance racing. You still have 5 hours to go. Let the car go by. He's not going to be an issue for hours now. You've just helped ensure you can run a clean race. I don't understand the mentality of, hey, I got to keep this car behind me because my ego.
I agree.
Crazy
So,
traffic down the
here's-
freeway
we might-
here.
We
Here's a
might
question
get an
for you, Brad.
opportunity here because ACP is catching our 70 car. So the
Play
70 might hold him up just enough that the 17 can get a better run at some point, be a little closer, and get that passed on.
Can you help mitigate some of the effects of being in traffic by just, okay, well, we'll do a little lift and coast in the draft and try and maximize our fuel mileage? I mean, what do you do as a driver to try and get the most out of a situation like this?
What we do is we actually try to back up the entry. So like going into 5, we'll lift
There we
earlier.
go.
There you go. Yep.
Done.
Yep,
There it is.
done.
Actually,
That was the key.
Get by.
Teamwork makes the dream
Yeah.
work.
Yes, good job, Joe. Well done. And watch, Oleg is going to disappear now.
Yeah.
So there will not be an interaction. Well, actually, the 2 car will probably catch him again on the backstretch. But if he can just hold him off enough, oh, look at this battle for 70 and 2
defense.
going into 6. Good job, Joe. And now Oleg probably clears the 2 car.
So, Brad, I have a question.
Yeah.
It's going to be 2 good questions followed up by a silly one. Do you, one, how do you have the car set up with regards to aero somewhere like Road Atlanta? And then secondly, are you ever trying to like, hey, this is a tough track for traffic, let's run it trimmed out a little bit so we have a little bit more leg on the straight, or does that not matter in this car?
We tried some stuff. So our team and Stratus and Automatic Racing have a technical partnership this year. So before this weekend, because round 3 and Automatic, we're new to this car. And see, look at that. The 17 is now gone, and there will be no more interaction between it and the 2 car. So we don't know the cars that well. So Stratus gives us the setup on these cars before we come to each race. Then when we get here, we try some stuff. We tried taking the gurney off of the wing. We tried some bar changes. We tried some different things. Some work, some don't. But we definitely share a lot of information between the 3 teams, and it's been a huge help. And driver, by the way, we share driver data as well.
Oh, perfect.
Stratus has been unbelievable about helping us get up to speed with these cars. Very, very helpful. Ooh, some big piece of debris.
Bag
See
or
that?
something. Yeah.
Yeah.
I do.
So,
I
no,
do
I
wanna-
go ahead.
Go ahead, Ryan. Go
All
ahead.
right. So the
But make
follow-up
it quick.
question is, of course, would having DRS on these cars fix your problem?
Great.
No.
No. Okay.
Got it.
All right. Fair enough.
All right. So we do want to bring an additional driver in. We have somebody who's been waiting up here extremely patiently since lunch break before the Mike and Brad hour. But also relevant to the discussion as a first-time GTU driver this weekend, up to the DriversEye Live booth, Ryan Eversley.
Hey guys, how we doing?
Hey man, how you doing?
I'm good.
Yeah?
I'm not only a first-time GTU driver, first-time WRL driver.
We noticed.
Yeah,
Yeah.
my
How is it
debut.
taking you this long?
I've
been busy.
I've got a lot of stuff going on.
Yeah,
but
imagine
yeah. No, I keep asking.
Yeah.
So finally, someone was dumb enough to give me a chance. So
Charles?
Yeah. Technically, Dave Russell. Charles said, "Hey, let's get Eversley," and then Dave had to approve it. So,
Gotcha.
And then in a small, crazy world kind of thing, Dakota Dickerson with Stratus Racing. I coached him on the Acura GT3 Academy
Oh,
a
is that
bunch of
right?
years ago. So I've known him since probably 2020, somewhere in there.
Okay.
And they said, "Yeah, we have to check with Dakota to make sure it's okay." And I was like, "Dakota Dickerson, my buddy, yeah." So, and just major hats off to him, because not only is he one of the best drivers I've worked with as a younger driver, but he's managing this entire program and doing a great job with it, which is super cool to see, because I think he's like 14 years old. So
Yeah, still.
it's pretty awesome. Yeah.
He was 10 years ago.
Yeah.
So first time into the GTU cars, we were just kind of chatting about
Yeah.
that balance between the classes, how you manage traffic, manage the lack of horsepower relative to the GTO cars, and some of the production cars for that matter. You jump in first weekend in WRL, kind of getting your head around the classes. I'm sure it takes 5 minutes, but still, and then getting your head around maximizing the pace of the NPO1. Was that a kind of challenging transition in understanding all that, or was it just it's a race car and there are other cars, we'll just figure it out?
I mean, it's a little bit of that, and just been doing this for a while. I worked at this track for 8 years as an instructor at the Panos Racing School, so the track part's like not even a thought, which is really nice. And living local, I've tested here a million times, so the track part, that makes it really easy. If we were somewhere that I wasn't as familiar, that'd be a little bit more of a challenge. But the car itself is actually very intuitive, very user-friendly, so I was really happy about that. And then the big thing just comes down to like running on the same tire for 8 hours, which is really impressive that these tires are doing this. I was shocked yesterday because I did the last 2 hours and 50 minutes or something. And that left front tire, because like turn 1 here, as these guys are probably saying, is really quick in that little car. Drop into the S's is flat, 12's flat, and 6 is really quick too. So the left front is getting absolutely torched here. So for all these brands to be able to do that is pretty impressive. But the biggest thing I think that is the uncertainty for me is the talent level and the awareness, because there's some people out here in the slowest class of cars that are unbelievably talented. You would never know just by not knowing who they are. And then there are some people in the fastest cars that are still learning as they figure it out. And so I told Charles, because I did the first couple hours yesterday, that the changeover from the starting drivers to the second stint drivers was eye-opening in terms of not necessarily performance, but awareness. You know, like still getting good lap time out, but not having any idea that there were other cars around them.
Yeah.
And the biggest concern I had of the week was these Sebicos are so small, and GT4 cars are pretty big, you know, not only on the weight transfer, so if there's contact, that's not good, but just visibility. You know, you'll be right underneath their wing, and you hope that they see you, but it's very possible they can't. And we're talking about pros as well as anyone else, so it's pretty challenging.
One of the things we've talked about with other drivers over the course of the weekend that have gone up to, you know, SRO, Pilot Challenge, whatever, there is still a talent differential as you go up the pro and semi-pro ladder, right? You've been at the top of IMSA, you've kind of made a living for yourself as obviously a multimedia mogul, but also kind of as the professional shoe in those mid-tier series, let's say, right? Do you notice a really stark differential between the driver talent spread in a series like this, where it also has been noted, like, hey, there are some guys that are getting some pretty fresh experience in SRO and IMSA as well?
Yeah, it's actually a bit class specific to the pro side, because if you look at some of these bronze or silver rated drivers who are absolute gentleman drivers.
Are you talking about driver ratings? No,
I'm actually giving credit to these guys like Ben Keating. All right, let's get into it. There's no ratings in this race. It's going great.
Yeah,
you guys got huge fields. You guys are always at capacity. So clearly it's budget, not ratings. The thing I'd say is, like, if you look at what some of these, what we consider amateurs, which I hate that term when we're talking about people that race anything at that level, but like Ben Keating is one of the fastest guys on the planet right now, and the guy sells cars. You know what I mean? He's put so much time and effort into it that it's harder and harder to be successful in those bigger classes, because there are guys like him and George Kurtz and Joe Rubo, the guy who coached Ferrari Challenge. That guy is like so fast that it's not just going to be an easy show up and win because you've got 2 pros or, you know, whoever you're running with. So I would say that based on what I saw yesterday, in every single class, there are people here that I don't know who they are necessarily, but they could absolutely do it. Like, no question. On the pro side, let alone, you know, going and stepping up and trying to be a gentleman driver. But then there are also people out there that had raw speed, but not quite the awareness yet or the thought process of it being an endurance race, which would end up biting you when you got to the pro side.
But just look at that qualifying on Friday. They spread across the field. It was unbelievable.
Couldn't believe it.
Were you in the 909?
Yeah, I was dead last.
So that's what I said to our guys. I said, listen, if you guys feel you left any time on the table, Ryan Eversley is behind you.
Yeah.
I mean, this is.
Thanks for bringing that up.
It was, but it was unbelievable. It just showed the time that we've all put into these cars.
Yeah, we had a close one there in 12 with that Miata and the GT4 Aston right there.
That's exciting.
Yeah. MX-5, sorry.
Which is how good that we've all gotten in these cars, and then you stepping in the first time, it's not so easy to maximize the performance of the car.
I mean, it didn't help that our header kind of exploded and the gasket was out. I'm deaf in one ear, and it was blowing my only good left ear, or remaining ear out. But even still, it was like Brandon Kidd, who's in our other car, who's, you know, considered a gentleman driver in GT4. He's like P5 in the same team, so I was really impressed by that. Yeah. But like, these cars are really, really fast in the corners, and so knowing how to get the momentum through and keep it going, it's like super, super critical. But I think, like, we didn't make a single change to our car since we got here. Like you were saying, we get the information sharing, so the car came pretty much ready to go. But the reality is, like, you need to be able to run within 2 to 3 seconds of the outright pace all day long, because it's going to be about traffic management, not about how fast you can go for 1 or 2 laps.
And not hitting anything. Because our 17, our yellow car's been in the pits here. It looks like that contact with Mike's car maybe did. I mean, that looked like a pretty small tap. But yeah, maybe it did some damage, but I've seen him paying attention to that left.
Give the batteries back to the man.
I'm just telling you. You know, we've now collected all 3 colors of those MPO ones.
That's a bummer.
you obviously watch a lot of sports car and endurance racing. Is there a noticeable difference in talking through, strategies with your co-drivers? We go full course yellow. Pick that up on the race control log.
There
here.
was a slow-moving car on the back
turn
straight
It's
earlier.
that
Blitzkrieg, I think it
Low
was.
Country.
There's also impact drivers right at turn 4
that's not good.
with some silver car.
Your car was crawling down the hill, Mike. Maybe that's just as fast as it goes.
Well, it's not the 63. That's just come through. We've had a few full course yellows. It's going to
It
negate
still
my
looks
point a
just as
little
good
bit.
as it did when I got here on Thursday.
Still negate my point a little bit, but IMSA gets talked about, you got to play the full course yellows right, you got to play the strategy right, and make the right pit stops at the right time, driver matching at the right time. Here, like you just said, it's about running within a couple of seconds of that ultimate pace consistently over the course of 8 hours, and to some degree making the tire last, and not pushing it outside of its temperature and performance window. Is that a shift you have to mentally make as a driver to say, okay, I'm not just waiting for the next full course yellow, I'm actually having to actively manage pace in the car throughout a longer couple of stints?
Yeah, I mean, yesterday we found ourselves, we had a mechanical problem pretty early on, so that put us about 6 or 7 laps down. But then we were in a battle with one of your cars, I think your car.
Yeah.
And so it was like critical that we didn't make any dumb choices on strategy and coming in for fuel, because it was within a lap or two for a long, long time, and the pace was really similar. So it actually came to strategy more than outright pace and track management, because I think if you look at the average times, we were pretty close to each other. Just kind of, I mean, it's such a this one's a 32, this one's a 38. The lap times can jump so much just on where you catch somebody and how clever the people in front of you are in traffic versus not. So I'd say strategy has actually become pretty important here. I mean, it's always important,
of course,
but I thought it'd be more about just just go really, really fast and you'll be okay. But yesterday it did come down to how to play the yellows coming in, because what the difference here between IMSA, as we see my cars actually coming in, which is routine, in IMSA, when we go yellow, they close the pits.
Yeah.
They get the pace car, catch everybody up. It takes a long time, but also it kind of helps bunch everybody up, and then we do separate class pit stops. So GS will come in, or GTD will come in by itself, prototype separate. Here it's like you can come in whenever you want, which is kind of how it used to be, and the world kept turning and everything was fine, but for some reason adding more difficulty is like a thing professional racing does in this country. So it's been pretty nice to just kind of go with your strategy and think it through.
Yeah.
We talk about BOP a lot in pro racing. BOP can also stand for balance of people, and for some reason having a really smart crew chief, it could be considered a negative. So that's why we've supposedly started to manage how we do strategy on that side. Like, for example, you can't have a fill time of your fuel faster than a certain amount of time, whereas over here it's like as fast as you can get the allotted fuel in the car, you're allowed to put it in. So that's racing to me, versus like, well, no, now you have to wait 4 more seconds sitting in the box, so it's fair for everybody.
There is no right answer here. You can give me the PR answer, you can give me the I got to save my career answer. I don't care, but I have to ask it anyway. At a certain point, do you become disheartened by the way that professional racing, professional sports car racing takes those elements, these types of elements, out of the sport?
I told somebody yesterday that yesterday was the most fun I've had all year racing.
Really?
Yeah, I did a race last year that was similar to this, and it was honestly the most fun I had, because it wasn't about, I didn't feel like I was up against an unfair potential event. Like there are times where we leave the house to go to the racetrack knowing that the BOP is so skewed in one direction, sometimes in your favor, but oftentimes not, that it's like we're about to go spend $100,000 on this race that I'm basically showing up hoping for calamity from other people to get a result.
Yeah.
And that's not really how it should be. And so it does kind of take away some of the fun of it. But then there are days where it rains and it brings it all back in, and you win on that kind of thing, or you do well on that kind of thing. But the reason I wanted to do WRL for so long now is because this is more what I grew up enjoying about the sport. It's a little bit more all over the place.
Go ahead.
So this is what we get here, Ryan, in this racing.
All right.
If I had a radio to my guys right now, I would say, stop doing whatever you're doing and send that car, because the 70 is about to lose a lap in the pits. That is the absolute worst possible thing you can do in this series, is lose a lap in the pits, and they just did it. That was a huge mistake. What we tell them is, listen, if you don't know where the pace car is, get bunched up, get packed up. Ooh, this is going to be really close.
I think you guys got it.
Come on.
I think you got it.
Come on.
Yeah, I think he got
Slow
it.
down, pace car.
Release the limiter and go.
Yeah, he's got it now. He's got it.
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh, that is close.
Yeah, that was real close.
Driver change there, Brad?
Yeah.
Good job, boys.
Now,
Driver change.
For example, in
Holy
IMSA, definitely pit lane would have been close.
Yeah, for
sure.
Definitely pit lane would have closed. You would have lost the lap, and it's like, it didn't. You guys can stay in the hunt now, and it's a better race for everybody.
That was close.
How long does it take you to plug back into the hey, we're losing time here, 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 and here. We can maximize all these other things and be way more competitive than we are.
So
is it instantaneous?
Well, I actually go the other direction on something like this. Like Charles and I got called to come do this last week, like last second, and this is someone else's vacation that they're enjoying, you know, with their whole team. They don't need me to step and be like, you know what, you could do better. And so I told Dave Russell, we had a red flag yesterday, unfortunately, for a pretty big fire. And so I'm sitting on the hill in this car, and like there are a bunch of things I can't really reach too well as I'm buckled all the way in. And I said, hey, Dave, on Monday, if you want, I'll send you a report like I normally would for my team. And then I went, or I'll just go to the pool and we can not do that. And he's like, no, send the notes. I was like, what am I doing? Leave them alone.
Like your job.
If they like it, let them have it, you know? So, yeah, just, sometimes it is hard to turn that stuff off. But, like, the one thing we were having how's the radio in your car?
Awful. Terrible.
Okay, yeah.
It's really
Ours is horrible. I go to Dakota, who, again, runs the Stratus program. They've got a bunch of cars. Like, how's your radio? He's like, oh, it's fantastic.
Yeah, you
I was
want
like,
to know why?
You can't put a radio in this
See
thing.
the giant tower they have down there? The repeater?
Yeah, the repeater.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm glad we brought this up. I don't know how much a repeater costs, but they were talking about it yesterday. Like, it's made out of absolute unobtainium, and every team I've ever driven for, even the smaller teams in sports car racing, have them. But, like, at a track like, so what a repeater does, everybody, let's get real nerdy real quick. It extends the radio broadcast. Like, it's like a giant booster.
Yeah.
And if you don't have one in IMSA, especially with all the teams that are running data to their factories, like over in Germany and things like that, from the big like Porsche teams and stuff, it's hard to get radio communication out. And really bad during a race weekend like at Petit, where this is filled with like 100,000 people. So everyone's got a cell phone and it makes it really bad. But there's no one here this weekend other than like a handful of fans and a bunch of teams, and it's still pretty bad. So I said to Dave when I got I'll keep it PC, but I was like, hey, fix the radio, and everybody started laughing because it's been pretty common. But like, even though this is technically club racing and fun, it's still important to know what's going on, not only from a safety standpoint, but just like who you're racing and not ruining someone else's day. Because you might think you're battling with another car in your class, but you're a lap up or 2 laps down or whatever, and you're ruining their race.
And listen, by bad radio, he means we can talk from the hill right there, 11, to turn 3. That's it.
Man.
Old school Lamar.
He's living high on the hog over here. I've got like from the start finish line to maybe our pit box.
It's really bad.
And then about halfway into the race yesterday, for no reason, and I thought it was just my specific radio, and then Charles told me later he had the same thing, but it just started turning into like static.
Oh,
like
cool.
just like, and not because someone's holding the button down, but that's what it sounds like. So you're like, hey, I didn't catch that, and everyone's like, we didn't say anything. And so just intermittent, just a lot of fun.
I bet.
Yeah.
We were briefly brought up Thunderhill earlier while we were waiting to go back to green. I seem to remember even the giant repeater poles at Thunderhill.
And that track's flat. Like that track's relatively flat. Like anywhere we go that has elevation, you need one of those. So if whoever's got big business on repeaters, I should get a cut after this weekend.
So Ryan Bean,
we'll talk. I'm looking for some opportunities.
Big repeater's going to ruin WRL.
Ryan, being your first time here at WRL, I mean, it'd be interesting at the end of the weekend to get your thoughts on it. But it's, as you can see, there's a pretty wide range of team spend, types of teams. And the series really grew from grassroots racing. And we've had some really, really poor stuff here in the pits in the past. And Mike, this is Mike Gorman, by the way.
Hey, how's it going? Nice to meet you.
Mike has,
what's up, man?
Speaking of poor,
Mike's got open. He's still here, by the way, guys. Mike is still here. He's got open throttle racing. The green cars, you see a lot of the BMWs. And
Was Halston Pittman with you guys?
Yeah,
Halston, good buddy of mine. Yeah, that's awesome. He had a lot of fun yesterday with you guys. Good dude.
So he's kind of set the bar for building a ladder program in the GP side. And he's going to work with us next year to help drivers get up to speed in WRL, get their time in a GP car. And it's sort of, I feel, and Brendan you, and Mike, you might feel as well, that the series kind of weeded out some of the really poor quality stuff, the stuff that was breaking, a half a lap into the race. A lot of the poor quality just sort of weeded itself out, as did GP3. I mean, GP3 took care of itself because drivers were tired of running around looking in their mirror. And as the series grew, I mean, you look at some of the haulers you got. That one's got an IMSA logo on it.
Pro Paddock right now.
That one's got a big repeater on it. So you have a pro paddock mixed with grassroots as well. And I think, and as you said, you had a lot of fun. I think they've done a pretty darn good job of the product.
Yeah. So what I said yesterday to Jim Davis and Steve DeBreck is that you guys in this paddock. I mean, how many people work for WRL? One person, okay?
Technically,
And
yep.
so the rest of the people are either fly-ins or volunteers and things like that. You've got capacity grids at almost every track you go to. It seems like you're doing endurance racing, which is hard to keep up with, and there's a lot of ways it can go wrong from a technical standpoint of recording the race, from all the race control and things like that. And I don't ever hear anybody really complain too much about it, like beyond the normal bellyaching that every racing series on the planet will have. But when you look at what the WRL has done with a minimal overhead and infrastructure, it's really impressive. I put this on my Instagram this morning. I didn't have I wasn't going to drive till after lunch today because I drove 5 hours yesterday. So they're like, you could take the morning off. And so I still got here at the green flag, and I sat up in turn 10 with coffee and just watched the start of the race for a little while. I just wanted to be a fan. And I drove around. I stood at all my old places I used to stand at when I was a little kid. And I was like, this is really awesome.
Yeah.
And if you're new to sports car racing, as we go back to green here, it's really a good place to look for how to get some experience at a much friendlier budget than, say, IMSA or SRO.
Where do you think the value proposition is for drivers trying to work their way up the ladder? I think there are gentlemen drivers that decide, hey, I'm going to go do SRO because it's the most obvious basic step, right? GT4, TC, and GT3 type cars, almost ignoring that this type of thing still exists.
Yeah.
Do you think
Oh, 3 wide. There was contact.
Oh, we got
there
one
goes
off.
the 669.
Yep.
And hopefully it gets
Rapscallion car.
shut down here. Not the gravel. Back it up.
Oh, nice.
Drive wheels are still on the track.
I think he'll be able to roll that.
That
back.
was
Yep.
3 wide coming over the hill.
What is
Back
that
to the
car?
green. It's a Ligier JS2R.
That's what that is.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I couldn't figure it out.
Is that a tube frame or is it a monocoque?
It's tube frame, was what I was told.
Yeah, I thought it was a Koenigsegg the first time I saw it. I thought that's pretty interesting.
Yeah.
That car, pretty interesting. Sometimes there's a couple good drivers in it, and there's one that's not slow but really erratic in terms of car placement. And so I always wonder if that's driving in the mirrors or just not really comfortable in general. But
You've had experience doing this because you're being very, very friendly. Right
dude,
now.
I'm trying to keep my career alive for a minute now. As we see, he's still sitting there. It looks like he is trying to back it out, but as deep as that front end is, and again, if you're not as experienced, the first time I ever had a big crash, I didn't realize I could just restart it and back it out. I just got out and walked away. And then when I got back to the trailer as at Homestead, my team manager.
You got it out.
Nice.
Oh, very nice.
Yeah, we got a safety car going to the old pits, but yeah, you should be able to keep going here. Now, this is a tricky re-entry. I've had people go out there that I've coached, and you got to be really smart about how you come back on. As we see,
You coach re-entries?
Yeah, I'll coach anything.
No, I understand, but is that something you actually talk about?
Yeah,
with
so
drivers
one of
you're
the
coaching?
things that drives me nuts when I watch races is what I call entitled re-entry, because it's like I've blown it, I've thrown it off the road. Now I'm going to come back on at full speed and ruin someone else's day, even though I made a mistake.
Mm-hmm.
So
unfortunately, there's no flagger there to give him any.
Yeah, this is a really difficult one.
Yeah, it might almost be better off to go to the left and come down.
Yeah,
to
that
support
would be
pit
the
lane.
smart move. I don't know that that's going to happen just based on the angle.
Looks like they might cover him with the truck for the re-entry.
I think he's having a hard time turning that car.
Could
Yeah.
be.
It just looks it's going back and forth.
Yeah, it looks like we still have a waving yellow up in 11, and safety trucks there now to help them. But that is not a great place
If
to
there
be.
was contact there at 669 on the outside, I mean, you could do the right front corner in on the car with
Yeah,
contact
for sure.
like
Yeah.
that. Now you can't turn anyway.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So what to answer your question about where this is in terms of driver development and things like that, what I told, because I don't come from any sort of financial background. I had to work my way in. I worked as a mechanic at the industrial park down there in Turn 1.
Archangel
for a team.
Motorsports?
Yeah, exactly right.
Yep.
And cleaning wheels and busting down boxes and just trying to get my way in the sport. And the only thing that made sense was get as much seat time as possible. And the best place you can find seat time is in endurance racing because there's extra seats open than there would be in a short race. And also, these tend to be pretty hard. So it's not it's not uncommon that someone goes, they see you walking by, they go, oh, hey, can you do the stint tomorrow? We could use another guy for the end of the thing.
Yeah,
well, there's a seat, there's a little bit of seat time, a little bit of experience.
We
So
had that kind of scenario this weekend with Halston.
Yeah.
Friday, Saturday.
Right.
For us, so
Yeah,
we
he
spotted
had mentioned
them
that
on
you guys
Sunday.
were talking about coming back today. And he said his wife would kill him, which I was like, that's a little bit more expensive than the ride. I get it. Yeah.
Listen,
Yeah.
I'll have you out of here as early as possible,
Yeah.
as late as possible as you need.
You're like a drug dealer, man. You're like, I got you, buddy.
That's what I'm here for.
Yeah.
So yeah, we really wanted to focus on kind of having that direct pathway for, coming in. There's a lot of generation of these younger drivers that are coming in that don't necessarily need to, master the art of the H pattern because
Right.
their trajectory is putting them into a paddle shift.
Absolutely.
Look
kind
how
of
many
environment.
passes under yellow just happened.
Yeah. I was like, what's the...
I haven't seen a single one come up on the race log. I've seen 7 passes under yellow.
Yeah, so the rules here in this series are once there's a yellow, you can't pass until you get to the next flag stand.
Yeah,
and in
correct.
this particular case, case, the waving yellow is at the top of the bridge coming out of turn 10, technically turn 11, and then the start-finish line is the next green flag, and we're just watching people side by side down the hill, like, whee!
To be fair, Brad, you did, and this doesn't excuse passing under yellow, obviously, but you did mention how difficult it is to see that flag station in particular on the backside of the bridge above.
Very, very difficult.
Yeah.
But this incident has been here for way more than a lap. Everybody knows this is here. Everybody knows there's a yellow there. There's been a ton of passes under yellow.
Yeah, for some reason the 59 Stratus car keeps running super shallow coming into there, which is losing him some time, but
it's interesting.
Yeah, that car's still sitting here in the escape road, looking like they're trying to help it with the safety truck.
Yeah,
there could be some damage to it. I mean, he didn't go in there too soft in the gravel, and that gravel is probably one of the deepest gravel traps here because if you skip through it, you end up on the old pit lane, which has happened to people here. So they try to make that one really difficult.
And the car-to-car contact was fairly significant, too.
Yeah.
It had him fairly sideways.
Top of the hill. Yeah, I mean, he wasn't able to get the car turned coming down the hill. You're in the grass, and I'm sure it's bumpy enough out there anyway that you're not going to get much traction. But it went straight across the pavement and nose itself into the gravel there like it wasn't going to turn anyway. Tilt bed is on the way now.
Yeah, just seeing this Mercedes go by right now is a perfect example of this because my friend Pat Wilmot's driving it right now, and he, I think, got to drive. He led yesterday in GTU for a few laps in that orange MPO1. Yep. And that was something that came up last second, just because he was here. And so that's just a little bit more seat time he can put in the back pocket and a little more experience. And that looks like they're going to flat tow this truck, which this is, I would suggest a full course caution scenario now because if someone else were to go down the hill,
that'd be bad.
There's a couple of trucks sitting there.
Do you as a driver, like, IMSA's pretty conservative with full course yellow calls, right?
Yeah.
If you get something that happens on track, generally hot poles are not really a thing.
No.
Does it make you nervous, like coming back into a series where hot poles are a little bit more common? Like, hey, this doesn't feel right.
Yeah, I've gotten to be a little more. When I was younger, I didn't care as much.
Yeah,
you know what I mean? But there are times where I'm like, I'm the problem because sometimes, like, what are you thinking? And sometimes I'm the guy that's like, I could probably apex that tow truck and get a run out of here. So I'm the worst person to ask. But now there are some times in these races, but I understand you're trying to keep the thing going, you're trying to keep people moving. But in this case, because that's a pretty big impact zone, I would say a quick full course wouldn't be the worst thing.
Brian, were you in the car yesterday when that car was off in 10
Oh, and the tow truck was on the inside?
That was weird.
That scared the crap out of me.
Yeah.
Because especially when we're driving, you would submarine that thing. Like, because we're so low to the ground, we would shovel underneath it. That did catch me off guard. I was actually thinking that. I'm like, maybe I won't bring it up. But since you did, I didn't agree with that. That should have definitely been full course. Yeah.
The old adage here of one car can get there. If one car can get there, another one can.
Big fan of that thought process because, like, I worked here with the racing school, so you see some brand new drivers trying some pretty impressive things. And there's, like, one of my favorite phrases. There's nothing more interesting than people because they'll never not surprise you.
Yeah, sure.
You'll always be like, wow. And working at a racing school, we saw a lot of those moments. And so if that car could get down there, it's possible another one could. Now, the one thing is they do have a waving yellow continuously and a white flag, which signifies that there is a slow-moving vehicle on course or a safety vehicle nearby. But now you're hoping that race car drivers aren't race car drivers and that they're taking it easy through here, which we've seen a lot of them not. So, yeah.
I do kind of want to ask you a question, Ryan, just about your career.
Sure.
You've had affiliations with manufacturers. You've been, a long time in World Challenge. By the way, I saw they're discontinuing the TLX.
Somebody just texted
Do you want to eulogize that while we're here? Or are you good?
I'm shocked by that, actually. It's a great car. I think it's one of the only four-door sedans to win modern-day GT3 racing.
Yeah.
Somebody just texted me that yesterday. My buddy Steven Johns, who has a TLX, is like, what the hell?
Yeah. But obviously, you've filled in the gaps in terms of your racing career with some other promotional opportunities. Obviously, Dinner with Racers, the podcast, working with Sean and everything. So you've kind of figured it out as a career. Where do you want to be these days? Now that you're older, 10 years probably since the last time we saw you.
Yeah, somewhere
gone through a couple of chapters.
Yeah.
I mean, where are you looking to be? Where do you want to be?
So I turned 41 in December, so I'm old. And washed up.
Almost bronze.
Yeah. They'll never downgrade me. If I could do this, you look at Bill Auberland, I think he's 56 years old and he's winning GT3 races against factory kids literally half his age. If I could do this till like the next 8-9 years at a high level like GT stuff, and continue to be competitive. If I started to not be good at it, I wouldn't keep doing it just to stick around. But I honestly, it sounds cliche, but I'm driving, in my opinion, better than I ever have, and I've had really strong performances lately that are making me more encouraged to like keep doing this. But I've had my goals in racing were I've got 2 out of 3. I wanted to be a factory driver. I wanted to win a championship, and I want to win the Rolex. And the Rolex is getting harder and harder to enter just because it's so expensive to get people to do it. And so if 2 out of 3 is where it ends up for me and my goals, I've already won the lottery. Like I said, I don't come from money or anything, so to get to be a factory guy for 10 years, to race for real-time racing, which to me was one of the greatest teams of all time, like I've done more than I got to do a NASCAR Cup start. You know, like things have gone very, very well. So if I can continue to race professionally for the next 8 years into my 50s, that would be a home run. You know, that'd be the cherry on top. I've really gotten to enjoy the podcast stuff that we've done, which has grown a bit of a journalistic background for me. I wouldn't mind doing commentary and things like that, but I don't know. And like, I've always had a plan, and it's stressed me out, you know? Sure. And so now I'm starting to enjoy life a bit more. I've thought a lot, like I've picked up physical fitness as as a hobby now, because I want the next 20 years of my life to be something I enjoy away from this, you know, that I'm not, like, I got to take care of myself now, so it'll be easier later.
Yeah. That makes a lot of sense. Yeah. Is it easy to kind of, when you're motivated, to keep the hustle up? I mean, media and racing and finding yourself, you know, paid seats cannot be an easy thing to keep up for years and years and years on end, but you've done it successfully. Is that something sustainable?
It's getting harder and harder just because the budgets are going up and the return on investment isn't.
Yeah.
So considering how expensive some of these races are, as we are back to full green now here in this turn, as we're side by side at the apex immediately.
Well, we were before too, to be
fair. Okay, copy. So this is just calamity in general. Got it. Yeah, that was pretty good racing through there. I'm pretty happy with everything that's been going in terms of like how I've been able to put things together and continue to put these deals together. But it's getting harder and harder, like I said, as the budgets go up, but also the interest, you know, because people have so many more options. Now you have WRL, you've got track days with cars that are faster than race cars, you know what I mean? And there's so many different challenge series now. So I think the guys that are really successful are the ones that are always putting deals together and finding clients that want to do work with them.
Sure.
And so that's something I've focused on quite a bit. But my current deal with Precision Racing LA, I have a bit of a management role as well. So I'm handling a lot more day-to-day stuff. I'm handling the driver development and as well as driver business, finding customers. And because of my background, I've had people join our team because I knew they would get my coaching and support. And so that adds value to my boss.
Sure.
And so like that's the kind of thing I work on now.
Just because I have to ask for myself and for viewership as well. Next steps for the media side, for Dinner with Racers and your work there with Sean?
We are currently about halfway through recording all of our this year's episodes for the main podcast. We also have a new series called Dinner Bites, which is a short format thing that Continental wanted to try. But the last 5 years we were doing video work that was like massive productions of just the two of us doing it and like licensing out music and getting some people to help us here and there, but majority just us. And so we're not doing that this year to kind of reset a little bit because we were spending so much time doing it and so much effort, and we don't have a big budget. So it's coming on the backs of our work trying to make it bigger and better. So we kind of felt like we were taken away from the podcast, which is the most common thing that people like what we do. So we kind of stepped back into making that a priority, and I think it's been really fun. We've had a couple of different media conglomerates reach out to us about partnering with them, and actually one that wants to invest in us to maybe do more things, but it's been more about like, let's not go too crazy here, focus on what the fans seem to really like, which is a long format podcast.
One of the things, sorry, go ahead.
Brendan, you say it all the time, and everybody, all my friends and drivers who listen to your podcast, Dinner with Racers, they all say you got to get my dad on the show.
Yeah,
my dad's Buzz McCall.
So Jack pitched this on him. Yeah, I know you.
He has some of the best stories ever.
Jack,
every
time I see Jack, he's like, "Hey, when are you gonna have Buzz on, man?" And I was like, "We're gonna do it." And he's like, "I gotta be there." I'm like, "Well, hang on." No. You had your time.
That'll get out of control.
Yeah, exactly. Real quick. Yeah. No, it's a really neat thing to have so many people that listen to it. I never, ever would have guessed it would have gone this far and how much enjoyment it brings. In fact, I'll give this guy a shout out, Daniel Hobson, as we see a car coming down. Oh, that's the Ligier coming back on the flat toe in the paddock.
Long way.
Yeah. Daniel Hobson from Chill Out Systems gave me a chill out shirt a couple years ago, and I assumed somebody paid for it. I didn't know how it worked, and finally it got back to me like, no, he just gave that to you, and those aren't cheap, they're very nice. And so I went to him and said, hey, I really appreciate this. Like, what do I owe you? And he's like, I went through a tough time with a family issue. Your podcast helped me get through it. The least I can do is give you this shirt. I was like, let me pay for the shirt, man. like that's like so cool. So it's been neat when things like that happen where it sounds like the thing that we're doing is bringing people joy, and that's really, really nice.
That's cool. One of the things I think that we love about what we get to do here at DriversEye Live, number one, being able to work and make a living in racing is its own massive reward, right? But everybody can make their own little contributions to motorsports.
Yeah.
It's so accessible that if you have a passion for it and you find a way to apply your passion for the sport in the right way, that you can be a part of it, right? You can contribute to helping grow or at least sustain what motorsports is to a lot of people. I'm sure you'd rather have the factory driver, the contractor, or whatever, but looking back on it now, you've had the podcast for close to a decade, right?
Yeah, 10 years.
10 years, yep. Okay, this is how you and Sean together have been able to give to the motorsports community, and something that was unique to begin with and has stayed, I think, at the forefront of a lot of people's minds in the way that they connect with and engage with the sport. And that must be rewarding.
It really is. Honestly, it really is. I've had a couple of people, like older generation folks that work on the media side in the sport, kind of say, hey, what you're doing is a service to the sport, because we're losing our heroes as they're getting older and passing away. And if no one's telling their stories, then we don't have these people to celebrate. And these are the people that built the sport and made it what it is and made it the reason you love it, And so when we do these long episodes with like Brian Redmond and guys like that are like telling the stories that we all know about and read about, or like basically emulate in the movie Le Mans, things like that, or Ford vs. Ferrari, when you hear those stories, and then the fact that we're able to capture that and give it to the people is really, really rewarding. We just did one with Bill Riley and his dad, Bob, last year before he passed away. And his dad worked on the Saturn V missile project, you know, and it was like things like that. So did you
interview Brian Redmond before or after Hurricane Dorian?
I think before.
Do you know that he rode out Hurricane Dorian?
Yes, I heard about this.
In the Abacos.
Like, what are you doing, man?
The story is, you got to get him back on just to tell that story. It's unbelievable.
Slow Choice Racing 522 BMW. The 5 BMW is also in the pit, so that's All-Star Racing. We were on board. It was getting whiz-passed by NPO1s at a rate that it shouldn't have been, but has made it back to the pit lane now anyway.
Well, you got to come do more races with us, because
I would love to.
You're going to start to learn, the cars that you can race side by side.
I'm already there. I was doing this all yesterday. I'm like, okay, this guy's cool.
Yep.
This guy earlier was kind of a little bit of a, this guy's all right.
We were talking about it earlier. There's a Porsche Cayman out here, a black one, 550. You can go door to door with that car anywhere.
Yeah.
You can trust 100% that car sees you, and they're going to be respectful. There's a ton of cars. That Choice Racing car that just went by, you can run side by side with them anywhere.
There was a BMW. I think it's like a 1 Series. I think it's home built car. It's blue with a giant wing on the back, and it looks like it's got like way too big of wheels on it. And somebody in that car early on was pretty good, and then somebody later was like hell on wheels. Like I've never seen something driven that hard before, and I was like, I don't know who that is, but they're awesome. Just going for it so big. But yeah, in our races, same as this, you're going to have the drivers changing all the time, but it's the same cars for most of the year.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So you're like, okay, it's either one of these two people, and you kind of figure out who it is, or you'll recognize the helmet. It could be 4 different people in the course of this race, and I don't know who they are necessarily.
Sure.
And then having said that, yesterday, like 3 separate times, Billy Johnson, who's a longtime good friend of mine, a pro racer, ended up battling for like 45 minutes in 3 different stints. So, he's like, was that you? I'm like, yeah. He's like, I thought so. He's like, how come we keep getting stuck together, man? Ooh, some really deep moves going into 12 here.
Yeah, I've seen that too. And by the way, guys, Mike is still here.
Yay! I'm just watching more and more of my left front fender go away on that 64 car.
I was wondering about that. Yeah,
we started with a 4 fender earlier. I'm not quite sure when we lost that last front half of that.
Well, I mean, the left front is the stress tire here.
Yeah,
right?
correct,
It's a cooling thing.
Yeah, that's where we're opening up. It's kind of like a DRS situation for downforce.
Well, the 70s got some of the spots back that they lost early on in this, after the quiet hour. So we're back up to
P5 there.
P5 with the 70 car.
Did stay on the lead lap as well
girls.
there.
Yep.
Important.
10 seconds out of the lead. The shot we just had right there, you see the 52 defending from the 99 for the lead in GTO. Just behind them, the 40 Mercedes, and then the 77 Kingpin. So
it's a good pack of cars right there.
That is a strong pack of cars.
Ryan, you good on time?
Yeah, I got about 5 more minutes.
Okay, all right.
Yeah. Yeah, one thing I wanted to, I'd like to stress is that coming to do this weekend, one thing that did weigh on me was I've heard stories of pros coming to do these races and then really not making a good impression on what a pro should represent the sport.
Did you hear about that team?
I heard about that.
Yeah,
and it really upset me because I that's what we could all sound like.
Yeah.
You know, it could be like, oh, you're one of those.
Yeah.
You know, you're going to come here and act like you're bigger than everybody, or just demand things that don't exist or whatever. And that's something, when I heard that story a while back, I was like, that's not okay.
Yeah,
you know
sure.
what I mean? Like, this isn't where that attitude, I mean, it shouldn't be happening in pro racing either.
Yeah, sure.
But like, there's a time and a place where everything was seeing a real late battle here. These two GT4 cars have been going at it for about 2 laps. It's like Pat Wilmot and the Kingpin super battling it out. Really deep move into 12 by both those guys. But I do think as a pro, it's your responsibility to represent, you know, why you are that job and that title, and to come here and drive like, you know, real rude and like run people off. And my racing, I'm almost always in a GT car or touring car, so there's a faster class battling with us. And sometimes prototype guys will just deep you and then like just turn in and get back online, take the air off your car, and you're all over the place. So like all day yesterday, I'd be like, if I'm making a move around somebody into 3 going into 4, I'm always like, sorry, like, my bad, you know, trying to wave. And
this is awkward. That's a 109
that's the
Roberts
Roberts
Motorsport.
yeah, they've been having a rough morning.
Yeah, I hate to say
Yeah,
that.
it stinks for them too. That car is so consistently quick.
Yeah.
Like the pace is really, really good in that car. They've taken pole positions before, but it just can't seem to string it together over that 7 or 8 hour race.
You want to know a little interesting aside about them?
Yeah.
Shane Roberts, he owns a company that builds military drones.
Whoa.
You should see some of the stuff they're coming up with to enhance this car.
This adds up.
It's really cool.
So I got here this morning. I knew I was going to drive in the afternoon, but I got coffee and I just wanted to go watch racing and sit out in the infield. So after I drove around a little bit, I ended up going to turn 6 and I backed my truck up to the fence, and that thing came to a stop right inside the infield. And within like maybe 2 minutes, his team was there with their pickup truck, but they had an air bottle and everything in the back of the truck, like ready to work on it. So they didn't tow it back. They're just working on it in turn 6, like really quickly. And they had like a truck, like the bottle was like mounted into the bed. Like they didn't just like throw it in there. It was like they knew what they were doing.
Yeah.
So yeah, that adds up.
Yeah.
Yeah,
They're doing some really cool stuff.
Real great group of guys. And
Yeah.
we've been racing with them forever since Champ Car. I mean, they run a MB Miata and Champ Car as well.
Yeah.
And stepped up to this MPO1 for this season at the end of last year. But great group of guys. It was actually their one of their guys' birthdays last night. They brought by cupcakes for us.
Oh, nice.
It's one of our guys' birthdays as well. Shout out, happy birthday, Charlie Grillig, the man who is running our entire crew for Open Throttle.
Nice.
And runs our shop and everything. It was his birthday yesterday, so happy birthday, Charlie.
Great time to have a birthday.
Yeah.
Happy birthday.
We celebrated 2 in our paddock today, and it was fun.
Yeah.
We talk about it all the time, and I know we've talked about this before, Brad and Mike in particular, but we've kind of identified WRL as being the highest tier series that still offers an open technical platform.
Okay.
Where not everything has to be homologated and run
Sure.
under a strict BOP, right? You can buy your NPO1s if you want, but there's nothing that says you have to run it in the Evo trim and this wing angle and this and that,
Yeah.
right? You have the flexibility to do whatever you want. The 911 built on that same kind of idea. It was a 911 Cup, but it doesn't have to be.
Yep.
Right.
Yeah. You guys have put a lot of development into that.
Exactly. I mean, it started with our 997 that everybody said, you can't do that. And we did it, and it sort of
you
worked.
did. Yeah,
Sort of worked. So
I was here. I watched it in person. Like it was there.
Yeah. I'm more on that side than the pro side.
Sure,
Trust me,
yeah,
because
yeah.
there's a lot of like, you can't do that. You're like, why not? Well, it says in the book. Like, you made the book. It's your book. Change the thing. We're dealing with the window net thing at the last race, where suddenly we weren't allowed to have a bungee on the window net. It's in Europe at Le Mans, they run the bungee on the window net, and generally that's where we get our rules from. But about half an hour before a race, decided that we needed to make this adjustment, which is a safety issue now, because we don't know how it's going to work if someone needs to get out in a quick manner. And literally, it was like, what on the book it says? I'm like, wait. It's your book. Change it. Yeah.
One of the things you guys talk about on the podcast a lot, you'll ask a driver who gets it,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
I'm sure there are drivers that don't. One of the things I think I've identified about WRL drivers in particular is that the series asks people to get it, right?
Yeah.
Don't be a jerk,
Right.
and race in a way that you would want to be raced. And there's real enforcement power to actually do that. right? To park a driver, ask somebody not to come back, provide a lap, mandatory driver change, things
Yeah,
of that
WRL's done
nature.
a great job of that, stepping up this year in particular with the driving standards and modifying some of the penalties, making them a little bit more memorable for the drivers that are offending drivers. And us down in the GP level absolutely love the direction that RJ's taken with the disciplinary actions on some of the contacts, the avoidable contacts, the egregious stuff. If you disable another team's car, there's stiffer penalties for that now, which is good.
Yeah.
On the pro side, do you find that the definition of getting it is changing to adapt to a new generation of drivers, or do you think people are falling short of a standard that needs to continue to be upheld?
In terms of driving standards?
Yeah.
There's a lot more avenues to get involved now. So than there used to be. You only used to have like SCCA.
Yeah.
That was it. And then we got NASA, and then all this stuff. So you're getting more participation, I think, at an early level. Like for example, in the GR Cup series that I coach, there's I think 5 or 6 14 and 15-year-olds in that series.
Yeah.
I'm not a big fan of that because you can't tell me that kid knows to make the right decision, life or death, versus picking up a pass. You know what I mean? If there's a car stuck in the middle of the road, but they still want to pass the other guy, are they going to lift? The brain hasn't developed yet.
Sure.
And so with that comes this lack of understanding because you just haven't been around long enough to really understand that people's safety is in your hands.
Yeah.
And so I think it's probably less so that people are getting it now. But what I am seeing is to survive as a pro, you have to.
Okay.
And so I used to think when I'd see these new wealthier kids show up and get opportunity, like, oh, now I got to try to beat that guy. And now I almost look at it like, we'll see if you make it. Like, we'll see if you can convert to getting paid rides or if you can even just stay in the sport because it's hard. Yeah.
And it's interesting that what you just said is very, very interesting. We had two kids that are running in GR
I know.
Cup.
I heard yesterday.
Ran with us earlier in the year. And
Is that not a thing anymore?
no, they're not running with us.
Yeah.
I was trying to teach them how to endurance race.
I heard this whole story.
Yeah. And they're someone in that camp wanted them to be pushed to go 11 tenths on every lap.
Yep.
I said, that's not how we run these races.
No, that's how you
teach
lose these races.
I'm going to teach you how to run super consistent laps.
So defensive. What are we doing here?
Was.
What is this?
Yeah, we got a 3 GT4 battle. I can't remember the class name, but that was pretty rough, or not rough, but pretty
Yeah.
aggressive.
Oh, well, that's not shocking at all.
52, 77, and is that 99 in the back?
All right, so if they've already
that's your three-way pipe for the leaded GT.
Oh, awesome.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, that's
all,
killer.
all 3 cars are within
Yeah.
a half second.
Yeah,
we just saw.
That explains
that's awesome.
They were great for the 70 though, because they're all holding each other up.
Exactly.
Gear low on the inside, lane into turn 1.
Yep.
Now there's a yellow flag down there at the apex. Is there anything up the hill there?
I don't see
Jordan?
anything. I don't see anything.
Oh.
No, it doesn't look like anything here.
Well, the 333 pulled off.
Oh, okay.
could be.
All right.
Driver's right. Yeah.
Maybe up top of the hill.
But it was
there.
interesting.
Yes.
What I was telling him, Ryan, is we're going to teach you consistency.
Yeah.
It doesn't mean that you're going to run slower laps. I'm going to teach you how to be consistent, run consistent, fast laps.
Yep.
That's going to help through all of your racing.
Yep.
And there was just some disagreement there, and decided to go their way, so that was fine. But
at
it's
VIR
interesting.
last weekend, we had 2 cars get totaled on the outlap. On the outlap. And those cars are on the Continental that we ran for years. It comes in really quickly, and even before it gets it doesn't need a ton of heat to be usable, where like some of these, like the Pirelli, if it's not warm, it's going to be really sketchy. But the point is, like, these kids are going into the S's on their outlap, flat out, like all of them, like racing to be who's the fastest on the outlap. It's like no team owner is looking for that kid to hire who's going to destroy their car on the outlap because he doesn't know to be like, this doesn't matter, you know. And then in the next session, we had another kid go off huge on the outlap after the previous one had been red flagged. You're like, what is that? Like, if my guys did that, I'd bench them for the day.
Yeah.
You know, like, you're not going out again, not in our car. And that seems to be the thing where we talk about who gets it and who doesn't. That's where I'm seeing it's not all there. So,
Yeah, sure.
But when you see someone that does, like, for a perfect example, Dakota Dickerson gets it.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And the reason I remember that is because it's hard to find that these days. And when I heard that he was doing this, I was so happy because he's getting a great opportunity out of this, because that's one of the kids that deserves the opportunity because he's firing on all cylinders.
Sure, yeah. That makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
Ryan,
I do have to get going.
Too much of your time here. Charles is going to start to get nervous.
I was going to say,
Or
I'm sure they're like, hey,
Brandon.
what if he doesn't feel good? Yeah.
No,
Figure it out.
Appreciate you stopping by and being patient with us.
Awesome.
With
No, my
Mike
pleasure,
here
guys.
as
Thanks
well.
for having me over.
Can I ask you one thing here?
Yeah.
We haven't well, we haven't run enough ads today. We have
knew it.
exactly. No,
I knew
I
it.
wasn't gonna. I'm not gonna
Yeah.
ask you to dance. I'm not gonna. I promise you, I'm not gonna ask you to do it.
Yeah.
But you
You
do
have to say
represent
the
the
thing.
brand to some degree.
Yeah, right.
Would
Yeah.
you mind taking us into a quick commercial break at the Lanier Endurance SuperPrix weekend here for the World Racing League at Road Atlanta? We'll pay a couple of bills and we'll rejoin you on the other side of this commercial break.
Okay, well, here at what racetrack, Road Atlanta? I just
At
have to
Road
say,
Atlanta.
yeah, at Road Atlanta. Yeah. If you're out there and you're looking for a great tire, which is a tire that's being raced here today in the WRL event, I highly recommend checking out Continental Tire for what you do.
You can feel confident Continental is the smart choice in tires.
Can they handle extremes?
Yep. Tested from the Texas desert to near the Arctic Circle.
Really?
Really?
Anything for the guy who finds that one pothole?
Yeah. Road hazard coverage has your back.
For real?
Absolutely.
Were they made by like a bajillion engineers?
Well, closer to 100. Continental. Welcome to the smart choice in tires.
Welcome back to Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta. We're here at the Lanier Endurance SuperPrix, the second day of World Racing League running here. I'm Ryan with DriversEye Live. Brendan is doing some on-site producer things. JT is up in the Pacific Northwest, keeping tabs on the general production class. JT, do you want to give us a rundown in GP1 and GP2?
Absolutely. I'll start with GP2. You got a battle going on right now for the lead in the class. The 190 Blitzkrieg Racing is leading by a 2-second gap over the 83 from Palomar. Great to see that car back out today. I believe that was just them going through the shot there a moment ago. Rounding out the podium in that class, Rebel Racing, who had a very good run yesterday, taking the win in GP2. The 851 AOA Racing and the 779 Lufthansa rounds out the top 5 in GP2. GP1 at the moment, it is PC Racing, our winners from yesterday, over the 38 from Palomar, who also finished second yesterday. And same as yesterday, Fifth Gear Motorsports currently in third. Blitzkrieg Racing, the 424, and the 118 from Blaze Racing round out the top 5.
Excellent. And in GTO here, we've got the number 77 Kingpin Racing, Toyota Supra leading over the number 52 of ACP with Tangerine Associates. They've set the fastest lap today in GTO. They are in the current model BMW M4 GT4, followed by the number 99 of Team GTR 99, a team that we spoke about yesterday at length, where they had started the day yesterday a little bit further down the field and finished, I believe, with a top 5, now up into the top 3, only about 3 seconds behind the leader. Then in 4th position, the number 70 of Round 3 Racing. They're about 7 seconds off the lead and 5 seconds off of 3rd. That car had been falling down the order, I think, on cold tires, but I would ask Brad to confirm on that. I think he's still in the booth, potentially. But that car, I think, making its way back towards the front from the lead. In 5th position, we have the number 40 of Off Leash Motorsports, and then in 6th, the number 119 AE Victory Racing, their first podium of the season yesterday. And then last season's winners, the number 123 NFC Motorsports, making their return to WRL this season. Finally, in GTU, we got the number 58 of Stratus Racing, having just set their fastest lap, recently anyway, of a 134.7, followed by the number 1 of Round 3 Racing. That's the blue car, having set a 133, all in the Sebico NP01, followed by the number 59 of Stratus, and then the 909 of Automatic Racing. We were just speaking with Ryan Eversley, who is in this weekend, I believe in the 909. That was right, JT, right? He's in the 909, not the 908?
That is correct, yeah.
Perfect. So he is about to go down there. I believe on the next pit stop he will be getting in the car after having run several hours yesterday, getting just a little bit of a reprieve this morning, and had some great discussion with him as well. So JT, we've reached the 4 hours to go mark, what would usually represent halfway through a WRL event, but it seems like we've just gotten going.
Yeah, well, we kind of did. We did take a break for the operational quiet hours. So we got on the other side of that, and we basically had a semi-sprint-like race since. Plenty of battles going up and down the field. We're going to be trying to keep an eye on how these strategies are going to play out as we start to get towards the final hour. But for the most part, people are just trying to stay out of trouble right now and stay competitive.
Absolutely. I'm attempting to... Can you get Red Mist on desktop? Oh, you can. Excellent. I realized that in coming back from the break, I was preparing to give a rundown with our internal timing, which had the wrong timing on it. So now I'm trying to scramble to get that solved. Just take care of that. Oh, beautiful. There we go. That's what we're looking for. So your close battles right now in GTO, of course, are the top three, separated by less than 3 seconds. That's 2 BMWs and a Supra, which has a lot of BMW components to it. GTU, little bit of a gap there in GTU. The number 58's got quite a comfortable lead over second position, the number 1 of round 3 racing. So we'll be kind of watching and seeing how the pace in those cars ebb and flow as the drivers change, as the conditions change, it gets hotter, and as we get new tires put on the car. GP1, Bruce Innovation's only 6 seconds off the 118 of Blaze Racing, which ran into some trouble yesterday. That's going to be the battle for 5th, so we'll keep an eye on that one. That's a pretty close battle on track. And then in GP2, the number 83 of Palomar has just overhauled the number 190 of Blitzkrieg Racing. So if we could find that battle on track, Jordan, that's going to be the blue and green older body style BMW. Yeah, that's fine. I understand we're working with some technical difficulties right now. And you're looking for 2 BMWs, Jordan. You're looking for one that is blue, green, and yellow, and another which I believe is black with some writing on the side. They're going to be about 2/10 separating. This might be them, actually. Yep. Go back to that. Yep, there you go. That is them.
Where?
Oh, no, that's not it. I thought that was
that's Rebel Racing right there.
That's Rebel
Which cars
Racing,
are you
you're
picking
right.
out?
We're trying to find Palomar 83 and the 190 of Blitzkrieg
Down the hill now at
Motorsport.
turn 12.
Perfect.
Back
See,
of the
that's why we've
shot,
got
you'll see the
somebody-
190, then the 83 is the yellow hood. Very back of the shot.
Perfect. That's why we've got someone on site.
They're going side to side into one.
Real quick, we're about 15 minutes late here, but we had coordinated yesterday a quick chat to provide a little visibility, a little quick promotion, and a better understanding of some of the initiatives behind grassroots motorsports and everything that goes into keeping motor racing sustainable. And one of the introductions we made yesterday was to Nick Hawks of the Clutch Foundation. And we wanted to chat for a little bit here and get a better understanding of what the Clutch Foundation is and what it is that you guys do, because your pitch to me was really compelling. So first off, thank you for coming up, Nick. Really appreciate it.
Absolutely. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it.
Yeah. So the Clutch Foundation, in 4 to 5 sentences, if you can, just give us an overview of what it is you guys do.
Basically, the Clutch Foundation itself is a community engagement machine that is masked up as fun and motorsports. We're going to be there to help integrate education, STEM into the youth, and have some fun and restore abandoned racetracks while we're doing it.
That's what I wanted to hear about. Using abandoned racetracks as a medium to help engage people in motorsports. Traditionally, I live 8 minutes from an abandoned racetrack. I grew up going to Nazareth Speedway.
Okay.
Nazareth, Pennsylvania. Lived about 20, 25 minutes away. Now I live basically right down the street, a couple miles. And for a while there, used to pass it on a daily basis, and it was down, right? And across Facebook and social media, more and more you see posts of racetracks going up for sale, particularly the small ovals, as they are out in the smallest markets. They go up for sale. People can't afford to maintain them. The interest isn't there from spectators, sponsors, whatever. And it's almost a little disheartening. It's triple three, gets wide at the exit of turn 1, really well held. They're out in the marbles and gathers it up on the grass. So no harm, no foul there. But a heart and a mouth moment there for the Bruce Innovations BMW. But it can almost be a little disheartening.
Absolutely.
And without having a ton of cash to pony up and breathe new life into them, it can be really difficult to actually see any of these tracks and these venues survive. You guys have chosen a different pathway here.
Yes.
What does that look like?
So we all know that, yes, motorsports is expensive. It costs a lot of money to come out here and do this, and But I don't think that should be a real barrier to entry to the joy of the automobile and the joy of motorsports. And so we are going to go the route. Let me tell you a little bit about myself and a little bit of where we're coming from. I used to have my own performance shop back in Greensboro, North Carolina. That's where we're from. Shout out to the guys down in the paddock at the Dyno on the Go crew. We're from Winston-Salem, North Carolina. And I used to have my own shop. We built drift cars and we did race prep and did a lot of customization stuff, just having fun. And I ended up getting together with a guy named Dan Wagner of Team Driving Solutions School. They run out of VIR.
Okay.
So between being at VIR all the time, teaching car control classes there and teaching mindset and motivation to teenagers to save lives that way, I get to hang out with Todd and WRL and the NASA guys and the HPD guys down in the pits, and I've just really come to enjoy the community and the love around, you know. And so coming through that, I've been on track for 8 years now, teaching with the teens and really trying to pull community together is where this is really all going, because the community can come together to support each other and to help build together. So I'm going to be drawing off of my experiences as an educator in that realm. I'm also a craftsman. I've been a mechanic for 20 years. I've done custom woodworking, things like that. So I've encountered places called maker spaces, which are like a group community center that has like a full-blown wood shop and a metal shop and a ceramic studio, and they have laser cutters and 3D printers and stuff. So I want to bring that feel to the track as well. So it's a place where people can come. Maybe they don't have access to a lift. We'll have a DIY shop they can join and be like a membership type program or something. And so I was doing some traveling last year. My kids moved down to Florida, so I'm in the process of getting to Florida. So I went down there to visit, and I was just riding around and literally stumbled upon a random rundown racetrack. Looked like it had been abandoned for quite some time, and I just pulled up and got to kind of poking around. And as soon as I stepped out, I looked up at the high bank. It's a 3/8 mile circle track called Bronson Speedway. Okay. It was built in 1973, opened in 1974. And I'm still trying to get some things together to get with the current owners and find out what their vision for the track is. But I instantly, when I stepped out onto it, I saw that high bank, and I just started seeing drift cars coming up the bank and down into the X across the middle of the field, and what it would look like to have the stands full again and have fresh pavement down and doing events. And then I'm looking out at the fields, and it's all right, man. We can do rallycross out here. The trails go back in the woods. We can do different types of rallycross. We can do like VIR and put a rifle range in the back or something, and do law enforcement training. And we can just turn this thing into a center for where the community can come together. We can do internship programs with the local universities and the high school shop classes, things like that, so that these kids can come. I'll give you a great example. Shout out to Dude in Blue doing the drifting across the street from Road Atlanta last night and Friday night. Shout out to them. I went out and hung out with them last night, and even just the competition, we had a kid come. He was never really into cars or whatnot, but he loved anime. Sure. So that led him to an anime convention in Atlanta, and there he got to see all of the JDM Itasha style cars with all the the anime style wraps and all that stuff, and which that just naturally next progression led him into the world of drifting. So he showed up in his Mustang. It was all wrapped cool and everything, and he had never drifted before, never done anything like that, and he was out there having a blast. Yeah. And I noticed he was struggling with some car control things, so I got to go out and ride with him and just kind of help and just kind of build that family. That's what it was so beautiful last night. It's just what it means to me, because everybody there, even though we've got our traveling circus here at WRL there, but these guys are all a community. They're all a big family, even though they're fiercely competitive.
Of course.
Fiercely competitive. We get people over at the dyno displaying their frustrations all the time, but
Like it's your fault.
but we gotta do what we gotta do. The numbers don't lie, guys.
Yeah.
So that's what we're here for. But no, so I got impacted by stumbling across this track, and it just got the wheels turning, and I started working with ChatGPT. All hail it's ChatGPT at this point, and I was able to put together a huge proposal and start putting together business structures, and so I'm starting to put together all our social media stuff is all getting branded. I'm trying to get help and backup for that, so I want to get some internships going, and right now we are trying to build a team.
Cool.
So I'm trying to get like a social media team together, or media just in general. I need a calendar team to help put on our grassroots sessions. We're going to start doing drifting and start doing rallycross, autocross, eventually get circle track stuff back in there. And again, I'm talking a lot as if we have this speedway already on lock, which we don't just yet. But the foundation, everything is being put together in a way that this is going to work. This is a legacy project.
Sure.
This is going to work, from the first 10 years we'll spend refining the model at our first track, whether it's Bronson or whether it's another track. There's, like you said, there's a lot of them coming up.
Yeah.
And then after 10 years or so, I would really like to start taking this across the United States, and eventually we can go global.
Yeah.
We've got some super cool ideas for like the military. Everybody, they have the challenge coins. So we're tossing around some ideas for like a founding coin. So when we open a track, you can get one and get lifetime access to all our events across the world. Just kind of cool stuff like that to build that family kind of feel. So we're trying to put stuff like that together. But last thing right now I've got is we are putting together a really cool project called Drift Bob Skid Pants.
Tell me more about that.
All right, so Drift Bob Skid Pants is my call to all my fellow hoonigans out there who want to get wild and get rowdy. I picked up a 1973 GMC Cheyenne 1500 pickup truck, the old square body, the 80 square body. This was a 73. It's just a cab and a chassis. And we have so graciously had a gentleman by the name of Joe Lambert in Thomasville, North Carolina, has donated to us a twin-turbo 4-liter Mercedes V8 that we got to do a little bit of work to it. It's got a little tick up top, so we're going to use that as an educational process. And once we get everybody coming to like the community garage kind of thing, we'll all tear it down together and we'll all learn about this engine, and we'll learn how to do time and chains and how the follower system works behind the camshaft and things like that. So there's a lot of technical and engineering and mechanics and hands-on and just exploration of the whole world of cars, from the marketing side all the way to actually turning wrenches on race cars, or your personal car, how to change oil. We'll do clinics, things like that, which is where I got my start. I actually wrote my own car maintenance clinic.
Oh, cool.
And that's how I got hooked up with Dan. So I started doing their maintenance clinic for TDSS, and ended up morphing my role into more of a teaching position and really working with the teens. I can't have enough to say about TDSS. I love it. But so Drift Bob was the idea because it's a square body. SpongeBob is square.
Of course,
and
yep.
SpongeBob is wild and raucous, and he's a little bit of a goofy and a hoonigan. And I just really invite that spirit. That's something that's important to me, is having fun and doing what we love and exploring and doing things different. So we've got this truck. We're working on getting more donations and stuff. Like right now I'm out in the pits. I'm looking for a E36 or a E46 manual transmission, because that's what I can get an adapter plate to. Or we may go Corvette C5, everything on the rear end, and do a mid-engine setup.
Yeah.
I don't know. We've got room. I literally have a bare shell and
cool.
An open chassis. So we got room to do some really cool stuff. So the idea is that we're going to build this truck. I want to take the bed from the truck and turn it into a trackside support trailer. So it'll have your extra tires for drift sessions. It'll have an air compressor, solar panels, and all your tools you got that you want to pull to the track with you, your canopy, and that way you can drive it to the track and have your whole setup and drive it back.
Yeah.
So I've got stuff on social media you can check out on all of our social media is at ClutchFDN, CLUTCHFDN. That's everywhere except Twitter at the moment, or except TikTok at the moment. It's Clutch Foundation at TikTok. But so ClutchFDN, Clutch, by the way, Clutch stands for Community Leadership United through Charity and Horsepower.
Love it.
So
that's very cool.
We really want to get the community together, and we want to get the youth a place to get their hands in and learn what it takes to maintain a vehicle, to enjoy one, how to control one. And it's not just cars and not just motorsports. We want to do like big meets and have like a drive-in movie theater night. We'll do motorcycle classes. I don't know how many of you guys out here ride, but if you've ever been through the MSF course, it is a wonderful thing. So we'll sponsor MSF courses and have scholarships. And I really want to work real closely with, if we are able to work a deal with Bronson, I would like to work very closely with the University of Florida right there in Gainesville. I think we could really have some great opportunities for some of their students to come through and get real-world experience in education, in nonprofit management, in business management, because just because we're a nonprofit doesn't mean we're not there to turn a couple dollars.
Sure.
We want to be able to take that money and be transparent with it, but we want to take that money and use it to put back into the community that gave it to us, because that's where it belongs. Now we're going to have our savings, and we've got, we're working on some of our financial plans and things like that. I've got some really great mentors that have been doing nonprofits for over 15 years, on my side, that are really helping me get things set up. And so we're just trying to get things together, and we're going to use that savings. We're going to use this opportunity that we have in front of us to create this community hub, this center of thriving life that also benefits like the actual local neighbors to the track. We want to have, neighbor appreciation nights, or, if you live within a mile of the track, maybe, you get free entry or something. We're down to work. We want to keep people involved. We want to keep people feeling like they're part of the family. And feeling like their voice is heard. It's all about, we want to have inclusion. One of my first drifters that I kind of sponsored back in the day, when I had my shop, was deaf. And his name was Derek, and he went on to chase being the first deaf Formula D champion.
Oh, cool.
So he hadn't quite made it that far yet, but he's still out there. He's still rocking it. He was rocking an S13 back then. Beautiful all-black Sylvia. It was nasty. But so that's kind of what we're doing. That's why I'm here, helping Todd out this weekend at the dyno, learning and just kind of networking and helping people out, and just really enjoying our time here and enjoying WRL, enjoying beautiful Road Atlanta. It's so cool getting to come here after spending so much time at VIR. Get to see it, Road Atlanta. It's so alike and it's so different, but it's absolutely beautiful out here, other than the 135 degrees.
Well, it feels like 74 in here at the moment. I don't know how it got that high, actually. It should be about 68. So 2 quick points. Number one, it's often said that, a lot of people will come into a particular portion of racing or a particular area of motorsports for the cars, but stay for the people. Right? You come for the racing or the race cars, you end up staying for the people, right? And it continually reinforces how important community is to motorsports at every level, right? Whether you're somebody that's participating at the very top. My introduction to it was as a corner marshal, volunteering when I was in college down in Florida, as a matter of fact.
Sweet.
At Sebring and Daytona, and being able to come up here to places like Road Atlanta and points further north. But you start building a community and a group of really close friends out of that. And you can achieve really cool things together with a shared passion for motorsports. But that ties into my second point, which is that it's only possible because motorsports is so accessible at every level, right? There's not too many other sports where you can go toe-to-toe with people who are at the very top of the sport, or you can get involved at a meaningful level without having all kinds of background, all kinds of expertise, all kinds of money, frankly, right?
Right, absolutely.
And then that's part of what DriversEye Live was built on and what we do here on behalf of the World Racing League. And it seems like if you've got a clear vision and understanding of what the end goal is and how you can help reinforce the strongest points of what motorsports offers or can offer people, which primarily is community support and a shared passion for a similar a similar end goal or a similar enjoyment of something, then you can actually take it very far. And it certainly seems like that's what you're doing with the Clutch Foundation. It is a unique way to go about it, absolutely. Using abandoned racetracks and abandoned properties to help bring people together is genuinely a brand new concept, but that is what racing is founded on, right? It is founded on innovation across all levels, and it seems like it can only be a win-win. So I appreciate you coming up here, Nick, and spending some time with us. Just one more time, reinforce the social media handles in it to give people a chance to check it out.
Absolutely, yeah. You can find us on all the social media. It's all unified at Clutch FDN, CLUTCH FDN. Twitter is still Clutch Foundation, but it'll be switched over. I'm sorry, I said Twitter again. TikTok.
I got you.
TikTok is still at Clutch Foundation, but that'll be switched over here in the next 2 weeks.
Cool.
We're just waiting on their time limit to get that changed, and everything will be unified. You can always reach out to me. My phone number is up on all of the social media. Our email is theclutchfoundation@gmail.com, and I really appreciate WRL. Shout out to all the teams out here racing hard this weekend. They're just, every one of them have been nice to us. They've been great. Everybody's got good sportsmanship and just a big family. Everybody's out here competing and having fun. And I'm really glad to be here, and I'm really grateful for you guys. Thank you so much for allowing me to spread the message, man.
Absolutely. Nick Hawks from the Clutch Foundation, also supporting us with Dyno on the Go here in the paddock as well. Appreciate you being around here and taking some time to come up and talk to us.
Thanks, man.
Pleasure. Ryan, JT.
Hello.
How we doing, friends?
Hey, guys.
Hey.
What's going on?
So, believe it or not, we're still not halfway through this thing. We are.
That checks out.
Yep. 3 hours, 53 minutes remaining on the clock. And we've got some catching up to do. Busy on track, busy in the race control log. So let's very gradually and methodically work our way through some of those changes. Stay plugged in here, but let's get ourselves to a point of understanding about where we stand in the race.
All right, so GTO, still close to the front. Still the 52 from the 70, and then the 40 of off-leash. NFC has closed to within 35 seconds or so of off-leash. I expect that gap to continue to come down. AE Victory, a second off of the NFC car. So they're top 5 right now as well. The GTR 99 has just pitted. I think that's why they've fallen down the order a little bit. So that's what we got there.
They also spun out of the lead.
Did they spin out of the lead? Well, there you go. Perfect. GP1, still PC Racing in the lead, just like yesterday. Palomar, the number 38, followed by the 550 of 5th gear. 424 of Blitzkrieg. That's your top 4. And that really is kind of... there's a big gap there. Pretty big gap in the top bit of the order in GP1. A couple warnings being issued. GP2, Palomar from Rebel from Blitzkrieg. Blitzkrieg was in the lead at one point, were they not, JT? Last time we did the rundown?
GP2, yes, but Palomar was just behind them. And then the 83 had taken the position.
All right. Well, there you go. That's it. That's the GTU. GTU is still big gaps. Lap 99 for the 58, lap 98 for the round 3 car, and then lap 97 for the Stratus 59. There's about 40 seconds up the road from the 909 of automatic, which we expect, if not now, will certainly in a bit have Ryan Eversley behind the wheel. And that's what we got for now. The 77 has also fallen out of the top end of GTO.
Have we addressed any of the penalties in the race control log yet?
I do not have
Not
a race
yet.
control log open. So
Okay.
no. I keep waiting for JT to jump in and tell me, and he doesn't.
Yeah, so this is part of the reason why, but there's more coming, I suspect.
Okay.
If we cast our minds back to the Mike and Brad and Brendan and Ryan Eversley hour,
Yes.
shortly after the restart, we talked about some of the passes under yellow down here at turn number 12.
Yep.
Things have been busy, and for some reason, the 17 seems to be involved a lot as well. JT, you've got eyes on the log, I assume, here.
Yes, I do.
Yeah. Can we go through some of what we see and also close the loop on why the 77 has fallen out of contention?
Yeah. So the 77 was in that initial, fight for the lead that we were watching there for a while. However, during the last pit stop, they did pick up their second pit lane violation for 6 people over the wall. So they have lost a lap on that. They may have also been in some contact that will be determined after looking at the submitted video evidence later. The 17 has also been having some slight issues out on track as well. We'll see what comes of that as well. Same with the our 2 leaders in GP1, the 38 and the 44. So unfortunately, we've been getting a little bit too excited out there in the nice hot air in Road Atlanta. As the drivers also get a little hot.
Yeah, I don't know if it's the weather or what, but Ryan, you had mentioned yesterday, yeah, maybe we see a calmer, cleaner race today. Maybe it's the reset we got there at between 10 and 12 o'clock that meant we never really settled into a rhythm, but it does seem altogether more frantic today than it did yesterday.
It does. We've had a lot less yellow. I mean, the planned
recently,
stoppage
yeah.
notwithstanding. So it seems like it's, I don't know. I think people are disappointed with how their race went yesterday. There was a lot of races yesterday that were impacted by things that weren't necessarily pace. And I think everybody here, in the effort of trying to okay, well, today we got to capitalize on it, is going a lot harder. So it's tough to say. I'm not out there behind the wheel, of course. I'm not there in the paddock, kind of trying to take in the vibe.
Yeah.
I'm sure Brad may or may not have said anything to you about what he's feeling or how he's feeling about the race right now.
Not in particular. I think one of the unique things that these split enduros on the Sundays at Barber Motorsports Park and here at Road Atlanta kind of give us are it segments the race into, okay, get through part 1 and don't hurt yourself, right? Don't set yourself on the back foot. And then part 2 is we'll capitalize on that good positioning. Right. So we had, I think, 10 or 11 cars still on the lead lap in GTO when we went to the red flag and then the double yellow and then the red flag.
Yep.
And then
tight.
But okay, so you made it to that point. You're still on the lead lap. Everybody's made it through that first stanza of the race. Now you want to capitalize on it, right? If you've got the pace, yeah, plug in and get after it. The 70, has kind of recovered after some time loss and almost lost in a lap a little bit earlier on under the safety car. The off-leash Motorsports is obviously up there at the top. 123 from NFC Motorsports is having a more typical NFC kind of day. AE Victory Racing is up there, but they've got 2 laps worth of penalties. I've noted here. Kingpin number 11 and 77 were both on the lead lap. They've got 3 total laps worth of penalties between them. Yesterday's winner has picked up a penalty. The 28 has a penalty. The 40 has a note in the race control log against it. Down in GTU, I mean, the 17 has got a couple of contacts listed here. Yesterday's, there was a podium finisher for Palomar yesterday, wasn't it, in the 38. Contact listed there, and a pass under yellow listed earlier on this afternoon. Yeah, I don't know that there's urgency from anybody, but typically is where we see some people take a step back and say, okay, yesterday was a good day, let's do something different, or let's be calmer today. It's just been more urgent, I think is maybe the right word today. And I don't know that it needed to be.
I'm trying to wrap my head around the GTO field right now, because on one hand, you have AE Victory, who are a lap and a bit down
from the leader, but they had a 2-lap penalty. So, like, by extension, they would have been in the lead by a lot. And then Kingpin, the 11, is way further down than them, like another lap basically removed.
So where is the 119's penalty?
So all I see is where it is on
Yeah. There's nothing in the race control.
yeah. That's why I'm like confused a little bit by this. And then
I do see it
TLM was in the lead, but they're 10th now. Like, a lot of stuff has unfolded.
Yeah, the 172 is under investigation for contact, but that's the only entry in the race control log. So question marks there as to why that would be the case, as I think GTR drops, it might have been Palomar, drops a wheel on the exit of the last corner and really kicks up a cloud of dust. Go ahead, JT.
Wait, you're seeing it as a 2-lap penalty, correct?
That's what it says.
Yeah,
I'm wondering if maybe the 109 contact from earlier may.
And there are a fair few entries to 109 in the log.
No, I take that back. The 109 is down 52 laps, which should be correct. So yeah, I'm not sure where the 119
I mean, you see
is.
it too, right? I'm not making that up.
It
Over
could
on
be
redmist.racing.
It could be an error in timing though. So
right.
Don't know.
Funky. Anyway. It says that they have a warning, which I believe that everybody gets a warning at some point.
Now Red Mist is not working for me.
Oh, cool. All right. Well, our timing wasn't working earlier for me either, so.
Is it still not working?
Yes.
Thank you for letting me know.
Yeah, it took about a minute for me to get Red Mist working again.
We really took it for granted, man.
It's a work in progress. We're getting there.
No, I mean the solution we had before. Race Hero. I'm not getting anything now. I can't get either to refresh. I hit refresh and they both went blank.
Yeah, no, it goes blank on Red Mist. Leave it alone for a minute or two, and it updates.
All right.
Onboard HK Motorsports currently 6th in GP1 at the moment.
Yeah, our timing has the 77 in second still. So I don't know.
That's updated now.
Oh, it is. Well,
yes,
I just
Sunday
hit refresh.
7 hour. Sunday 7 hour. Yep.
Okay. All right.
The other one won't be back because I'm not getting data out of Red Mist. But
oh, I see. That's how you. Okay, got it. Yeah. All right. Cool.
Coming up on the AOA BMW here, the 55 as the 2 goes by on the right.
Yeah, the 52 and the 2 not having as successful of a run today as they had yesterday. I think we can say that with some degree of confidence. Still challenges the top 5.
I would say the 52's have been having a pretty good day.
I mean, yeah, they're not in the lead, though.
They were in contention for the win there yesterday, right up until the very end.
I can't check the Red Mist, but I believe they recently pit, didn't they?
That's a good question.
Which is why they're at a minute and 32 back.
Well, the timing I show says that they've run a 1:40.25 for the last 20 laps. Which is astounding.
So yeah, they pit on lap 98.
Oh, see, our timing isn't giving us laps since. It says laps since pit 103.
Off the leashes now, I believe,
So
on
that's
pit
broken.
road. At a second.
Yes, if they are, it's not in a place I can see.
Yes, and round 3 racing,
No, I don't
70 is due to pit relatively soon. So yeah, I would say the 52 is still in the fight for the GTO lead at the moment.
Yeah, I don't think there are too many cars that are out of contention here. I'd say everybody back through the 52, and you might be able to make a case for GTR as well.
I believe, yeah, GTR is, because I believe they have already pit.
Yeah, the margin is it's 2 minutes 26 seconds, so it is properly up over a lap. 52 is properly a lap down as well, but you also make the point that the 70 is potentially due in soon here.
Yeah, so keep in mind, because let's see, yeah, we also have GTR there. We have a victory 5 seconds behind.
I'm sorry. Is the 52 in second for you guys, or like sixth?
It's in second. It just cycled
Okay,
to second
then
as the 40 pit from second.
So the timing that I had showed it down in like 5th or 6th place, which
Yeah,
is
I just hit refresh and it came back for me, Ryan.
I've been routinely hitting a refresh. Because I clicked it, and that's why I said they've run the same. Yeah, it still says that. They've run the same lap. Well, I changed the one you told me to. Red Mist still not working for me either.
It takes a long time to load.
Yeah, give it a couple minutes.
All right.
Yeah, but I do show now the ACP Tangerine Associates 52 into second, 1 minute and 40 behind the round 3, number 70. Which,
okay.
as you said, JT, I think owes us a stop. They were routinely going longer than
the GT
just about
boys.
everybody yesterday. Yeah. So from the 70 now back to DAE victory number 119, it's 2 minutes and 30 seconds. So that kind of feels like the cutoff and would, in fact, be the lead lap in GTO once the 70 pits. It'll cost it something like a minute. But it would put it back to, yeah, right around there, 1.5 minutes behind, and that all feels correct. So apologies for the confusion there, but it takes us, when your timing output isn't really working the way it's meant to, or you can't get it to load, I suppose this is what happens.
Ooh,
I am
reports of a slow 70 in turn 4.
Do we have that S's camera, Jordan, or is that clocked out? We're doing so well. So well.
I could tell that size, like, I don't want to go outside.
It's not that I don't want to go. It's just, Yes, that's the problem. I did them all at 11:30, and they were all gone by 12. We're doing better than we were yesterday anyway, so playing with house money at this point. We have an onboard that might show us somewhere down in the S's there?
So...
Oh, this is the 4. Use the cut-through.
Yeah.
Is that... Guys, they didn't run the Porsche out of fuel again, did they?
Oh, it's off drivers right there.
Yeah, it stopped. It stopped. That round 3 car is stationary at the bottom, well, climbing the hill anyway, out of turn 5 on driver's right in the old short course cutout.
They may have gone long.
Man. This isn't the first time. If that's what it is, if they ran the car out of fuel, this is absolutely not the first time that's happened. Now, it might not be the case. But anyway, it's that car has been so essentially bulletproof for so many hours of racing. There it is on the flat toe, being hauled back to the paddock. It's on the flat toe, which is a good sign. But it's obviously going to take this car out of contention for the race win almost assuredly. If it does turn out to be something simple like no longer having fuel in the car. We did talk to Brad and Mike earlier about some of the radio issues around here, and they were talking more specifically about the NPO1s, but I do wonder if that maybe played a role here. I'd love to get an answer from Brad as to the situation there for the number 70.
Put back down on the 424 here. It's pit stop, and away it goes.
Strong running for both of those cars this weekend. GP1 and GP2.
Yeah, I believe that car just pit from 4th, promoting the 118 of Blaze Racing. I believe they're still going to hold on to 5th here. Do not believe the 808 from Off Leash Motorsports is close enough at the moment. Unfortunately, that 808 was docked a lap for passenger yellow earlier.
A gentleman.
Brendan.
Yeah. I'm happy to say, for your sake, Ryan, we can welcome another guest to the booth here. I heard you've been chatting behind my back, Mr. West.
Yeah, that was it.
Yeah.
I was chatting behind your back.
Yeah, I figured. Yeah.
I had the respect to send you the screenshots, you know.
Yeah, sure. But I'm happy to say that we now have international man of mystery, an international pro driver, or at least the guy who's fresh out of Germany. Gino Manley has joined us in the DriversEye Live booth. Gino, I have no idea what car you're in this weekend since you were kind of
I probably don't even know what car I'm in. Yeah,
what car are you in this
I was
weekend?
supposed to be in the AOA M2 and the Miata. We had some trouble on Friday with the M2, so I've been in the Miata with last year's TC America champ, Chris Walsh. So we've been,
right?
Yeah, we've been having a good time. Yeah,
All
we're
right.
driving a GP3 Miata and GP2, and we're trying to make it work. So
You weren't behind the wheel of the M2 on Friday, were you?
I was not. No,
Okay,
I was actually at the dealership doing my day job.
Oh,
so
wow,
I got
okay.
a bunch of cool pictures about what happened. So
Everybody
hey,
okay?
Everybody's fine.
Good.
That's all
Okay,
part
that's
of
what
it.
matters.
So.
Yep, that's what matters. Ryan.
Yeah, I just want to point out, Gino
Yeah.
Manley is the only interesting sales manager in the history of the car business that continues to be unbeatable as far as that's concerned. You were at the Nürburgring 24. You've been running all these NLS races to get your license approved, or I know there's like a process behind all of that. But you just went and did the Nürburgring 24. How'd that go?
Yeah, proud to say, we did the whole thing, finished P6, and again, it's in my mind as an amateur sports car driver, my own mind, it's there's 3 big 24s. Obviously, there's one not too far from my house in Daytona. There's one over in France, and there's one in Germany. One of them was pretty attainable, and finally checked it off the list. One probably won't happen, and one you never really know. That might be a possibility. So it was a dream come true, and there goes my E90 off on, but it made it. Okay, good. No, it's yeah, but yeah, no. I just came back. What a great experience. 280,000 people were there, and so I was one of the few Americans, to be there and run that event. Just really a dream come true. Just a few times am I speechless, and probably taking the checkers. I was lucky enough to be able to take the final stint in that race. That was one of the few times where it was pretty emotional. So
That's awesome, man. So tell the listener, what sort of car were you running in there? I imagine you would find that there's some parallels between that and what you run here in WRL from time to time.
So, for those that aren't familiar with the Nürburgring or the NLS or VLN as it used to be called, or even there's a lower series called the RCN, remarkably similar to what we do here in WRL. I was in a BMW M240 in a dedicated M240i Cup class, but it's probably one of the few, or probably even the only major 24-hour race where you can build a car like we do here and take it and race against Manthey, factory Porsche teams. And so a lot of parallels there. A lot of the same cars you see here are being raced over there in that series. And again, too, it's a very unique mix of factory works teams, local teams are able to put their own cars together. So, yeah, similar to the M2 I run here. I tell you, driving the 240 there, I can explain to you, in detail why that is a fantastic GP1 platform for what we do here. But yeah, again, too, if you take what we do here and take most of these cars, pretty much every single one of these cars will probably have a parallel class that they could go run over there. It's a little hard to ship them overseas, but it's certainly some similarity.
Well, we've definitely seen entrants in WRL run in, if not the NLS, they've run in the Creventic 24-hour series with similar or the same equipment. So it's something we've seen happen. I believe it was Team ACP, right, Brendan, that had run that Sebring 24 and that had done a select handful of other events as well. Yeah, absolutely. So I have a question about the Nürburgring 24 specifically for you, Gino. You figure, at least when you come to a track in North America, broadly speaking, that you know when the turns are coming, you've got kind of a process. Okay, cool. That GTO car just went by. I'll see him here another 5, 6, 7 laps, whatever. I'll see him again. And you kind of get this idea of, vaguely how the rhythm of the race is working out because you see the same stuff over and over. You're going through the same turns. In my head, if you're doing the Nürburgring 24, do you ever get to a point where you're just counting the laps, or are you out there trying to survive and it's just like driving on a mountain road and people are blowing past you?
Yeah, it's a pretty cool question. It's in my time, I've been lucky enough. I raced here in IMSA, actually at Atlanta. I've done the 25 hours of Thunderhill. I've done a lot of unique, pretty high level racing. That was bananas. Again, I probably have, I started this journey to try to run the 24 hours in the ring probably 3 years ago. I was looking at my passport. I'd gone over 10 times, not to vacation, but to solely go run laps or do events to be able to feel comfortable to do this event. Nighttime, any time at the Nürburgring is a bit of a challenge. In the M240, to give you an idea, it's about a 9.5 minute lap. And so, yeah, you're just out there trying to survive. It's my first experience, unfortunately, driving at night around the Nordschleife was in the race. I'd schedule a night stint during the practice for Friday, and like typical, any racing in the world, the car had an issue. And so my first laps ever were out there, and again, it's a kind of a surreal experience when you're driving an event like that. When you're here, you're again 2 minutes away from the team at any given time. You guys all feel connected. When you're out there in the middle of the night, it's foggy. All you see is partiers along the track. You're really by yourself. Again, you talk about radio communication. Radios there are a little different. They're GSM based, so you click the button that basically sends a cell signal out with your voice message, and you might hear back a couple seconds later. So you're really on your own. Again, it's probably one of the few times recently I've had some some anxiety about, hey, should I really be out here? Again, I'm not a professional driver like these guys are. I'm not being paid by a factory or anything like that. So certainly some feeling of, should I, am I safe to be out here right now? But once you kind of get over that, I was very fortunate. I think anything in racing, the more time you receive. So we had just done Daytona last month, so I was in the car under the lights there, and then went there like a week later. So I felt, again, having more seat time and just feeling sharp, helped me a lot there. But yeah, it's unlike anything in the world. You just, the way GT3 cars pass you in that series, they give you just enough. It's kind of amazing. Again, I'm used to being in a GP class car. I'm in a Miata today and getting passed by a GT4. When you're in an M240, which is a pretty quick car, and the factory GT3 Porsches come by you, and they give you just enough room that you guys aren't going to collect each other. And so that took a little bit of adjustment just to how precise they were, but it works amazingly well when you're especially on the Nordschleife portion of the course.
So the problem we run into here repeatedly is, and Brad was talking about it earlier, where you've got cars that make speed in different ways, and it's a matter of like, hey, you really should lift here and let them by, because that's a little bit easier. Do they want you to do that for the NLS, or is it 100% just like, do your race and they will figure it out because they're the pros?
Oh, 100%. Yeah, that over there in the drivers' meeting, which by the way is in German, so that's a little of a challenge, but they do an English one. Again, basically the way the rule book reads is if you're the faster car, you're the aggressor, that's your responsibility. And so in the slower classes, you hold your line, and they need to figure out a way to get around you safely. But it's a little unique when the only other person I think in the paddock here today that ran it was coincidentally one of my teammates over there is Pippa Mann. And so we kind of had a long discussion about just how etiquette racing there is a little different. I heard earlier on the broadcast talking about hot bulls. Well, in the Nürburgring rule book for the 24, it reads, you treat the safety cars like they're competitors, which means, you got to get them, you got to pass them. And I'll be the first to admit, some of these guys in these safety cars are going probably quicker than I'd want to go in that car. So they're very skilled, but things there just work differently. Again, here they would red flag a race to fix a wall. At the Nürburgring, there's a wall crew, and they work 24 hours, and they're I mean, if it takes them 4 hours, they're going to sit there. The race is not going to stop, and they're going to build that wall. So a little different, just how the flow of the race works there. It's so long. Again, here at VIR we have code 60s. Well, they have the same thing there. But again, too, you don't know what portion of the track it's extremely hard to build a strategy around, because if there's a code 60 but it's 8 miles away, is it going to be there? Should you pit now? So it's a very for the engineers that do that race, it's a very challenging thing just because of how vast the scale of the track is.
So how did you get hooked in with the team that you were with? Because a mutual acquaintance of ours, Joe Bradley, he had mentioned that he knew somebody that was driving your car as well. So was it purely an arrive and drive, or was this something where you had developed a relationship and it was like, hey, you know what, we got this car available, come do this seat? How did that work? Because you were driving Clios initially. So,
and I still do. So there's 2 series over there. So, and funny enough you say that, I'm trying to get a lot of my teammates here to come over with me. The LaRues who drive the 74 GT4, I'm pretty sure I've got them committed to coming, and maybe us 3 teaming up next year. But yeah, going back, so when I first started the Nürburgring journey, again, like anyone else, you're looking to see who you can race with. I hooked up with a team called Ring Freaks. We did some RCN, which is the series below NLS, essentially, maybe even more suited to kind of like WRL if you want to have a parallel. Did that, and then ended up finding a local team there that had some Clio Cup cars. And I had raced the TCR, so they're like miniature TCRs or sequential cars. So did a bunch of that, used the RCN to build up some laps and actually get the requirements to get the permit. And then this year I said, okay, let's go ahead and try to make an effort to do it this year. And you have to do about 2 NLS races to get a correct permit to run the 24. And I did it with a pretty big team over there called Walking Horse to run the factory Aston Martins, but they also have what they call a permit car. They had I-30N. And so I did one race with them, kind of enjoyed that, but it was very important to me, basically, if I could do it with an English-speaking team. And so just by kind of word of mouth, talked to this team based out of the UK called Brickle Racing, and they had just purchased an M240IR, and they were running a Cayman GT4, and we just hit it off. It was great. They do a lot of racing in the UK. I had raced a Silverstone a couple years ago, so we knew kind of some mutual people that way. It was just a really, really cool experience. I didn't know Pippa was going to be on the team until we arrived, so nice to have a fellow kind of American, as we call it, on the team. So, just a really cool thing. And I guess, what I'd say is that a lot of folks doing WRL, if that's something on their list to go do and to do an overseas event, even if it's an RCN or a VL or even a 24, it's probably more attainable than you think. It takes a little bit of work, a little bit of travel, but it's certainly something that, again, a lot of the people here that we're racing with are qualified to do.
So is there a shot that we could get like an AOA ladder program? Like we've been talking about that with Mike Corbin and Brad about, ladder program for GTO, and then you get into SRO. Could we get like a world where AOA gets you prepped and then we just leave an AOA M2 in Germany and do it that way?
It's crazy you say that, because part of a lot of the connection I've built are trying to get more Americans to get over there, and so I don't know if we would say it'd be an AOA thing, but we can certainly get you some seat time here. But there's a lot of people that are starting to realize that, hey, racing in Europe, everyone knows Danny and 3 Fast Guys and Danny. They've been running the Lupe Tortilla GT4 with us this year, and so they were the NLS after the 24, and so I was rooting those guys on. So there's a lot of guys here and girls that are making their transition over there and making a lot of the Rolodex contacts that you need to do that. So whether it's myself or a lot of those guys, send a message. I mean, we can probably get you in touch with somebody. That's not really something you really want to jump into without doing some laps there. Right. But again, too, it's that's part of the reason why it took me 3 years to do it is I didn't want to just do it and be, I'm happy to say I was on pace. Again, we qualified the car. I qualified the car pretty good. So you don't want to just go out there and learn the Nürburgring during, an NLS race, because that's going to be some problems. But if you go out there, maybe make 1 or 2 trips, do a couple tourist laps, do an RCN, which is a lot less pressure, you'd probably be in good shape.
Good to go. Now, I've got a question for you that we had kind of talked about yesterday, I think, that you're in a pretty good position to answer, I think, given your Nürburgring experience and then your experience having gone through the AOA cars and some of the open throttle cars, the whole nine. And that's TCR, right, and front-wheel drive cars in general. we used to see, when the rules were the way they were written, TCR cars would come into GTO, and at some tracks they'd be, off the pace, and at other tracks they'd be great. And I have posited that in much the same way that you can have an M240i in GP1 now, you should also be able to have a TCR car, given that there's already a example where that happens in TC America, for example, where you can have a front-wheel drive car race on kind of the same pace level as the M240i. Is that something you think would work here?
Yeah, I mean, definitely. Again, I remember when we were racing the TCRs here, I mean, they were 28s, 29s in IMSA trim, and so you think if you detune that, that was running the 350 tune that a lot of TCR cars were running. If you detune that, it makes a lot of sense. I'll tell you, though, the hard thing about that is to make a front-wheel drive car work here, particularly in a series where a lot of these teams are rental-based. That's the challenge to drive a front-wheel drive car around here, and I guess GP1 times are probably 39s, 40s right now. That's a little bit of a different discipline, and so you're gonna have to find a group of guys that are willing to drive that style of car. And again, too, it certainly could be done. Again, M240 is a great example. Again, you've got light TCR cars like I guess it's the Elantra that you see in TC America. So the premise is there. I mean, I drove. Listen, I drive hatchbacks all over the world. I've driven Fiestas in Silverstone. I've done Yaris's in the Philippines. So I love hatchbacks. I love front-wheel drive cars. I wish we saw more of them out there. But from the business side, that's the only thing is you have to find a group of guys that are going to be willing to drive that style of car.
Do you think that's what the reduction in interest has been, is that there's fewer guys that want to hey, yeah, I drove a Honda Civic at the weekend, but it's a lot cooler to say, hey, I was driving a BMW race car. Do you think that's part of it?
I think there is a part. If you guys ever listen to a RS3, it's like the most unsexiest sounding race car ever in the world. Listen, I have an affection for TCR cars. But when you hear them, it's like that. Why does it sound like a four-cylinder Honda Civic? Well, it's because it is. I think there is that. It's. I had this discussion actually. I'm still a emergency reserve driver for Mike Gorman, but we had this discussion all the time with the M3s, and it's like again, I love the 92 M3, but it's at that point where it's starting to age up a little bit, and so he's got the F30s, and they're great modern-looking cars, so. No one really wants to, again, it's a hard thing to go back for a lot of us on Monday, and, I'm used to it now, but it's like, oh, what were you racing? Oh, I was racing a Miata, and it's kind of like, so you kind of the same exact thing, and so in the front-wheel drive realm, you're going to go back home and say, yeah, I raced an Elantra, or I raced, a Civic. It's to people that don't know, there is that certain appeal that, in a renter-based series, you want to drive something cool. You want to drive the newest, and you want to have a good-looking car. And on the flip side, that a lot of these younger kids that are coming along and they're bringing money. A lot of their sponsors want to be on BMWs and GT4 cars. So I see the appeal. But I think you have a great point. Though you look at what TCR cars are bringing. If you can detune them and get them to GP1. There was a time, listen, I've been racing WRL since we had GP4, and now we're down to GP2. And I remember when the TCRs came a couple years ago and just ate everybody's lunch. So those cars are still certainly very quick. That's, again, finding the correct one, they can be very reliable, with some work. But they are hard cars to engineer too. You got to keep that in mind. There's not a lot of people that have setups for TCRs on street tires, other than maybe like Tim in Texas. So.
Yeah, well, and Tim had done a lot of work on those to get them to where they were going to work on that tire correctly. I think he had a completely different suspension setup on it at one point. So.
Yeah, I think the closest one we saw maybe a year ago was for I think that team from Venezuela, the rental car company. They had the Elantra TCR, and that car was really
economy.
Fast. Yeah, they were really fast. It was like, well, if you're willing to do it, those cars can still be competitive in GTO. But again, it's like anything else. It'd be very tough to even today bring a TCR. I think compete with some of these modern GT4s.
You would love to see Brendan as and this might have been your time frame too, Gino. I'm not certain. Do you remember the TTRS that won Thunderhill that one year?
Yeah,
I do. Yeah.
034.
Yeah, Rob Holland, I think.
Rob Holland, yeah, exactly.
There, yeah.
I think that would be a pretty cool car to run in WRL, and I think that's a little bit more than a TCR car. That's got a lot more underneath it.
Yeah.
That would be cool.
Here's the thing about water cooler. What would be cool? you know, you read this on the forums. I'm building this, you know, Cadillac CTS race car, you know, or just some, you know, I'm going to build a 7 Series, and you just hear these. It'll be great. Listen, I still think if you're going to build a car, build an E46 or an E90 or something that I can go to any of these trailers and get parts for. So that's the one thing I'll caution people. There's a lot of, in my own mind, would be great rate. Like I think a couple years ago, 89X came pretty close to bringing a 1LE and being somewhat competitive. I think you know, a 1LE Camaro in GP1 right now with a 10-speed. If somebody can make that work, that would probably be a very, very good car. But again, that's one of those in my own mind will probably work, and then it comes out here and fall flat on its face. Yeah.
At that point, you're just another forum goer.
Exactly.
Yeah. Exactly.
So we all have it in the perfect world. If I could do it, you know, but in somebody propagating some really bad information. So
I got an idea for you, Gino. What if somebody were to buy just a tube frame car with a sealed engine?
Okay.
Thing weighs like, I don't know, maybe 2,200 pounds. It's a spec class in Europe, but isn't running much here in the States, right? Okay. Turnkey, you can get one shipped to the U.S. and ready to roll, ready to race for like 20 grand.
What kind of car is it?
I'm glad you asked.
I fell into a trap, didn't I?
You did.
Are you familiar with Europe's VW Fun Cup?
I am, yeah. It's unfortunately it's one of the few ways for a guy like me to go run a Le Mans. So I'm very familiar with it. So.
Have I got an idea for you? Get one of those things, some wider tires, slap it into GTU. It's like already at 10-1.
Well,
and all it would do is just run laps. You don't even need to be competitive with the NPO1s because as long as you finish within like 10 laps of the leader, you pick up a top 5 anyway.
I guess there's premise to that. Yeah,
you have more fun than the NPO1s.
I would certainly drive one.
There we
go. But it's yeah, they are. I don't know if you. I'm sure you obviously have. If you watch the Fun Cup races, there's like.
Back to Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta, home of the Lanier SuperPrix. It's World Racing League. We're just around the corner on 3 hours to go here in the 7-hour endurance race. Of course, we had a little bit of time at the beginning. We had a little bit of a break, and now we've got the finishing stanza. Brendan's gone out to do some camera work. Try to get us some cameras revived. Oh, that's not gone well if you haven't left yet.
Yeah, I got to the end of the hallway before I got turned around. Yeah, Ryan, would you care to do another quick interview here?
Let's do it.
As we get hooked up. This one's an important one, I think.
Sure.
Particularly just because of the jump in pace we've seen out of the car this weekend.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, this is out of the Low Country Motorsports number 843 Chevy Camaro. It's Mayer Meyer. I got the right one now. Ben Meyer.
Mayer,
sorry.
Mayer, yeah. I heard that.
Yeah, I didn't, because I was fumbling with the microphone mute buttons.
Got it.
Ryan, you've been plugged into the races all weekend. I do have to step out and go handle the cameras, but if you don't mind chatting with Ben here for a couple of minutes, and we'll get caught up on the Low Country story. Obviously, you guys are not in the race at the moment, but yeah. Ryan, it's all you.
Perfect. Ben Mayer, Low Country Motorsports. How's it going, man?
Pretty good. We've had a little bit of issues, just fuel pressure. We had some problems yesterday as well, but it's not going the greatest, but it's good track time for some of the other drivers as well. I know my 2 teammates are sort of getting into road course racing a little more than I did. I've raced Trans Am TA2 for the past couple of years, so
okay.
I've been pretty experienced with the road course racing side of things.
Gotcha. And so this car, I want to make sure that I'm on the same page so I can write my questions appropriately. Is this the same chassis that competes at COTA periodically at the end of the year with Austin Dillon Motorsports and I think RCR running the car?
I'm pretty sure. I know it's an RCR chassis, and they used to do some training or something in it, but I don't think they do it anymore. They might do it still at COTA. Not sure.
Gotcha. Okay, but this is to your knowledge, a similar setup type of deal.
Yeah. Very
okay,
similar.
Cool. So it is is it a late model chassis? Is it what is it actually underneath?
I think it's more of like an Xfinity chassis. It's very similar to one. It doesn't have much horsepower. It's only like 290 horsepower. So we struggled on the straightaways a little bit, but it's pretty light, so we catch up a lot in the corners actually. But
well, it's looked pretty racy when I've seen it on track, especially around other cars. It seems like the 3 of you guys are wheeling it pretty good. How are you able to deal with traffic in that car if you're that down on power?
It's more just in the infield. We struggled on the straightaways. Obviously, we're in the highest class, so most of the cars are pretty easy to get around down the straightaway. But people in our class, we struggle on the straightaways, definitely, and we usually have to get a run out of the corner before and pass them into turn 1 just by braking deeper. Since the car's so light, it allows us to do that. So
you're able to make that work. I gotcha. So you said you got some background in doing TA2 stuff. Apart from having much less power, does this car drive that different to a TA2 car?
It has the street tires, obviously. The TA2 cars are just full slicks, so it definitely drives a little different. I'd say the TA2 cars actually probably run about 10 seconds quicker here. So they also have a lot more horsepower, and they go a lot faster on the straightaways. But those things are definitely more of machines than this thing is.
Sure, absolutely. And so do you find among your teammates, etc., that the NASCAR Cup Series at least has transitioned over to a much more road course being featured more prominently, let's say. It's not road course focused as much as people on the internet would want me to tell you that it's too many road courses, this, that. I actually think it's great. Do you see more and more of this where you're going to see people with like a circle track racing background getting more and more into the road course racing? How much more important is that becoming?
Yeah, it's definitely becoming a lot more important. Just like you said, they've transitioned to a lot more road courses, and I think there might be even more coming. I'm not exactly sure, but they've transitioned to a pretty good amount of road courses, and I'm in a very good program, the Chevy development program, so I get a bunch of insight information, and it's just there's a lot of road course or oval guys going and practicing on road courses all the time. Lainey, who I'm racing with, has done ovals past few years of her life, and she's just getting into road courses now. So there's definitely a lot of people that are getting road course practice right now just to make up for the fact that it's become more road course over in NASCAR.
Makes sense. And tell me, you said you're in the Chevy development plan. Tell me a little bit more about your background. Where do you come from? How do you get involved in racing? What are you doing in addition to this and TA2?
So I'm actually not even doing TA2 this year. Or I am. I'm doing a few races, but I'm not competing in the full season like I have the past 2 years. I'm doing Car Store this year just because it was kind of like a swap. I didn't swap with anyone specifically, but I did road courses for pretty much my whole life. I started in go-karts when I was 3 years old, and raced till I was probably 10 in go-karts, and then just kept on doing road course stuff like Miatas, TA2. I did stadium super trucks. All kinds of cool stuff on road courses. So I had plenty of road course background, and this is my first year getting into more late model stuff. This is my first season ever in late models, so it's I'm kind of getting to that page now. I'm doing pretty well on that. We've had a little bit of bad luck, but I won my first race of the year. So it's going pretty well, but it's definitely a little different for me.
Absolutely. And JT, am I right in saying that Connor Zilich ran with like someone in GP1 a couple years ago at COTA when he was still doing the road course stuff? Do I have that right?
I'm not sure, actually.
I'm pretty sure he was in someone's GP1 car and smoking everybody. The same year that he was, I think the same year that he had won the MX-5 Cup. But it sounds like almost a similar thing. We're starting to see this a little bit more, too, where you've got guys that are big, they come up doing road courses like Connor did, sounds like you did, and eventually kind of making the transition over to stock cars. What motivates you to change gears like that? Where do you make that decision?
It's kind of just like different paths. There's definitely highest level of, road course racing like this, but then there's the highest level of stock car racing like NASCAR, and it's just kind of what you want to do. It's just where you want to end up. It's nothing that causes that to happen. It's what you want to do.
Gotcha. And so, I guess what I'm looking for is, what made you wake up one day and decide, actually, I want to go do the Cars Tour and run circle track racing instead of doing...
That's, well, I wanted to do NASCAR my whole life, so that's pretty much what influenced it, but,
Gotcha.
I didn't necessarily pick the Cars Tour. It's kind of just, I was put in there just for development causes. So.
Gotcha. Fair enough. And we have gone full course yellow here. There was the Liebherr Racing car had pulled off into the gravel at turn 1. You can just see it. Yep, and we went ahead and removed the timing tower so you can see it. So that's them beached, unfortunately. Camera has now been resolved over here, so we get this nice shot. So, Ben, do you think you're able to get the Low Country Motorsports Chevrolet back out there sometime today?
I'm not sure. They're still working on it over there. They don't know exactly what's wrong with it. I think they were calling on the engine person that they have, but they don't know exactly what's wrong with it. They're trying to figure it out right now. Maybe we will, maybe we won't.
Gotcha. Lightweight car like that, a little bit more downforce. Of course, you got a big wing on there, a splitter presumably. Are you changing tires during the course of the day, or are you kind of sticking with one set? I know it's been pretty hot out there.
Yesterday we did, and we did the 14-hour as well. I did with Carson Koppel and Tristan McKee.
Right.
And we were in a different car actually there. That was the backup car because we had some troubles with the main car.
Okay.
But we changed tires for that race, but for these we usually wouldn't, I don't think. We did yesterday just because we had some mechanical problems yesterday with the same thing, and we just wanted to go out there and run some fast laps at the end of the race. But
Gotcha. Makes sense there. Perfect. Well, Ben, do you have anything else you'd want to share?
I don't have anything else.
Perfect, man. Well, thanks for coming to chat with us. I appreciate it. I'm sorry Brendan wasn't up there to do the interview in person. We're just fighting some technical stuff, the same way any team would be fighting technical stuff today. So we're trying to get that squared away right now as well. Please feel free to come back, you or your teammates, anytime, and we'll have a good chat with all of you.
Yeah, I will. No problem. Thanks for having me.
Awesome. Thanks, Ben. Appreciate you.
Thank you.
All right, so we got Ben there from Low Country Motorsports. Sounds like they have a fuel pickup issue that's going to prevent them from running right now, at least. Hoping they can get that squared away.
Yeah, it's cool to see Ben racing with us. He, if I'm correct in saying so, he got to race at Lamrock Park earlier this year in the Craftsman Truck Series.
Okay, gotcha.
The same race that was featuring Jordan Taylor.
Ah, I see. So that would have been your rooting interest at that point, was watching Jordan Taylor.
Yeah, that's what got me into watching it, yeah.
I think we're seeing more and more of that, JT, and I tried to talk to Ben about it a little bit, but it seems like there's more of a crossover now than there ever has been between the oval people and the road course people. A line, I think, that was very rarely crossed insofar as... it was very specialized. You got your 2 road courses a year for NASCAR, and so either you muddle through it, maybe you have a little bit of background in it, but you've been doing ovals, or you go so far as to just hire someone else to come drive for that race because the car was going to be nowhere. Yeah. And now with the increase in road course interest in NASCAR, shall we say, as Jordan reminds me that the number of road courses is going to go down next year. How many is it going to go down by, Jordan? Okay, so we're losing 2 and gain 1, so we're going to go down 1, and that one's... Which one are we losing? Because I know that Chicago's going to be San Diego. Got it, okay. So Mexico, they're not sure if they're going to return to. I hope that they'll fill that in with Daytona Road Course, but we'll see. That would be my hope. I think it's been a net positive for racing overall. Like I talked about, you have Connor Zilic, who was incredible in MX5 Cup, now has made his transition over to NASCAR to be a development driver there with Trackhouse. We know the background of Trackhouse. Anybody who's listened to both of the Dinner with Racers episodes, or all three, I suppose, understands where Justin Marks comes from, having run M3s in the ALMS for some time. So, he's a guy that gets it. And I think as we get more and more of this cross-pollination, it's going to help everybody who's involved. And I don't know if that started because there's influence from IMSA now that they're owned by NASCAR. I don't know if that's why. I don't know if Justin Marks has put road courses on his back and he's the one championing it, if it's all of the above, if it's NASCAR people having watched Drive to Survive and now they're, this road course thing isn't so bad, like, this is kind of cool. I'm sure it's a combination of all of them, but it's been really great to see that there's less derision between both parties, at least in the circles that I'm in.
Yeah, I mean, you still, a decade ago, would still see some road course runners be brought in, like Boris said, for example.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, over the last decade, we've definitely seen a lot more effort being put into drivers, into learning how to drive on road courses, that sort of thing. So we get to the point where if you were to look in, the Cup Series now, for the most part, the drivers are relatively competitive on road courses.
Right.
So you're not really seeing ringers being brought in so much. Maybe a couple programs, like seeing Joey Han, I think, last year.
Yep.
That sort of thing. But for the most part, drivers are able to prepare for road courses, sim racing or whatever, and it's becoming a lot more well-rounded.
It is, and I like that the people who are still fervently against it out themselves so quickly, as far as like drivers are concerned, because you've got a lot of drivers, Chase Elliott, for example, that will talk very openly about, like, yeah, man, I don't know, Shane Van Gisbergen is on a different planet. Good for him. That's incredible. Like, good job. That's awesome. And this is fun, whatever. And then you've got other guys that I'll have go unnamed, who were in the media last week, just upset as all get out. Like, there's too many road courses and it's terrible. And circle track racing's always been what it is. Now we've got too many of these. Certain Ford team owner. And it's like, well, maybe you wouldn't have that opinion if you weren't so terrible at it. And so on one hand, I think you're going to have this older generation of guys that came up with it being an afterthought are always going to kind of be against it. But it seems to me like the younger crowd is less anti-road course. I don't know if that's because it's a PR thing or if that's just the general sentiment. I think Jordan would probably be able to speak to that better than I could.
We just want racing. Speaking of which, exactly. As we go back to it,
we're going to go back to green here.
Leads us to the green.
So 2 hours. Jordan Worth says 6 is a fine number of road courses, but if they added more, it's too much. That's reasonable. I'm all right with that.
I mean, yeah, add in your short ovals, your super speedways, and it's relatively evened out a bit.
Yeah, it's diverse. We'll call it that. And I like that there's a mixture of road courses. They're not just going to like COTA and Road America. They're doing street circuits. They're doing small stuff. They're doing big stuff. There's a variety going on there, and I quite like that. They were just up here at Sonoma, and I was busy. I didn't go. Typically, I'd try to go watch that. That's good. Jordan says I didn't miss much, which I, could be. I think with the stages on road courses is not a good idea. But what do I know? Speaking of which, I think we should do stage points when we have the break for WRL. It's a good idea for that. Oh, yes. See people doing the pit early from the lead, and because they got to set themselves up for the next stage and whatever. Oh, yeah, it'd be great. Incredible. So we're here on board the TLM BMW. I daren't tell you what position they're in because I have no way of knowing if my timing's accurate or not.
Okay, they're currently
Red Mist
7th
still
in
has not
GTO.
loaded for me. I've waited for 25 minutes. And our timing, who knows? Do you have AE victory in second, 15 seconds back?
Yes, I do.
Okay, perfect. So it's right now. So that means TLM is down in, that makes that 7th?
Yes.
Yes, okay, perfect. Excellent. So we got some more track sides as well, thanks to Brendan's hard work. We go 4 wide here. That's the Random Vandals BMW as well as the NFC Motorsports I'm sorry, not Aston Martin, Mercedes-Benz. About 58 seconds behind AE Victory for second place, and then the 52 of Tangerine Associates up ahead in first. 15 seconds ahead of AE Victory. Tough luck for the 70 there. We just saw it go through our screen. The number 70 Porsche of Round 3 Racing, I'm pretty sure ran out of fuel. And that's taken them right out of contention for today. So they had a strong run yesterday. Couldn't quite make it happen today with just not quite getting the fuel mileage I think they were expecting. Or maybe they have a pickup issue. I don't know. But they're back down there with 89X and Kingpin at the back of GTO. GTU, it's still the Stratus 58. The Stratus 59 has moved into second position, and then the 909 of Automatic Racing only 30 seconds behind the 59. I'm almost certain that'll be Ryan Eversley in the car now. GP1, you've got Palomar Racing, the number 38, leading GP1, and then the 83 of Palomar Racing leading GP2, so a double first place there for that team. The 44 of PC Racing managing to hold on to second place here. Another strong run today. Nice, reliable, smooth, fast for Peter Chang and his folks. 550 of Fifth Gear Motorsports, the Porsche. Third position in GP1, followed by the 118 of Blaze Racing, a now regular WRL entrant, Blaze Racing. HK Motorsports, whose on board we have, brings up the top 5 in GP1, and they're a ways back from the 118. We'll go back to GP2. It's the 83 of Palomar, of course, followed by the 190 of Blitz Keurig, and then the 222 of Rebel Racing, the 779 of Lagunatic Racing. Now, yesterday, JT, they ran into trouble at the beginning of the race. They had to make an early pit stop that kind of took them out of contention, and given their pace and the way they were able to move through the field, I was expecting that they would be nearer to the front today, but that hasn't happened.
Yeah, they had a very good recovery yesterday. They still managed to finish 4th.
Yeah.
There was something earlier that happened. I can't remember what that did put them down a little bit. They had been battling with the 65 from open throttle more recently. And now they've managed to get the 851, the MX-5 from AOA Racing. But I think it's more or less just smooth sailing for them.
Yeah. And of course, one of the few teams that is elected to bring not a BMW into the digital production class, so we'll always give an applause for them, as well as the 550 of Fifth Gear Motorsports and others as you go down through the field here. Lieber Racing, for example, who was just off track there a little bit ago. And so that's your rundown of the running order right now. We've got 2 hours 50 to go, and we'll just be trying to keep an eye on some of these battles because, again, over the course of about 3 hours, your gaps are going to ebb and flow a little bit, and they only have to flow a couple times in a row to make a big swing in what the time situation looks like. So it only takes a couple clean laps for AE Victory and a couple not clean laps for ACP Tangerine Associates, and that could be under 10 seconds, which is roughly where the 119 was running yesterday when trying to chase down the 52 in very much the same fashion they are right now. Only difference here being NFC not encumbered by penalties today, able to be running in 3rd position. I think they're going to be pleased with that result. Bill and Lanny.
Yo,
Aaron Povolato presumably still in the car.
If not yet, most likely later, if he's here this weekend. I think we briefly saw there that turn 1 exit shot, the Lucantics Subaru just getting a little wide on the exit there, putting 2 wheels off.
Yeah, we're starting to just get some camera recovery here, and if we could just will them into staying around for another 3 hours, that would be optimal, of course. At one point I was going to... Oh,
that's not good.
That's a wheel come off.
Yeah, off the AOA 55, I believe. That looks like... I believe it just had a pit stop, possibly. I need to double check here. But yeah, no, coming down the S's, just had to go straight as the front left wheel just departs the car.
That may bring us another full course yellow. That's kind of in a no man's land up there in order to get a pole done. If you're coming down the hill and you hit a curb wrong, it's easy to end up kind of losing control there.
And we don't know where the wheel ended up. It's out of shot.
It is out of shot. Jordan, do we have the camera looking the other way up this turn 5? You can't see it. Jordan says you can't see it on that camera either. So, fair enough. Yeah, can't see it. So I would imagine it's come to rest on the wall over there to the left.
Can confirm the car was on its outlap from the pits.
Gotcha. So, some finger trouble there, I reckon. Not quite getting the wheel bolted on the way it ought to be. We still haven't called for a full course yellow here. I think a hot pole of this situation is going to be impressive. So this is the emergency vehicle, which it's hard to tell with the 2 camera angles we have. But this is right across from where the stricken car is at. So it's literally just a straight shot across the track from this cutout here. Like the nose of this pickup is probably pointed directly at the stricken car. It just go straight and then go there. I don't see a yellow flag at that flag stand at the top of the hill. So I also don't see a green flag.
I'm not sure where exactly that...
Oh, there it is. There's the double yellow. Okay, cool. So we're going to go full course yellow here to allow the safety vehicle to cross the track, which is the right move. It's very difficult to access the left side of the track over there. I don't think there's an access road over there. Is there, JT? If I'm remembering correctly, you can't even get back there. You can on foot. It's a long walk, but I don't think there's a road back there.
Where exactly?
The left side of turn 5 right there.
Driver's left.
I don't think you can get over there with the vehicle typically.
So in this case, I believe they would be coming from driver's right, crossing the track.
Yeah, no, I know. I'm explaining why that would be. Why we would have to cross the track to access that car. Yeah. See, there's trees and such right there. There's no road on that side.
No, it's further up the S's.
Yeah. So we'll catch the leader here, and then if the leader pits in, they'll take the next car in line for the safety car. So that'll fire off another round of pit stops, I reckon. Jordan, I think this is a good time to take another ad break here. We'll get some bills paid. I know we're a little bit behind the 8 ball on our ad amount. So if we could get that fired up, that would be lovely. And we'll be right back here from Road Atlanta for the Lanier Endurance SuperPrix.
You can feel confident Continental is the smart choice in tires.
Can they handle extremes?
Yep. Tested from the Texas desert to near the Arctic Circle.
Really?
Really.
Anything for the guy who finds that one pothole?
Yeah, road hazard coverage has your back.
For real?
Absolutely.
Were they made by like a bajillion engineers?
Well, closer to 100. Continental. Welcome to the smart choice in tires.
Welcome back to the Lanier Endurance SuperPrix. I'm Ryan West with DriversEye Live. We've got JT up in the Pacific Northwest. Brendan is out maintaining cameras. Layla is guarding the equipment with her life. She just asked if we needed anything. Just wanted to let us know that if we need anything, she's here for us. I could use a steak, and JT, I think, needs a new bicycle. So if we could sort that out, Layla, that'd be fantastic.
Can do.
Can do. Perfect. Love it. So, what we're looking for here is the 119 directly on the tail of the 52. That is the battle for the lead in GTO that has been closed right up by this yellow flag section. Granted, I only get timing every time I hit refresh on my screen. So I have to just keep doing that. So last time I had looked at it was 15 seconds, and then as the yellow came out, it was down to 7/10. So they've caught right up. NFC Motorsports, I think, is caught a little bit behind. Probably needs to catch the pack and is going to be at the back of the pack, but will be on the same lap, along with off-leash. And GTR is going to be a lap down. Now your track position here is going to determine what you do about the pit stop, because you don't want to get pinned by the safety car a lap behind where you ought to be. So as long as you're in the right order here and you can afford to stretch it a little bit, I think you got to take that opportunity. JT, what do you think?
No, I agree. It's going to depend on where you are in terms of the safety car.
And I think that, I'm sorry, JT, I just asked you to talk, but I think that's the A victory car having just exited the pit lane there on our left.
That would be beneficial then, as long as they stay on the lead lap.
Yep.
If my math is correct, I believe 1 can of fuel is roughly 12 seconds. So you really want to try to time beating the pace car out of the pit lane, but you also want to try to get as much fuel in the car as possible. So there might be a little bit of, hey, maybe a little short fuel here just so we can stay on the lead lap.
Right.
Just try, your strategy is going to be evolving depending on your position here.
I'm reminded of a Zhuhai WEC race. It was one of the earlier ones. And the Audi R18, I think it was the first year where they had switched to the hybrid with the all-wheel drive. And they had some sort of issue with the engine. I don't remember what it was they were trying to fix, but they would send the car out ahead of the safety car every lap with the engine cover and the intake box removed, rip around the track to catch the back of the queue, and then pull back into the pit lane and then continue working on the car in the garage. And they did that for like 4 laps in a row, trying to fix whatever it was that they were fixing. And so I just remember that today. That's kind of how you can work these WRL pit stops to some extent. You can do the short fill, get back out ahead of the safety car, come back around at the back of the line, and then once you're at the back of the line, you've already lost the positions. You can just pit in again. So depending on how long the yellow is, you could potentially game that situation if you didn't quite get all the fuel that you wanted. The discussion during that race was that the Audi was being run out of homologation because the intake restrictor was not on the car because of how they had the airbox taken apart. And so that was a discussion that, does the car have to be fully running its fully homologated state under safety car? I don't think anything ever came of it. I think it ended up being fine.
Yeah. So judging by where the 52 is in this line of cars here, it does look like NFC and off-leash, they are unable to pit at the moment.
Right. But we think the 119 has pitted.
We do know it has, yes.
Okay.
It has come back out.
Yep, there it is. I hit refresh, and now we're a minute 19. So there we go. So that is the back of the queue. They've come out ahead of NFC. I think we're going to go back to green here. No, they might be pinned a lap down because NFC's at the front of the queue. We'll have to see how this shakes out when they go through timing here. I believe the lights were off on the safety car. Yes, they are. And so the NFC car is going to lead us into turn 1 as we go back to green. Everything's staying a little steady down there. You got the GTR 99 and the TLM car battling for track position there. I don't think a battle for position on the timesheets. Just trying to make sure they get through turn 1 in a safe fashion. And indeed, the 99 has gone ahead. Apologies about the sunshade from the camera being shown there. That NFC car has got nothing but clear track ahead, so they'll be trying to capitalize on this, making up as much time as they possibly can. Just trying to see if we can pick up where the other runners are in this battle for the lead in GTO.
Like we said, I expect them to be near the end of the queue. Now that car that just went through the shot, that is not AE Victory, right? That's the Tyler Hoffman's Kingpin racing car. I think that's the one with the red thing on the front corner.
If it's on the left front corner, I think that might be the AE Victory car.
Don't they both have the color swatch on the front left?
So this car coming through shot here,
that is AE Victory.
Yes, I believe so.
Yes. Okay, cool.
Red Mist has completely died on my end.
Oh,
Get
good.
A cloud flare tunnel error.
So I think here I'm gonna hit refresh again. Yeah, that's not worked out for AE Victory very well. NFC hasn't stopped, so they take second place to the ACP car, and they're a minute and a half or a minute and 11 behind. And AE Victory is another minute behind off leash. So that's unfortunately broken up the battle in GTO to some degree, with a relatively short yellow there. Now AE Victory is now a full stop ahead. And how long do we figure a stop takes here, JT? It's 12 seconds for the fuel can. And then the trundling down pit lane costs you another 45 or so?
I don't think it takes 45 to get all the way down pit lane. Might, but yeah, it's I think 12 seconds per can.
Oh, per can. Okay, got it.
Yes.
So I'm trying to figure out how much a stop is worth. Is it like a minute and a half? Is it a minute?
Oh, I'm not sure.
All right. Well, we'll have to keep an eye on that. Unfortunately, I think AE Victory, although they have a stop in hand now, is quite far behind.
They may have also done a
well,
driver
now
change
it says 14 seconds, so the timing is not doing great here.
Ooh, slow. I believe that is off the leash. Consulting my notes, yeah, slow 808 coming out of turn 5 there.
Yeah, now that the timing has, I think, resolved better. Hit refresh again. AE Victory 14 seconds off of off-leash, and then a minute to NFC. And the 52 owes us a stop. And AE Victory was about 15 or so seconds behind ACP when the yellow came out. So it does take about, well, under yellow, it takes about a minute and a bit to stop. So the race may come back their direction here the next 30 minutes or so.
No tape, Ryan.
No tape.
No Velcro, no tape.
Well, we got no timing either, so.
Oh.
I have it working now. So keep in mind, the top 3 did pit under not this last full course yellow, but the one before that.
Previous one, okay.
Yes. So AE Victory did this one.
Okay.
Which may be why we're having some slight difference here as we see the 808 come through here to driver's right exiting 10B, which will most likely be entering pit lane here. Reports of possible contact with the 65 from open throttle.
You know, I did see a bunch of scuff marks down the left-hand side of the 65 that weren't there when Mike was up earlier today. Just when I walked back into the room.
Ah, well, there you go.
Gaggle headed up over the hill out of turn 5. Have we touched on Blaze Racing substantially better day today yet?
A little bit, yeah. They've been inside the top 5 here.
Yeah, 4th place. They've got a little bit in hand over a chasing 221 HK Motorsports. Last lap was a couple of seconds quicker, about 3 seconds quicker, but seems to be on the back of consistency there for that 118.
Yeah, good news for them is the 424 from Blitzkrieg they were swapping positions with 44th. I believe did run into some issues.
They are in the paddock. Yes, we actually were on board with them when they went into the paddock.
Yes,
about 30 or so laps ago. 25 laps ago. Call it. Or is it 221 on board?
Yeah, off the leash has been, as you just saw a moment ago, having a problem as well. They also had a pass under yellow penalty earlier as well.
I have it on some authority. This actually the right authority. Patrick Wilmot, who was in the 40 earlier when we were chatting with Ryan Eversley, is likely to get into the 909 before the end of the race. So in addition to him having run the Heraflight car earlier yesterday before their engine blew, and having also spent some time running that off-leash motorsports Mercedes, we'll probably get back into a different NPL1.
Yeah, that's
before the end of the day.
That's probably a good call because based on what Ryan said earlier, he did the last, like 2.5 hours or so?
Yeah.
And then it sounded like he was going to be getting in the car around 4 or 3.5 hours to go, so that might be a good call.
And Jordan pointed out a car well off to driver's left, headed up the hill out of 1 here as we jump on board the 669. Back out on track.
You love to see it.
Yeah. That 4-off was reported as the 909. The very car we were just talking about, and a car we think Ryan's on
should
board.
be driving, yeah.
Yeah, Ryan. Do we get to call Ryan Eversley a friend of DriversEye Live now?
I think we
always
have.
Is that a claim we can make?
I think we could have made it before.
It might be fair. If the cutoff is 3 hours and 55 minutes, he did exceed that some years ago.
He gave me a water bottle at Sebring, so I would say at least friend of a friend. So.
A friend of JT's is a friend of DriversEye Live's.
He gave me a very funny response at the Pirelli World Challenge event that coincided with the second to last IndyCar race at Sonoma.
Funny how?
Funny insofar as I asked him on his, he shook hands, very nice gentleman, of course. Good to see you. And he's like, hey, I gotta go, but I'll talk to you later if I see you. It's no problem. Like, yeah, cool. And like, oh, hey, keep a noted WeatherTech sponsored driver who goes to Colorado or went to Colorado behind you. And he turns around and says, yeah, I dislike that guy, which is the edited version of that comment.
Yeah, sure.
Can't really say it on the air, but like it was pretty funny at the time that he would just shout that across the grid. It was incredible. I think he ended up doing reasonably well at that race, and he did indeed keep the aforementioned WeatherTech sponsored driver behind him. This being the WeatherTech driver who insisted that the BOP was everybody else's fault.
We're all aware of what that is.
Okay, cool. Yeah, just want to make sure that everybody's on the same page about which driver.
909 is now slow and into the pit lane. Oh, it's the left rear. Very, very low. Now, the question is that a flat tire or suspension? Off at 10.
So Ryan did report yesterday, just near the start of the race, they had a rear suspension piece come loose. I'm wondering if maybe that's plaguing them again.
Need some blue
Yeah,
Loctite.
it could be. It's tough to tell. I mean, there's these tires of virtually any brand don't really have any markings on the sidewalls. So it's really hard to get a sense of, well, is it scuffed or is it down or damaged or what? It is up on the jacks now, and they are tending to the left rear corner of the Sebeco. Hopefully, it's just a quick replace the tire and send it. They are third presently, but with only a lap in hand over the number 1, and then another 3 laps back to the number 17. So the pair of round 3 racing cars chasing the 909. 909 was in contention there with the Stratus duo up at the front as well. Great day for Palomar racing across the production classes. As I scan and catch myself back up in the runnings of the race. Well, okay, sure. I know 38's got some stuff going on, but still second place, 20 and a half seconds behind the race-leading number 44 PC Racing BMW, and the GP2 car is after spending most of yesterday in the paddock replacing the clutch is P1 in GP2 by 2 laps. Good battle on between the Rebel Racing and Blitzkrieg Racing cars as well. For second in GP2, 1.8 seconds between them.
Motorsports coming down the front straight here.
Yeah, just hanging on to the lead lap there in GP1. PC heads down the front straightaway towards P1, not so very far behind them. Pace is good, though, in the 550. 141.7 last time against the 142.8 from PC. We'll see what Palomar does this time around. In some traffic, it has to be said. Yeah, 145.5, so that's not quite gone their way. Oh, yellow flag being pulled up. Yeah, we're going double yellow here, guys. Oh, yeah,
that's
cars
off
popped
the
the wall
leash.
here.
808.
It is the 808. Oh, is that? I didn't even hear it.
Very recent. Yeah, just not 30 seconds ago, I think. Sounds like possible contact with the 52.
With the which car? Oh, 52.
Yeah.
Yeah. Not the first time that 808 has had some contact here. 808, excuse me, has had some contact here. 252 is also reported as having contact with the 65. Yeah, fortunately, the way he's gone in there, no, he has made it to the tire wall, just not particularly hard.
Yeah, so hopefully a lot of the speed was bled off. And
yeah. You can see some of the marks. They looks like they begin, and the gravel trap lines begin just off of the, like following the pathway where the outside edge of our track here rejoins with the motorcycle track, the motorcycle hairpin, I guess. We'll pull that car backwards out of the gravel trap, but that long way through the gravel there hopefully means that, like you said, JT, they bled most of that speed off. Here comes the 52 down the hill. Are there any telltale signs of damage on the ACP BMW?
And then we have another car drivers left here out of 10B.
Oh, yeah.
That is possibly reported as a yellow and white car. Oh, is that the 909 or the 17?
No, I don't. Well, it could be the 909. Brad?
I was upstairs. I figured I'd pop in.
We tried chasing you out once. You came back. No, I appreciate you coming back. You ran it out of fuel.
It's the fuel. So what we talked about is we need to replace this fuel pickup pump.
It's not the first time this has happened. Right?
No.
Yeah.
Maybe we just need to replace them every event because they just wear out. They get burned up.
Yeah.
And it had fuel left. It had fuel in it. It's just the pickup when it gets that low.
Yeah.
Especially on a track like this with, inclines. So it ran out.
Did it drop out going down the hill and then coasted up to a stop on the other side? And
yeah, I'm not sure. Okay. I only knew when all of a sudden everybody was like, oh, that's not good.
17 is in as well as the 70, obviously.
But 17 is crawling down the middle lane.
Yeah, so JT, I think the 17, I think you were right. It was a 17 that was in or up against the wall there on the outside of 10B, really? The left-hander.
Like hit something or just
Well,
stopped?
I did see some scuffs there on the front left, Brad. And the left rear looks a little bit dinged.
Well, the left, and it's going to the paddock. through the wrong.
So
end.
great talking to you, Brad. Brad McCall from Road
Oh,
3.
gee, and the 70s going behind the wall
my
too.
gosh.
All right, and see you later, guys. It's been great. I appreciate it.
Bye, Brad.
That was a fantastic pop-in.
Thanks, Brad. Sorry, man.
Can we confirm, is the one car still out there? I should leave before it
For
comes
now.
in.
Yeah.
We may never see Brad in the booth again.
I saw the one car go through shot like a minute ago.
Okay.
I don't know if I should stay here and see if it comes around again.
So does the 70 issue not? I mean, you guys are down in P12 now. You've lost 6 laps, and unfortunately, well, for better or for worse, with the spread we've got in GTU today, particularly, 6 laps is a lot of positions.
Yeah.
Not always the case, but it certainly is today.
Yeah.
Any warning with any of this, or anything you can do to fix it to get through to the end of the day? Or
I think the warning was that running out of fuel, and now obviously it's having some other issue.
Yeah.
So that's not good.
All right.
Well, that's a bummer because I know the guys really like, well, listen, it was bound to happen. This is our first non-podium of the year with that car. So we've had a good run.
3 in a row?
We've had
4 in a row. 3 in a row.
We've been all year. We've done 8
of
podiums
wins
now.
Sorry.
Oh, wins.
Race wins.
Wins. No, we didn't. There was one race we didn't win at Mid-Ohio. We came in 3rd.
Oh, that's right. The Sunday. Yep. Yeah, that's right.
But it's been
back there.
It's been all podiums. One car still out there. That's good. Yeah, it's been a lot of podiums for that car this year, so that's a shame. But it was bound to happen. Listen, I mean, we can't win them all. You sure would like to. The team's been doing a great job, but looks like something caught up with us today.
Yeah, bummer there. It does open things up for us a little bit here. We've got Off-Leash Motorsports at the front, AE Victory Racing in the Super there in P2. 52's been in the wars.
They're P2 now?
AE is, yep.
Let's go. I hope they win. I'm sorry, I'm a little biased. I hope they win. That would be awesome.
Can you provide a non-incriminating, unbiased, and also fair opinion of what happened back at Daytona with the Mercedes? The 158 and the 119. Did you see any of that from?
Oh, I did not. I have no idea what happened.
Right.
I think I was in the car. I don't know what happened.
Yeah, there's a little bit of contact there. And
yeah, that was a bummer. I feel horrible for them.
So the end result was like, oh, we're all very deflated. We're inside the last hour and like, man, this really cool story is just now nothing. Obviously, you've worked with them in the past. Sarah was a long-time round 3 driver. Right?
Oh, yeah, Sarah's a great friend.
Yeah.
And, I mean, we were so happy for them yesterday. I was in the car at the end, and I called in and I said, hey, give me a GTO report. This was like 10 minutes to go. And they said, 70s and P2. I said, just tell me the girls are in P1. I said, no, they're P3. I said, okay, fine, we'll take it. That's awesome. So I'm really, really happy for them. Yeah. That's so cool. They're doing a great job.
Yeah.
They got 3 very good drivers in the car. I mean, listen, as you can tell, the driver lineup makes a difference in this series.
It does.
It really does. There are some cars that are, I don't want to call them overdogs, but they can make up for shortcomings.
Yeah.
With advanced traction control and some of the other features that they have. But I mean, it still comes down to what we call the spacer, that thing between the steering wheel and the driver's seat.
Well, so Laura Hayes was part of the driving lineup back at Daytona for them. Is in more of a let's say engineering type role, race engineer type role this weekend, and I'm sure there were setup adjustments and some development work done on the car back at Daytona to get it on the pace. Because once she got it on the pace, Sarah was on pace, Alana was on pace. I mean, the whole crew was right there. Okay. I'm sure you guys have parallels in the Round 3 program. Maybe it's Carter as part of the development program for the NPO1s, but having the right people in the right places makes a big difference.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah. Carter's gotten us all faster. He got me way faster. Yeah. I mean, I did my fastest lap today. He's made all of us better. He's very, very good in the car. And what he did before we ever started the program, when we started, he went to Putnam Park with Stratus and had like 3 days of training in the car.
Yeah.
And he did so many laps, he could barely hold his neck up at the end. But he really went there and worked it. And Dakota was absolutely incredible teaching him, bless you, teaching him how to handle this car, make adjustments to it. And it's been a game changer for us. He's very, very good. And I think Stratus would tell you he's very good too. I mean, look what he did. Just look at qualifying yesterday. Like I was talking with Ryan Eversley earlier. I mean, the fact that Ryan Eversley was last in the GTO field in qualifying, that's pretty impressive.
Yeah.
I mean, it was quite a qualifying effort by everybody.
You guys have Hannah back in the car this weekend too, no?
Yeah, Hannah Grisham's with us.
How's that?
She's awesome.
Yeah?
She's so cool. she was underappreciated when she was with us when we had the whole thing, the show and everything in 2022.
Man, that seems like so long ago.
Nobody really realized how good she was. We had her in the GP3 car, and she was just a machine. She just would go out there and so consistent, so fast, and she's so humble. So she doesn't make a big deal of anything. She's in there today. The cool suit's not working, and she's like, "I'm fine. I'm fine." We're like, "All right, let's do a driver change." She gets out. She's like just sweating like crazy, beat red, but she is the real deal. I told you before. I'll say it again. I think we'll see her in a GT3 car, and I think we'll see her at Le Mans before too long.
She works with the Heart of Racing.
Heart of Racing,
doesn't she? Yeah.
They are so supportive. What an amazing organization supporting her, Hannah Greenmeyer, and I think we'll see her in one of their GT3 cars. I really do. She's that talented.
I'll ask you one more question before you can go take care of whatever it is you now have to go take care of down there.
Stuff's over. Apparently, I don't need to do anything.
Maybe not. you guys were, when we came into the series more full-time in 2021, the Drive Within was being filmed and obviously debuted later on in the year, headed towards COTA. It was a really well funded and really well thought out effort to tell the stories of some of the people inside the series. We try and do some of that, but it's still all voluntary, right? If anybody wants to come up and chat, we can do that. We don't have driver ID, though, so we really can't even tell the on-track stories. We're just getting backstories and histories and trying to connect the dots with what we do eventually see on track. How do we continue to tell these stories? How do we continue to get behind the canopies and the curtains down there and really understand who some of these drivers and teams are? Is it driver ID and making some of that for public facing? Is it just doing some podcasting type stuff? What do you think that
driver ID would be good? As we're going to green here again. 119 is going 3 wide down the front
in the class lead now, by the way. Didn't pit under this full course yellow. Chose to go with track position instead, and is going to get almost all the way to the front of the queue here, headed into 1.
Smart move there, holding back on Palomar.
Yeah.
Palomar gave her the inside lane, but she just held back. That was smart.
Yeah, GTO class lead here, by the way, not overall. But.
In the lead, gotta protect it, be smart. That was good.
Yep.
Again, you have no idea who's in the car. So if somehow we could have driver ID and have it on, the timing and scoring, that would be cool. If you build this thing up to where you can have a pit reporter. Pit reporter's tough because it is noisy and the equipment and the remote and all that. I totally get it.
It's a question of funding.
Yep, I get it. I totally get it. And that's not always great either. Then you're going interviewing people who knows what they're going to talk about.
Sure.
But I think you're doing a good job bringing people up here and getting the stories. And I listen to the broadcasts after the race. I'll come back and when I'm taking a break or something, I go sit inside the hauler. We're listening to it. We've got it on in the hauler, but I think you guys do a great job of telling the stories and getting people involved in the series. And it's more than just a blue and yellow car going by.
Sure. Yeah. No, there's a whole backstory of Bruce Innovation. It's 333, but there's a whole backstory of Devin Bruce, the car, the drivers behind the car, and even if it's sometimes just a rental, right, or a new driver in the car, they have the opportunity to come and chat.
A late move by
tell their own story.
TLM there. Yeah. Good though. But see, this is a perfect example of what happened here. What I was talking about earlier, trusting the drivers around you. So TLM, I think that was PC Racing. It was PC Racing you're coming up on. Everybody in this series knows PC Racing. Every time I come up on them, I am 99% sure they see me and I can go side by side with them.
Yeah.
TLM's been around here long enough. Those drivers have been here long enough. They know they can trust that driver going in there like that. There are some others that, you're not going to throw it up the inside like that.
Yeah.
It's just too risky.
Sorry,
funny taking your laptop out of the sun. We just had that exact thing in the pits. We were trying to transfer some video from the card, the stick out of the car, and the laptop's overheating. It just couldn't do anything. It couldn't process anything.
Same thing happens with our trackside cameras.
I bet.
Brad?
I bet. It's baking out there.
Yeah. We clear about 91, 92 degrees with no humidity, and it's really something. You add in the humidity here. No real clouds to speak of to help us out, and only a very gentle breeze. And that's tough.
Has anybody talked about some of the nuances of the track and maybe some of the little changes that we've felt out here?
Changes to the track?
It just feels to me like the exit of turn 5, which used to be really, really violent and bumpy. That's smoothed out. I don't know if they did some changes there.
Prior to the curb or out over on the back?
Out over on the back of the curb, which
Okay.
we don't go over there in the MPO1, but apparently a couple guys went off there. Not off, but went over there, and it was a lot smoother. And even I got up onto the triangle end of the curb there, and it was a lot smoother. Big gaggle of MPO1s here coming through 12 down the front stretch.
So is that since last year you felt that?
Yeah, because last year I was using it in the 997, and it was pretty rough.
Yeah.
So it's smoothed out there. I'm experiencing, and now this is probably a difference between a big Porsche, which not big, but a heavier car and our little MPO1. But going down the backstretch, if you get, oh no, I am seriously leaving. The one car is coming in the pits.
Oh my gosh.
You guys are such a jinx.
Not only will we never see Brad again, we may never see anyone again.
Oh my goodness. But there's like, uh-oh.
What?
And
what
now,
were we doing pulling in there?
Oh, he's coming down the middle lane too.
Oh no, don't do that.
Please don't do that.
The 40, and now the 40's into the paddock.
Why is he down the middle lane?
This is not good. I just got a message from Patrick Wilmot about getting back into the 40 because the 909 broke, and I literally just answered him what happened to 909, and as I pulled my head up, the 40 pulled into the paddock.
Something's happened. This is really, they're not.
Yeah, not in a rush to do anything. Door comes open on the right-hand side. Any idea who's in the car at the moment, Brad?
Carter.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, my goodness. Well,
how long's the drive home?
My last interview with DriversEye Live. I hope this is going well.
It's been great talking to you, Brad.
Yeah.
We'll catch up in a few years
Saturday.
at PRI or something.
Man.
Yeah.
Wow.
That's
too bad.
What?
Are we going to PRI?
In a few years.
Are you going to go to PRI?
I won't be there this year, no. That's out of third place. So
That's a shame.
One is in a good news is the car directly behind you is the 909, and they're in the paddock also not moving.
Oh, I didn't know that.
And then the 17 is behind that, and they're not moving.
You've got
and the 908 is also circulating?
It is, yeah. 908 is out there. It is, however, 17 laps down from your 17.
Yeah. And Roberts Motorsports is circulating as well, but they've only completed 19 laps.
Well, that's because they took a negative 50.
Oh, I forgot about that. Great call.
Plus the 2 laps for contact, I think.
Right. They might still end up with
So we've got about 28 laps to get this fixed and get them back. Oh, they're
You got a half
pushing it.
hour.
And they're
pushing.
They're pushing the car. That's not good. That's not good.
So, Brad, what you need to do is you need to go down to your competitors and tell them, hey, you guys need to go up for an interview with DriversEye Live.
Yeah, exactly. Really awesome. You guys will love it. Especially a multi-car team.
Just remember, they have a seat. You got to push that. Push the air conditioning. They'll go up here, and there you go.
You guys, the good news is, if there is any good news here, you guys do have some room to work with. It's
but pushing it back there is not good. That's not a good sign.
It was at speed coming down the hill too. Like it really didn't look like it was.
Well, it was down this hill.
Yeah,
it was posting. I mean, the fact that he got into the middle lane
immediately. Yeah,
that's not good. Bummer.
Well, now what?
Yeah, I don't know what you guys want to do. All right, you got somebody else.
All right.
Hey, it's really awesome. You got how many cars do you guys have on your team? 1, 2? Are they still out there running? All right, you may want to get back on the elevator. All right, on to the next. See you later.
All right, yeah,
Thanks.
see you, Brad. Great talking to you.
Thanks for
good
the
luck.
jinx,
Hey,
guys. Really appreciate it.
Once you get down there, please do send us an update. We're all trying to understand what's going on here. But if you think of it, send us a text and let us know what's going on here. Thanks, Brad.
See you.
Brad McCall, Round 3 Racing.
Friend of DriversEye Live?
up for debate at the moment. That's tough. I don't know that I've ever seen something like that happen.
Man, poor Brad.
And you weren't even going to come in. You came in just on a whim, and in the 10 minutes you were here, gone, all 3. Sadakal claimed another victim?
No, I'm not a victim this time. I'm happy to be here.
Oh, okay. Thanks, man.
Well, Brendan welcomes another guest in just a moment. Just real quick rundown. GTU 58 Stratus leads over the 59 team car. And at the moment, the Round 3 Racing number 1 still in 3rd position. GTO AE Victory Super leads NFC Motorsports by 3.5 seconds, and the 99 GTR BMW an additional 17 seconds behind that.
I think we're in the mid. Well, they're like off cycle from each other, so it's hard to tell what the situation is going to pan out to. But yeah,
it's just where it stands right now.
Right.
PC Racing leads GP1, 14 seconds ahead of the 38 from Palomar. A little bit further back, the 550 Porsche came in from Fifth Gear Motorsports. And GP2, it's the 83 of Palomar, with a comfortable margin over the 222 from Rebel Racing and the 190 from Blitzkrieg Racing, an additional 15 seconds back, rounding out the podium in that class.
Perfect. And so as we await another victim in the commentary booth, perhaps another good time for an ad as we get caught up here. I think this is the last one we'll have to do in a quick succession here, and then we'll be caught up to where we should be in ads, and then we'll probably have one more before the end of the race. So if we could run one more ad, Jordan, that would be fantastic. We could just get that fired up, pull that record out, slap it on the player, drop the needle down, and talk to our sponsors here at Continental Tire. We'll be right back.
You can feel confident Continental is the smart choice in tires.
Can they handle extremes?
Yep. Tested from the Texas desert to near the Arctic Circle.
Really?
Really.
Anything for the guy who finds that one pothole?
Yeah, road hazard coverage has your back.
For real?
Absolutely.
Were they made by like a bajillion engineers?
Well, closer to 100. Continental. Welcome to the smart choice in tires.
Back at Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta, the 2025 Lanier Endurance SuperPrix, round 6 of the 2025. The World Racing League Championship season rolls on. Brendan Kazmarek, JT Tammy, Ryan West on the microphones, Jordan Worth on production, Layla Kazmarek on the at DriversEye Live and at World Racing League on Instagram. Also on the microphone, Chad Carnevale.
Hello.
Not freshly out of. You look way too dry.
I came out about 20 minutes ago and sat in front of a fan.
Wow. Okay.
It was brutal.
Smart guy.
You could have come into the air conditioning. We could have just got the immediate reaction, you know?
Well, this is nice. We have air conditioning in the RV, but it's kind of struggling.
Sure.
So,
yeah, I believe that. Out of the number 77, Kingpin Racing, Cargo Shorts Racing, Rob Walker Racing, Hot Sauce, Not
your
Salsa.
memory is
number 7.
amazing.
Yeah, well, you know, listen. Rob races a lot in events that we cover.
Okay.
So, like, we kind of focus in on the RWR stuff.
Okay.
Also, we keep getting things from Sadakal.
Yes.
I went out to turn 5
I
earlier.
heard you wanted to give those away. Can I
No,
have them?
here's what happened. Is Sadakal brought me this hat.
Uh-huh.
I think this might be his hat, based on the wear patterns. It has his name. He said it was autographed. He brought it to me, and I was like, oh, this is awesome. Is this something we can give away to a viewer? And he goes, well, actually, it was a birthday gift for you. And I was like, oh, well, now I feel like a jerk for trying to give away your gift.
You didn't realize it was autographed by him.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well,
You
I
thought
think
it
it
was
was
autographed by
I think it was
somebody else.
primarily an identifier saying it was his hat. Like,
Fair
oh,
enough.
please don't steal this, which, I mean, you would
Right.
too, right? You would steal this.
Oh, yeah.
But Kingpin patch here on the front.
Yeah.
Anyway, and the Supra thing here
Yep,
on the inside.
those are
It's
awesome.
very cool. Anyway, I tried to give away Sadakal's birthday gift, and now I feel like a jerk. So, but you guys are active participants in the DriversEye Live and the WRL experience. We really appreciate it.
So happy to be here. Yeah. Awesome. You guys
You
cover it.
really sound it, Chad.
You guys are doing POC stuff now too, which is
Yeah.
really cool. That's awesome.
Are you running POC?
I was at your first event
Willow
in
Springs?
Yeah.
Ryan?
Yep.
Nice. There you go. You should
Yep.
come and said hi.
I only did Saturday, and I didn't realize that you guys were there. I thought you were doing it remote.
No,
so the
there's always
commentators-
someone there.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, well, somebody's got to set up the cameras.
Yep.
Which is kind of the whole bit. Ryan is our POC guy out on the West Coast, being up in
Okay.
Northern California, and then they have their own commentary team they bring in.
Okay, cool. Next time I will. Yeah, I just did Saturday. It was really awesome.
You going to be at Laguna in a couple of weeks?
No. Too much.
Too much?
Too much stuff going on. So. Yeah.
Listen, I've seen the forecast at Laguna Seca for the next month. I don't know. It's basically the same weather there all the time, I guess.
It is.
It's like 30 degrees cooler than it is here.
Oh, for
right
sure,
now.
yeah. So I am really struggling with this temperature. I had to get out of the car a little bit early, and I am not going back in the car. I was supposed
Really?
to close, but I've handed off my stint to somebody else. I'm just not conditioned for this. It's wild.
Hydration, heat, exhaustion. I mean, what's going on there?
Hydration, I think, is fine. I mean, I don't have water in the car, but I am drinking. Oh, I'm good now.
Okay.
Thank you. I'm drinking, all the things before I get in, and I feel great, but there's just too much going on. Too hot in the car. It's crazy.
First time here to Road Atlanta?
No, we did. This marks 1 year for me in WRL.
Oh,
so
cool.
Last year was, but it was just a little cooler then.
Not
And we had
this
all that
bad.
rain and
Yeah.
stuff. And so
Oh, big off at turn number 1.
Oh,
There's a car that's gone straight off and hard into the wall behind a cloud of dust. I haven't identified the car just as yet, although it was probably on screen as the dust begins to settle almost exactly in the tire tracks of the incident that happened on Friday morning with the AOA BMW M2. Second set of tires straight off into, what is a pretty shallow runoff area there, and a pretty solid contact with the banded tire wall at the far end.
It's being reported as the 550 from fifth gear, our third place GP1 runner. Hopefully the driver's okay. That is very quick.
Yeah, you can see the tire marks there too. That's a weird way to go into that wall.
We're going full course yellow.
Yeah, of course. It looks like it went in kind of right front first, and it pivoted the car around. It's now facing due north, if that makes sense. You're sort of pointed at the driver's side of the car as the 52 here comes into turn number 1. It was a big old hit. So we'll go full course yellow here. Immediately the EVs are dispatched, and we'll let them tend to the scene down there. As we were, Chad.
Yes.
A year since you were here, I think it was like marginally cooler, and of course, like you said, we didn't have most of the running on Sunday afternoon.
yeah, that was a wash.
Yeah.
But we got a little bit of rain, which cooled the place off. That was kind of nice. This is, again, I'm not conditioned for this. This is too much.
So how much time did you end up getting in the car between yesterday and today?
I was in 2 stints yesterday. I came out 1 early, and then I was in once today, and I kind of know my limits. So luckily, the other 3 drivers are well conditioned for this for some reason, and they can they can do it. So yeah, Murray, who I don't think you've met, but you've
No,
heard
we
about.
haven't. Yeah.
62 today. Happy birthday, Murray.
Oh, happy birthday, Murray.
He is just he's like a mule. He can be in the car for 3 hours if we need him to. It's unbelievable. So
tremendous.
Yeah.
You guys have been. Yesterday was a pretty all right day, all things considered, right?
Pretty good. Yeah, I think we did maybe fifth or sixth, something like that. Yeah, we were doing better today. I think we had a running today, but yeah, we made some mistakes, and here we are. So.
Yeah. Today obviously is not ideal. You press on. You guys ever get to a point where it's just like, no, we've all had enough here, or is it, between Murray Sadakal and you guys are all just like, no, we're in this for the long haul?
Racing or Road Atlanta?
Today specifically. I mean, this is pretty extreme, all things considered, right?
Yeah.
High temperature, high humidity, almost no breeze, no clouds.
Yeah.
Like, there's just no respite.
I think the short answer is yes. I think this is my fault, though, because I thought, oh, this isn't going to be that bad. And they get more racing time than I do. So I'm like, I need this. Let's go.
Yeah.
So, yeah, that was my bad. So, yeah, I'm away from home, away from my 2 young kids and my wife for 5 days. So she's like, get your ass back here and start dadding it up. So they're probably listening right now. Hi, Jen. My mother-in-law, Kathy. She's our biggest fan. Appreciate that.
Lovely.
So, yeah.
When do we see you at a POC event next? What's your next on that?
That's
calendar?
a good question.
And what do you drive? I don't.
I have a spec. Actually, I don't own anything. I owned a spec Boxster. Rob bought it. I borrowed it to go do Big Willow. It's currently at my house in my trailer, but I don't own anything.
So
Rob has extra cars.
Oh, okay, got it. So we had Rob's onboard, ironically, exactly the same link as we're using this weekend. It was already configured to stream to our servers.
Nice.
I think Ryan, I'm sure you can confirm. We spent a lot of time following Rob around at Willow Springs.
We did. We spent a lot of time following everybody around because there were so many good onboards available.
Yeah.
And people were honored to have them on the broadcast and sent them to us like they were upset if they weren't on it.
Yeah, fair.
Weird.
You're not championship mode out there or anything. You're just.
Oh no, I'll
driving,
go to
okay.
maybe 1-2 events a year.
Oh,
type of
okay.
thing,
All
Yeah,
right.
yeah.
Big on Chuckwalla?
I do like Chuckwalla.
Do you
Yeah,
really?
yeah.
What's that like? We haven't been yet.
It's busy.
Yeah?
It's really cool. Yeah, Big Willow, it's very fast, but there's not a whole lot going on. You're driving straight for a lot of the time.
Yeah.
Chuckwalla, you're constantly turning. So it's a good equalizer track. So you could have a GT3 and you can have a Spec Boxster on there, and they're only a few seconds apart,
cool.
as opposed
Okay.
to 10 seconds. So,
Yeah.
Yeah, it's fun. Yeah,
Big fan, looking forward
17
to checking it
turns,
out.
and it's only like 2.7 miles.
It looks very simple on paper. Like you see the layout and you're like, I don't know about this.
Yeah, I mean it's in the desert, but they did find some elevation. So there's a bowl there. There's a up and over chicane. There's some off camber stuff. So it's a good track. It's good to test kind of everything.
Yeah, sure.
Nothing wild like turn 12 here or anything.
No.
Like that, but it's pretty cool.
Yeah.
It's a good local place. We get there in 3 hours.
Oh, that's not too bad. Yeah, okay. We've been working with the POC guys there, and we'll finish out the season for sure. Probably into 26 as well, but gets us to go to tracks we've never been to. Ryan and I are going to Laguna here in a few weeks, which is cool.
Nice.
Button Willow we've been to, but Chuckwalla we haven't, and Willow Springs is our first time there.
Ryan, where in Northern California are you?
I'm in beautiful Stockton.
Oh, okay.
Which is hardly Northern California. I say I'm from Redding, so that I don't think of this as like Northern California.
Oh, that's okay though. So Redding. Stockton was the murder capital once. It's a bummer you guys lost your status, right? I think St. Louis may have it now.
I live over by the university, so I'm not.
Oh, okay.
There's a lot of houses near where I live that I will never be able to afford living in. So I'm pleased. But my wife works in Sacramento and I work in the Bay Area, so
Okay,
it's
cool.
kind of the only spot that makes a ton of sense.
Okay.
And
nice.
there's no. I mean, I wouldn't enjoy living in Concord or Walnut Creek more than I enjoy living here, and it's cheaper. So
Yeah, fair. Yep. Nice.
Sorry, I'm communicating with Layla via hand signals to try to get her to move pull the shade down so the laptop gets out of the sun.
Hey, there you go. That's
It's
So
not.
you're down. Go ahead.
Communication wasn't going well.
No, that's fine. So you're down south, right?
I'm down south. Yeah, we're all in San Diego, where, as you guys discussed, there are many taco shops.
There are.
Sadakal and I live probably 1 mile from each other. We're across a canyon from one another. There's a freeway that goes between us, so I can see his neighborhood, he can see mine. And if we travel from one house to another, we probably pass 5 taco shops in that span. Good stuff too. So
it's similar here for sure. There's while you're further from the border, you still have a pretty high population of Mexican immigrants who come up here because it's cheaper living than down in San Diego. So we get all the great Mexican food here. From here to Fresno, really, you get a lot of excellent Mexican food.
Nice. Yeah, that's
the Central Valley.
The Central Valley.
Wow. I know things now.
Yeah. See,
you go to Button Willow twice, and look what happened 3 times.
There you go. Perfect.
Yeah, you go to Laguna Seca, and you go just outside of that, and that whole area is Mexican as well, and you're going to get some really good food there too. It's good stuff.
And
Salinas.
so the trick is there, especially if you're coming down Highway 1 or 101, frankly, you can stop at all of the like roadside fruit stands and stuff where they're like growing at 100 yards from the road, and it's all like super fresh right there, and it costs nothing. It's so cheap.
We have one near us too. My wife is half Mexican, so she can stake out the good stuff too. And we do have an entire compartment of our refrigerator door dedicated to different salsas and hot sauces and stuff. I'll say hot sauce. If it's liquid, to me, it's hot sauce. If it's got chunks in it, it's salsa. That's where I go with that.
Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah,
I like that.
That's my metric.
I have never once thought of any type of salsa as being in the same family as a hot sauce.
Huh, interesting.
So if you get
Can
the
you have
real
a smooth
restaurant
salsa?
style, like wet, where they've put it in a food processor, but it was like a regular red salsa, that kind of straddles the line.
That's
like
my point.
The refrigerator section salsas.
Okay,
We're towing the line here.
Can
So-
you have a smooth salsa?
Yes.
Can you
Yeah.
have a chunky hot sauce?
No.
No.
Right. See?
No.
So it's not necessarily
Well,
texture.
so it is though, because
like-
the hot sauce I like is called Arizona Gunslinger,
Okay.
and that's almost like pasty. Like it's
Okay.
got some like
So it's
grit
got like
to
the
it.
thick. Yeah.
Yeah.
That sounds really hot. When it's thick, it's
It
really
is.
hot. Yeah.
It is.
Yeah.
So
I
it's
like
pretty good.
hot to a certain limit. It's got to have good flavor though. You know, some people like it hot just to be hot.
This has good flavor, and one stripe across your burrito is all you need. You don't need to do the whole like. You put
See-
one stripe in there, it brightens it up. You're like, perfect, we're in.
Okay.
It's a really slippery slope, though. This is not the same, but when I was working at Newark, we would get halal food on a pretty regular basis, like a
Sure.
halal bowl
Get
type
the
place.
the vinegar sauce.
No, well, no. So there's a white garlic sauce, a smooth white garlic sauce. It's tremendous.
Yep.
It's not tomb, but it's amazing. And then there's a red hot sauce that
Yeah.
this place. And it was one of the hottest hot sauces I've ever eaten. I was told few drops is all you need, especially to start until you really get a feel for like the flavor and the heat of it. And I was like, I don't know if I really want it. And they're like, no, you need it, but you only need a little.
Yeah.
Right? And then you start down that pathway. You're like, oh, this is amazing. Like, it's the best hot sauce I've ever had. And you need to add more and more every
Yeah.
time to get
But
more
then
of the
you
flavor.
can't stop.
Exactly.
You have
Yep.
to keep going.
And then
yeah.
then you're in trouble.
Yeah.
Because next thing you know, you're dumping one whole container
Yep.
and a little bit of another one onto it, and you're just.
But you're
you're
happy
just
as a
having hot
clam
sauce.
until you're done with that
It
food, and
lasts-
then you're in pain.
It lasts minutes tops, but those
Yeah.
minutes are glorious.
Yeah.
Last year here at this event, I went to, I think, a Cambodian. Is it Cambodia or Laotian?
Okay.
It was Cambodian down in Flowery Branch.
Okay.
In their little town area there. And I got a couple of different things to try. I had a papaya salad. I was like,
Okay.
oh, papaya salad sounds, fruity, tropical, all the right things. But it came with this little tiny thing of hot sauce with about that much in the bottom of a little medicine container. And I was like, well, it smells great, tastes great. Just dump it all on there. Hottest thing I've ever eaten. Unbelievable. Unbelievable.
The spice was hidden under the fragrance.
It wasn't hidden anywhere because it was just in your face like a punch. So you take a bite of the papaya salad and then immediately like the fried rice. And,
That's funny.
Yeah, it was.
I kind of have an affinity for the Chipotle type stuff. Like
Okay.
Cholula's kind of my go-to for
Okay.
just some daily stuff, and I like the Chipotle version of that. That's good. They also have a Chipotle version of just what's the old Tabasco, right? Just the old
Tabasco
which I don't love, but the Chipotle version's really good.
Honestly,
it's got some good vinegar to it. I like vinegar flavor.
I
don't
I
mind
think you would like the
Tabasco.
Arizona Gunslinger. I really
Okay.
do. If you see that somewhere, you should grab that. It's
All
got
right.
a good Chipotle bit to it.
Okay. Anytime they're real thick like that, it tells me they've ground up a bunch of red hot chili flakes in it, and it makes me nervous.
550's just come underneath
It's-
our noses here, by the way, the wrong way up the support pit lane with pretty significant damage to the left-hand side of the Cayman. So it clearly went in there, kind of facing mostly forwards, and then spun around in the gravel trap. Looks like everybody's okay down there. There wasn't a whole lot of sense of emergency. I don't know they ever saw a medical vehicle. So hopefully everything turned out all right down there. But should hopefully be back to green here in not so very long.
Yeah.
So
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt the.
That's
No,
okay.
no, it's
That's
hot sauce
okay.
discourse.
I mean, let's
that's
keep
a-
the safety talk to a minimum here. You know, we got stuff to talk about. So
Yeah.
you guys were talking about hot sauces. Have you guys ever had a Underwood Ranch hot sauce?
No.
no.
I
It's,
have seen it. I've never purchased it.
They've got
Can
some
you-
good stuff. It's from the people that did the original, U.S. brand sriracha.
Oh, yeah.
They do their own
okay.
their own
I do like that,
jalapenos
too.
here.
Now,
So
are you
they-
guys going to special places to buy these salsas, or is this all commercially available?
Salsas are hot sauces, man.
Speak
with precision.
So the Arizona Gunslinger I would get from like up here it's the grocery chain's called Holiday, but it would be like a Bel Air down there.
Okay.
Or probably not Air One, but like
Oh man, that's a little spendy.
Like, Bel Air or Vaughn's even,
Okay.
like somewhere like that.
Okay.
Go back to green here as the safety car pulls off once again. And we're already side by side at the front of the field coming to the green. The 65 and the 118. The 89 will scoot up the inside. Your GTO leader through all of this, by the way, is now the 123 of NFC Motorsports. That Mercedes-AMG GT4 just crossed the line and headed up the front straightaway. And then about 8 cars, let's call it, further back in the line is the 119 AE Victory Racing Toyota Supra. That margin stands at 2.9 seconds. I presume that will have changed in the pit lane.
Yes.
AE almost certainly, and I assume the 123... Was it? Anyway, go ahead, Ryan.
In the meantime, I've got a question, and this is going to be a racing question. I figure we'll get back to that a little bit. So, Kingpin, not in great shape today as far as penalties and being kind of out of contention a little bit. But the thing that struck me as we came back to green is we're calling the action coming to green, and the field like spreads out. We're going 4 and 5 wide at some spots and getting everybody diced in. You're still having fun, right? Like, it's still a day where we're driving race cars, right?
Yeah, I mean, I made the comment to Murray. He said it's kind of a bummer, but I said I could be like at home digging ditches in the yard, right? Like this is not a bad place to be. So yeah, I mean we're competitive, right? Like we want to win, but thankfully if we do poorly, it's not like we do this for a living and we're worried about losing money or something like that. So yeah, we're having fun. This is amazing. I mean, aside from the heat for me, I mean this is awesome. Yeah.
Yeah, I brought this up yesterday. It's like kind of tough day at the racetrack is still a good day because you're at the racetrack.
100%, yeah, and it's, Rob could care less, right? This is for fun, and so I think we take it a little harder than he does. He's going to be off doing something cool next week probably, or the week after that. So, yeah, this is all for fun, and we're having a good time.
I received an update from Brad McCall down in the round 3 camp, by the way, just to get this all closed up. The 70, the fuel pump finally cut out, completely kaput. The 17 broke a tie rod, which is why it ended up off the track up at the top of turn 10, and the one car blew up.
Wow.
All in the span of 10 minutes while he was in the booth.
So what you're saying is the tie rod on the one is fine. We can just switch that over real quick.
It's already been done. So 17's already back out, just left the pit lane.
And it's amazing these cars go as long as they do in this kind of weather. I'm just kind of waiting for something to happen. It's unbelievable. And I'm out there running the AC,
Are you enjoying the super platform for what it's worth? I mean, coming from spec boxers and some stuff like that, I'm sure it's a big jump. But
yeah, I don't have any other GT4 car to compare it to. I asked Rob and Sadako how it compares. They say other cars, the G82 Beamer does things differently. Other cars are way faster on the straights than us. They just walk us. But I think the Supra's better off the turns, and it's got a good diff. I am enjoying it. I mean, it's a insane car compared to a spec Boxster.
Sure, yeah.
This is a pro car. It's wild. So definitely enjoying it. I have no idea if we intend to stay on this platform forever, but Tyler loves it. And, I mean, Tyler went out there on crappy tires and is killing it, because it's Tyler. But, I mean, so it can get good times if the right person's
Are you guys running the Super because of Tyler?
I think we're running it because Tyler had some experience with it, but also Rob saw how good they were when he was in SRO.
Okay.
And maybe it was just kind of the right opportunity, I think, when we found the cars. So I don't think we're married to it, but we're certainly happy with it. It's doing good things.
Yeah, Tyler seems to enjoy it. I didn't know if it was we want to run with Kingpin because of what Kingpin offers. So whatever they run, we're going to run.
Rob met Tyler and Kingpin through Lambo stuff, so I think it had nothing to do with Supras specifically, but he just liked and Tyler runs a great program, and it just ended up in Supra, so yeah.
Makes sense.
Yeah, I had a wonderful battle out there with the 119 car.
Yeah?
Oh my goodness. I think Sarah Montgomery was in the car, and man, I had nothing for her in 12. She's just has no fear, just a beast out there. It was awesome.
Have you met Sarah?
Not in person.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, nicest person.
I went over and asked who was in the car, and they said it was Sarah, and I was like, good God, that was amazing. Yeah, it was a fun. We were kind of in a pack for a while. It was fun. Good racing. And then after that kind of broke up, that's when I realized how tired I was because I had lost focus, and I was like, I need to get out of this car.
So, I mean, there's something to that, though, right? We talk about over these longer stints, 3 hours is the maximum, right? You can't do more than 3 hours. It used to be unlimited, then it was 4. 4 hours is a long time behind the wheel of a car. But if you spend it in this kind of Zen rhythm type situation, where you're not overwhelmed by traffic and on-track stuff, you're not overwhelmed by the conditions and heat and that general discomfort, you can go that long without really thinking about it.
Yeah.
The time just flies by.
Yeah, being
right?
in the car is a nice place to be. So Road America, the weather was different. I did 2 hours in the car, and Tyler buzzed me and said, "Hey, do you want to do another stint?" I thought about it for about 10 seconds, and I said, "Yeah, I'll do another stint. I'll go 3 hours." And he was like, "Dude, I'm kidding." Like, oh, okay. Well, I would have done it. I mean, I felt wonderful in the car. This heat is just the equalizer for me. It's unbelievable. But yeah, when I was in a battle with a car, I'm so hyper focused on that your body goes into fight or flight, and I could probably do that for a while until I just pass out.
Yeah, sure.
But when that broke up, I realized, okay, now I can catch my breath, and my body says, "Dude, that was too much." So,
I mean, you see it a lot, not a lot, but you have seen it in the past in like NASCAR, but especially before the advent of cool suits. So drivers would go out, run out, 500 laps at Martinsville, and
and they're
crazy
dragging them out of the car.
Right, but they were fine in the car. They were at peak performance, running the fastest lap times on track or whatever. They haul them out of the car and they just fall over.
Yeah,
right.
Absolutely.
It's amazing how the body will go and go and go as long as you're asking it to go, and the second you stop, it's just exhausted every reserve.
Yep. Yeah, Sadakal is famous for that. Kim, if you're listening, I know she's told him to stop many times. He'll come out of the car, beat red, and doesn't know where he's at, but he just gets in the zone. like you said.
How long does it take him to bounce back? Because every time I've ever interacted with him, he's just been the most life-filled, bubbly.
He bounces back very quickly.
I believe that.
I think. Murray was mentioning to us today that, you got to be careful if you get your body to that place. It's much easier to get there in the future. Like something happens to where like you're more susceptible to that. So maybe that's just where he is. But I think the first time's probably bad. You're getting an IV, you're fainting, you're doing all that stuff. But then after that, your body just kind of deals with it. But
working with Tyler and other professionals in motorsports, have you had discussions about kind of getting yourself, I don't want to say conditioned, but dealing with those types of circumstantial things, whether it's weather related or whatever?
I have. It's funny. I mountain bike, I exercise, right? I do it out in the heat. I don't think Sadakal does any exercise at all.
Whatsoever.
We can fact check that, but I think he does literally nothing.
He may not even own closed-toed shoes. I just see him in flip-flops constantly. So.
He does own running shoes, but I don't think they've ever ran.
That sounds bad. Oh, it's a big hit for an open throttle BMW. It's caught the inside barrier on the front straightaway here between the track and the pit wall. There was another car, I think the Libre car, maybe out to driver's left, out over the grass in avoidance, but for the second time this weekend, a huge mark left on the white painted pit wall here, and a big hit for a BMW.
Yeah, that was the 66.
Yeah, that car will absolutely go no further. It's done huge damage to the front of the car and torn a little bit away of the rear bumper, so it's hit front and rear to some degree as well. One of those accidents, you hear it and jump up to look for it, and it was immediately pretty obvious how hard it had been in the wall there to driver's right. Did you notice anything, Chad, when you were out on track today about either the intensity level or some kind of discomfort with people on track? We've seen a way more chaotic race today than we did yesterday.
Yeah, I didn't see it out there. Everyone seemed to be pretty polite. I mean, except, when you go up through like the 3, 4, 5 complex, it's just really crowded, right? So there's a lot of too wide passing through the S's, which is kind of sketchy, but no, I haven't seen anybody overly aggressive this time.
And I'm not even sure it's aggression like between cars and drivers on track. It's just been, number one, it's been start-stop. Number two, this is the third really pretty big hit we've seen between the one over at turn 4 and then, since you've just been up here, the one down at 1 and now coming off at turn 12.
Yeah.
We don't normally see this kind of thing.
I think it's just today. People are getting tired. It's also hot, so.
You know what? I'm sure fatigue, could be a part of it as well.
So.
It does. Do you ever kind of sit back and take stock of what you're actually asking yourself and your teammates to do? I mean, 15 hours of racing switched on for 7 to 8 hours at a time is a lot.
It is, yeah, and the level of focus that you have to have out there is complete,
Yeah, sure.
I've tried futzing around with the buttons or doing something, you know, I'm messing with the air pumper hose or something, and I realize that I'm doing dumb stuff.
Yeah,
so like
sure.
you have to truly be committed to making it happen. So.
So we all come from a sim racing background, and endurance sim racing in particular. So we've got not necessarily not anything like the on-track experience, but that that type of focus and that type of you try and maintain some awareness of the race, never mind the car that you're driving, and that's all without the G-forces and the atmospheric conditions that you have inside the vehicle. So adding those things together, doing it for longer periods of time, and also realizing that there are very real consequences like that if you can get it wrong.
For sure, yeah. No, the sim's nice. It is distracting though. I do all of my sim racing in my mom's basement. So when she's yelling at me, it's hard to it's kind of hard to focus.
Hey,
but
that's how we all started.
That's right. Sadakal, that reminds me. He wanted me to make sure to tell you that every time I say the word sim, he laughs because sim to me is Gran Turismo. But I do have a wheel and a seat and pedals and all that.
Sure.
And I practiced Road Atlanta for months, right? And I thought, this is great practice. And then I went to our shop and drove on the real sim and thought, same shit.
What is a real sim?
I don't know. A computer iRacing, I guess.
He didn't get you hooked on Assetto Corsa?
I've played it before. I didn't like it as much. Gran Turismo is just so damn good, man.
On PS5, Brendan, there's an input lag on Assetto Corsa that's really annoying.
Well, Assetto Corsa is not a console sim, man. In the way that Gran Turismo is in a computer sim, you know?
Well,
like technically does it work? Yes, but the joy of Assetto Corsa isn't on the mods, and you can't mod them.
See, I will say, I thought I saw a pattern there, but then he told me, so you're not going to Laguna Seca, but that's one of the 3 or 4 relevant American tracks that's on Gran Turismo. And so it's like, oh yeah, he went to Road Atlanta and he did Willow Springs, because like both of those are on there. Like, all right, but like, hold on a minute.
I mean, it's funny that Willow Springs made it there. When I saw that we won that, I was like, what the heck is this doing on here? Right? Like, people across the world are like, what the hell's Willow Springs? You know?
Cheap
other than the fact that it's been in every movie, you know. But.
No, I think JT's got it right. The cheap licensing.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah.
Both of those are fun games, but I wouldn't rate them as the best in terms of simulation.
Okay.
R Factor 2.
R Factor 2, iRacing, some aspects of ACC if you are specifically GT3 oriented, maybe GT4 as well.
Yeah, I mean, Sadako puts it perfectly. Gran Turismo is fun. iRacing is not fun.
Yes.
Yeah.
Correct.
It's a tool. And I find that iRacing a lot of the time is not realistic. So I'll do what I try to do in the race car, and the sim car won't do it, and I get mad and say, "This isn't real. This is stupid."
Yeah,
and
some of the physics, or like especially like the tires and stuff, isn't quite there.
Yeah.
But you do have a laser scan track, so you can use that as your reference.
From a preparation perspective, I mean that's the advantage, right? Is theoretically all of those tracks are pretty true to life.
Yeah.
Even if you're not getting the vehicle dynamics aspect of it. I think there are other sims that do them both relatively well, but you're still always going to be compromising something.
Yeah. For me, it's just the exposure, I think, and just like hitting the marks and kind of the repetitiveness of it, you know? And so it's a fun tool. My son is 9, and he's in a karting league now, and so he does a lot of time on the sim, and he absolutely loves it. So I didn't grow up as a video game kid. I was riding bikes and skateboards and stuff. So I kind of poo-pooed video games for the longest time, but I get it. It's fun. And so I think when I see him driving on with a wheel, I'm like, okay, that's a tool. That's not a video game, right? So it's okay. But he has a blast. He gets on there on his own and drives, and I'm watching him counter steering, and I'm like, where did this come from? I didn't teach him any of this. It's just awesome to see. So, and then I think it crosses over. He's getting better and better in a kart, and he's having a blast. So
if you can make that stuff second nature at an earlier age, it makes learning the additional tools you need down the line to be successful actually
100%.
Yeah.
And I've always said, if he wants to kart, that's awesome. But if he says, I hate doing this, I've already snuck in the driving skill, so I can worry a little bit less when he starts driving.
Sure.
Yeah,
that's fair.
I don't want him to go out there and be a race car driver on the street, but at least like if something happens, he's got the skills to get himself out of trouble.
Yeah, baseline. Yep.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
So is this like a karting league, or is he doing the K1?
That's exactly. Like, I do not want to own a cart. I don't want to maintain a cart. I don't want to do all that. We go the first Tuesday of every month.
Okay.
And he's just getting started. He's gotten There's like an A squad and a B squad, and basically he'll qualify at like the top of the B squad, and then he podiums every time, right? But he'll be in like the B main, you know?
Yeah,
And so once he works his way up to the podium in the A main, then maybe we start thinking about doing some real stuff in a real fast car. But I just want him to get the skills now, and he's having a blast. You know,
Yeah,
he's coming
sure.
down the front straightaway, looking at me, smiling his ass off, and I'm like,
cool.
all right, this is awesome.
Yeah.
So this is a relevant story for listeners, longtime listeners of DriversEye Live. That last year I tried to get my daughter interested, or I guess this would have been 3 years ago. I was in Minnesota. I tried to get my daughter interested in doing quarter midgets because they had a really good program in Minnesota for like getting kids to get behind the wheel or whatever, and she wanted like nothing to do with it. Wasn't interested. Didn't want to do it. I'm like, great, awesome. There's a K1 speed in the Bay Area, and my wife and I were like, oh, we should take her to do it real quick, and it was like buy one get two free day or whatever. So we buy the 3 races, and she's the only kid there, and it's like a Friday evening or a Saturday evening, and they've got all the lights off, and it's like Monte Carlo night while you're bowling. You know what I'm saying?
Nice.
They got like the colored lights and stuff. And in the adult race before us, somebody spun and just got completely broadsided right in front of us while we're like sitting in the cafe thing. And so my daughter goes out there by herself and was like not interested. It's too dark, can't see, whatever. And she was like out. I'm like, well, I might have dodged a bullet again here. And so then about a couple weeks ago, I said, hey, we're in town. Do you want to go do your last 2 races? We got to at least use them up. And that point, there was like 4 or 5 kids there, and she was like instantly on the pace and catching people. No racecraft whatsoever, but like as far as just raw pace, was up there with kids that were 2 and 3 years older than her.
She's a competitor. She needed an opponent.
Well,
exactly.
I mean, to be fair,
so it was just like, all right, this is gonna get. And then she looks around and sees everything. She's 9, and she said, Dad, I think there's a poster for a league, and I'm like, come on.
You may have heard this saying, but if you get your kids involved in cars, they won't have money for drugs.
That's true.
You know,
That's
and
true.
I fully believe that.
I thought I had her dialed in on the mountain biking, and that was going to be like a good happy medium.
It's so
and
funny.
then,
We're doing the exact same path with our kids too. It's so funny.
I think kids in general have competitive drives, some, to a greater degree than others. I obviously have no physical abilities whatsoever. I got kicked out of T-ball for watching airplanes flying overhead and not paying attention, and I realized at that point, okay, this is...
But nobody had that silky smooth of a voice at 9, right? So here we are.
There you go.
Yeah. I have the face for it, too, in fairness. Anyway. So I got the same. Soccer was the same issue. They put all the fields right next to the airport. It just didn't work for me. But I ended up not being able to do karting, but I did some sim racing as a kid and as a teenager, and that was enough to feed that kind of competitive drive, right? It wasn't overwhelming me. I didn't have to do it, but it did make me want to be better at something, right? And it did push me a little bit, and was better at it when I was 17 than I'll ever be again, which is
that's
cool and frustrating, right? But as a kid, I mean, it offered me, the ability to kind of give that an outlet and to really sink myself into something that, find yourself, you look up and it's like, hey, I got good at something.
I mean, it's a real world skill too, right?
Yeah.
Like, what is it? 0.1% of us are going to become professional ball sports athletes, right? But we can all go out and drive a car.
Sure.
So,
right. Yeah.
All right, well, I'm going to go take a shower.
Yeah. Enjoy.
Thanks for having me. Good talking to you guys
Chad.
again.
Chad Carnivale out of the 77. Rob Walker. Kingpin. Cargo Shorts Racing.
Thank you. Man, that's good.
No, listen, at this point in the weekend, your mind just goes blank. So we'll let you go, Chad. Green flag is out here on the front straightaway, and we go back to racing for the last 90 minutes or so of the 2025 Lanier Endurance SuperPrix weekend at Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta. JT, I saw you made a note in the chat about the leader pitting, the 123 NFC Motorsports. I think one of the only cars to pit under this full course yellow because they didn't pit on the last one.
Yeah, as did the 58 Stratus. It's why we had the 909 take us to the green flag here.
Yep. So that leaves about a 15-second gap between first and second in GTO. AE Victory Racing and the Supra leads the Mercedes, and then GTR 99. Feeling very 2023 in here, gentlemen. With the 52 ACP Tangerine Associates in P4, and then the number 2, yesterday's winner in GTO, down in P5. Your GTU leaders, first and second overall, are the 2 Stratus NPO1s remaining this weekend, the 58 from the 59.
210 separating them.
Yep, so they're nose to tail as well. GP1 PC Racing leads Palomar by It says a lap. That might be a little bit under a lap, depending on where those cars are in terms of on-track position. Find out more about that in a moment. HK Motorsports in third from Blaze Racing, who's just off the right side of the shot there, leaving turn 7. With the open throttle 64 in P5. Down in GP2, Palomar Racing leads Rebel Racing by what says a lap, and then Blitzkrieg Racing number 190 a lap further back than that. Rounding out the top 5 is the 779 of Lagunatic, and then the 851 AOA Racing Mazda MX-5. What teams have we had in the booth today that haven't had issues? Mike and Brad out.
83.
Kingpin out.
Well,
Low Country out.
Low Country out. Well, that was after, to be fair. So
yeah.
That had already kind of created itself. Eversley, 909, out.
It's not out.
Well, it's back out there, but problems, like, as soon as we talked about it.
Yeah, but they're looking at a podium right now.
Yeah, that's fair.
So, yeah. Same with Palomar.
Yeah, Palomar's done all right. That's fair. Yeah, we're good on Palomar. Okay, so safe. We're safe.
Yeah, and I would want to point out you were incorrect earlier.
Of course I was.
The 17 was off its head before we talked to Brad.
Is that true?
I believe so, yes. I believe we only talked about it afterwards.
The one in the 70.
Yeah.
Because 70 was a repeat issue, and the one definitely broke while he was up here.
Yeah, because he came in, and just right after that is when the 808 unfortunately went into the wall at 12. We went full course yellow, and that's when things kind of went wrong for.
Yeah, we did chat earlier about, WRL kind of merging into a family sort of atmosphere, and everybody kind of being there to help everybody else, and it's all generally friendly, even though we're all competitors and all of that. But family members can also be enemies, and I feel like we're making some of those today.
Yes,
DriverSeye Live.
I agree.
I think a lot of that's in your head.
Yeah. Well, hey,
I think this heat is just turning everybody on edge here.
So it is interesting. We talk about the conditions. It's been a storyline this weekend. To be fair, the weather conditions have been a storyline all year. I mean, we had track flooding at Mid-Ohio that cost us about 3 hours of running on Saturday morning, 28 inches of water in Thunder Valley. Daytona was hot and humid, but we did get away without any lightning delays, which is tremendous. But it meant 14 hours consistently in the heat, and obviously this is pretty extreme here this weekend. Heat indices close to 105. As the 172 clears a very slow BMW. Is that maybe the 190 headed up the hill at turn 5?
Let me check.
Brendan, indeed.
Yeah, anyway.
Everywhere on the planet has weather. Weather always exists.
Weather extremes
is eternal.
Yeah, but it's not always a storyline.
Oh, okay. Got it.
Right?
It's a factor.
Yeah, a factor. Sure.
Well, it's always a factor.
So if you start combining factors here, and then ultimately what those lead to or can lead to is fatigue, right? We are asking people to do a lot. We're just chatting about some of that with Chad. Road Atlanta, for better or for worse, is still a racetrack that has some pretty significant consequences when things don't go exactly right. It's fast. The run down 12 is fast. Run into 1 is fast. The S's are quick with little runoff. It is a classic North American type of venue with a handful of safety upgrades over the years to make it appropriate for top-flight sports car racing. When you get to this stage of a weekend and people are really pushing themselves quite far physically, it is, I think, kind of natural for it to follow that even small mistakes can have pretty big consequences. And I think that's probably most of what we're seeing rather than, like we were talking about with Chad, the race being more chaotic or weirder or people being more urgent for some reason on this Sunday. Because this is not what we normally see. Be interesting here to see how this last stanza of the race plays out with the 119 and the 123 at the front of GTO. 123 will certainly be able to go deeper into the race before they make their final stop. If we don't get any more yellows, which at this rate doesn't necessarily seem likely. The 119 will require a slightly longer stop. That does give the NFC car a little bit more flexibility as to, you know, if we do catch a late yellow or something, maybe they benefit from it, whereas the 119 doesn't. See how that plays out. I don't know that there was a right answer at the time. I don't know that I would have come in if I were the 119 under that last full course yellow, but the on-track margin now isn't necessarily significant. As I come around this time, my guess is it'll be in the region of about 13 or 14 seconds. Yeah, 13.6. Ultimate pace, not much to choose between those cars either. Best time is a 1:31.8 for NFC. That was back on lap 19. Best lap for the AE Victory Supra was a 1:32.0 on lap 15, and their last laps were about 1.3 seconds apart. So, see where this next 25 minutes or so takes us before we get into the final hour of racing. So at that point, we'll have a little bit more information about last pit stops and how we navigate that last run to the checkered flag.
Unfortunately, it looks like I spy AOA with the hood up on pit road here with their 851 MX-5.
Yep.
It's been on pit road for about 5 minutes now. They
The
still
one-
have a...
Go ahead.
I was going to say, they still have a little bit of a safety margin here over the sixth place car in class, the RWF Motorsports.
The 164 is headed back out.
Nice.
Down in GP2, that is the BRD Motorsports BMW. Remember that we chatted with Justin Ford yesterday of Chattanooga Tourenwagen Meisterschaft. That car is not, I guess technically it is here, the 369, but it broke early on Friday. And that team was able to put a deal together to do basically 2 shakedown races on the 164 team's behalf. It was having a good day. And then believed it was possibly a sensor failure on the Orbit transmission tuning that they needed to work on during the race today. Did obviously now get the car back out. And continue to shake that down. They were in contention very early on. I remember looking at the timing screens within the first couple of hours, seeing them up in P2.
Yeah.
Just went a different way. Another text from Brad McCall down at round 3 racing. I believe a rock may have made contact with the radiator or a radiator on the number 1. And ultimately what drove the outcome there. We've been given an insufficient garbage can in this room. Let's try putting a water bottle away, and it knocked 2 others off the top. Yeah, but it can't accept any more.
How much garbage are you generating?
Not much, but it's a really small garbage can, and we get full-size containers for our delivered lunches. And I also don't want to crush water bottles because they make a lot of noise when you do it.
And you got to shoot them. People like that.
Oh, twist them and then spin the bottle cap off. I used to love doing that.
Yeah, I also used to love doing that.
In a cat. I genuinely used to love it, but the used to was about a year ago. So
okay, got it.
I gave
so I
that
still
up.
got a couple more years.
I gave that up as a hobby pretty recently. Bizarrely, it was a thing that came with adulthood too, and it used to be in in high school. Somebody would do it in a cafeteria full of kids, twist it and let it fly through the air and the high ceilings in the cafeteria. I didn't get into that. I was all business as a kid, and then I got older, and I was like, no, this is way more fun than it looks.
You gotta get the right amount of water in there. It's like
Other dumb
bottle
teenager hobbies in the chat, please.
Bottle flipping?
No. Oh, the half-filled water, bottle of water, like the TikTok trend? Yeah.
Somebody explained that to me once, and I picked up a water bottle that was half full and did it once, like the first time barely trying, and I'm like, that's not even that cool. And I like walked away, and every time I've tried to do it since then, I've been unsuccessful.
So is there a discount? Oh, 119 makes a good move up the front straightaway to the outside of the number 52, who stays defensive, and then late into turn number 1, it balks the 119 up the hill quite badly. Not just the 119, but about 4 cars behind them as well. They'll come up over the rise here at turn 3. And we're low on cameras, working cameras at the moment.
Yeah, I believe also in that fight was Random Vandals and the 77 from Kingpin. They are nose to tail at the moment. Yep, going through shot right there.
Yep.
Just ahead of our front-running Supra.
Yeah, overall leader is back there as well. I think the 58 blue and black NPO1 is the car directly behind the 119. So that'll put them, or put the AE Victory Supra down to 2 full laps down. It's fine in terms of class position battles. It means very little. Does appear, though, that this, well, so far it's not right. Traffic does tend to give and take here. But does cost AE Victory some time. I'm not convinced it can afford, given that we know that car is going to lose a little bit of time in the last pit stop by virtue of needing a little bit more fuel to get it home. They'll sort of string themselves out headed down the hill here into 1. 58 and 59 are both in this pack, by the way. So there goes the 28 and 77 battle, 52, 119, and 58, and then the recovering 909 and the 59 behind it. And they're off in the distance, passing the Libre Racing. Number 16 is the second place car in GTO. DE Victory's last lap of 135.699. So they are definitely being held up by the 52 now. It was evident in the maths.
Brendan, I had a question earlier that I wanted your clarification on.
Oh, boy.
What team did Connor Zilic run with at COTA that year that he ran?
He did a bunch of races with BSI Racing.
With BSI, okay.
Yeah, that was Shea Holbrook's MX-5 team.
Yeah,
okay.
Yeah, because they do Global MX-5.
Yeah.
Right.
I don't think there were it was an ND at the time, though, was it? Maybe
that
it was.
I thought it was a GP2 car.
Maybe it was an ND. It is amazing how loud those MX-5 Cup cars are. Like, genuinely
when they're together,
unbelievably loud how fast they go. For how loud they are for how fast they go. Unbelievable. So much racket.
Especially going up the hill at Laguna Seca, all in the same gear.
Yeah. They might as well be like F600s.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let me tell you, going up that hill in an NA Miata is fun because there's a point where you stop accelerating.
You start slowing down?
Yes.
Can you go back to accelerating after you take the turn and it's like less steep right there?
Well, there's just a slight rise before a little bit of a dip. As
I'm
out of 6.
I just had to ride that on a bicycle, so I'm well aware of how the how the elevation change works. But yeah, there is that rise right there at the top, but at least it seems like it flattens out a little bit as you exit the turn there. I thought maybe you get a nice little run, but
you do. It's it's before the curbing shows up on the left before the start of the braking zone.
Got it. Okay.
The hill just climbs enough before it starts to decrease its elevation.
Right.
How do we
rate of elevation?
How do we collectively feel about all the new pavement at Laguna Seca?
I
not
don't
a fan.
care. I don't care. I think it's fine. The sand sucks you in anyway, and either your car I'm convinced that's why people don't like Willow Springs. Because if you go off, it makes dust, or there's a big drop, or you end up because it's not perfectly smooth, and you end up breaking stuff. So the sand at Laguna, to some extent, was a little bit like that, where you could kind of catch it if you're in the wrong part, where it was kind of dirt instead of pavement. I like the pavement way better. I think you'll get more people excited.
It's not in places that make it obvious that it's going to become a track limits problem, right? Everywhere.
Right.
5 and 6 are a bit goofy.
Definitely.
Not sure who asked for it, but the other stuff like the pit entry area, turn 2, the inside hairpin area, like that's all generally fine, I think.
I don't mind most of it. I really don't. JT has opinions, obviously.
Yeah, I understand why they've done it in terms of safety aspects, especially for the motorcycles that would race there.
Yeah.
As a fan, I didn't like it, especially with a lot of the additional catch fencing they added, like exit of 5 or exit of 9 to 10. It's just, yeah.
The extra catch fencing, I think, is a bigger loss than the paving.
We noted during the NASCAR truck weekend at Lime Rock that they also added a bunch of catch fencing up there in places that didn't used to or need to have it, but somebody decided they should. Like outside of the uphill. Yeah, NASCAR insurance. Yeah, and it was a great spot for marshals because you had this unobstructed view of cars coming into the uphill, up over the top of the hill. It was great for our cameras, at least for one race weekend, and now there's just a sheet of chain link.
Yeah, I know, because we had a Formula E race at Portland for a few years here.
Yeah.
And FIA inspection came out to recertify the track, and one of the things they had issue with was all the holes in the catch fencing for photographers. There was far too many.
Is that what the deal was?
Okay, got it.
That makes a lot of sense.
Okay.
Huh. Do you want to tell it, Ryan?
No, you can.
All right.
That's
yeah,
fine.
so we obviously go up there twice.
I feel vindicated now.
We've been up twice. No, 3 times, sorry. For the SCCA Hoosier Super Tour. And we place our cameras in basically the same spot every time. Right? It's pretty obvious how that track works with 12 static cameras. We do our thing at DriversEye Live, same way we do it everywhere. And first year, put all these cameras up, found the photo holes, kept them off to the side like we always do. We just did everything, right. Second year, Ryan goes up, puts cameras in mostly the same locations, but most of them are now shooting through fences, right?
Right.
You're mostly shooting through holes in fences, or gaps in fences. This year, I coordinated for the third year to go up. I went up and handled the event, and we got an email saying, just please ask for permission before you cut the fence. After the Super Tour last year, it was noted that the photography team, the video team, had cut holes in the fence for their equipment. And we were like, wait, what? It's been 364 days, and this is the first we're hearing of it. So I asked Ryan, I was like, man, we cut holes in fences for cameras? It's like, no, we don't even have anything to cut fencing with.
I have to fly out there. I can't bring a cutting tool. Like, what are you talking about? And we don't have that in our equipment.
Yes.
Like, what?
So I got up there this year, obviously, having seen it, and every photo hole I had used 2 years prior was completely, patched over with the chain link.
Basically, what happened was, not to get too deep into this, but they were having to condense the photo holes. There's a excellent photographer that shoots Portland, Doug Berger, I believe is his name, and he went around with track management, finding, advocating, okay, we need this hole here, we need this hole, that sort of thing. So I talked with him about that, also pointing out, any additional holes we would need in terms for covering, the NASCAR and the IndyCar events. So unfortunately, we did lose a lot of pretty nice locations, but it's the track was recertified, so that's the important thing.
I mean, yes, the downside is, with places that host FIA events, and you know what, Ryan, it actually makes sense for Homestead now as well. Remember all that new catch fencing outside of turn 4 and 5?
Yep, and he was stressed about it too.
Yeah,
about getting, because they're going to be here and all this other.
Yep. Yeah, I actually didn't put 2 and 2 together until right now. But in a way, it's a bummer, right? You get these classical, let's say, club racing type tracks that have been generally untouched for 10 or 15 years. I mean, Portland they haven't touched since they redid the curbs and the hairpin, or turn 7. Is it 7? 4, 5, 6. Yeah, whatever the right-handed hairpin is. It's been generally untouched. Homestead's been pretty much entirely untouched for whatever it's worth. Lime Rock has been pretty much untouched since the repave in 08. And now, because of one series or one event or maybe even just a one-off, all of this has been changed. The Marshall access and Marshall experience has been changed. Photographer access and experience has been changed. And to some degree, the spectator experience has been changed. For what? For a one-off, for a special event? And it's never going to go back. Like, they're not going to tear the catch fencing down and say,
well,
we don't need this anymore.
You can cut new holes in the fence before your next homologation, though.
No, and you know what? That's fair, but they're not going to say, well, this was temporary fencing put up for this event. It's not necessary in this location, even though the FIA has said, no, you should have it, or you need to have it in order to certify the track. And now you've kind of taken that element of access and closeness away from marshals, photographers, spectators. And it's never coming back. And I'm not saying racing needs to be racing doesn't need to be dangerous. I'm not trying to make that point.
Right.
It's just it was fine up until somebody decided it wasn't, and now it's never just going to be the way it was. You're always going to be constrained by this thing.
The same, for lack of a better term, complaint has been levied at baseball in the recent years because they've extended the catch netting there. I watched. Go ahead.
Sorry,
what car is that?
It's the 851.
Okay, interesting.
It's pulled up to the start
access
stand.
road.
Well, it's the support pit lane, but it's pulled up to the start stand. There's no fluid leaking from the car. No idea what this is about. None of these gates are open here, so it's not like it can bang a left and go into the support paddock.
Yeah, he came really quick down the hill there.
I wonder if he missed turn 11, went straight down the hill, and just realized, oh, rather than rejoin at 12, I'll just go up the pit lane. Yeah, very weird. Huh. Anyway, Ryan, as you were.
The same complaints have been levied at baseball in recent years. And I think everybody's over it now. Like, it sucked, but I also watched the game live where a shattered bat went into someone's, like, face, basically. So, like, I understand why they did it. We haven't had any big spectator-involved incidents, thank God, like, for sure. But we did have what could have been a pretty bad spectator injury thing had there been spectators there last year.
Yeah.
So I don't like it either, I think it just ends up being part and parcel with racing, and you get used to it and you move on.
For sure, right, at a certain point. And what are you going to do about it anyway? It's not like
Right.
you just having a couple of complaints or being tired of having to shoot through a fence is going to make a huge difference. I think where I have an issue is that there's no obvious reason for the change, right? Let's go back to where was it at Daytona where they ended up putting in like 16-foot catch fencing basically everywhere? Was it the Austin Dillon crash that did? Ooh, spun car here at the exit of 5. That is the 164, I think.
I think so too.
Oh, thank you, Jordan. Jordan called it out right. It was the Edwards flip at Talladega in 09, where, he caught air and then caught the catch fence. They put in 16-foot catch fencing all over the place. And then there was some vindication with the Dillon crash in 2015. Yeah, that sounds right. But that same 16-foot catch fencing now exists at Watkins Glen. Everywhere. And it doesn't make obvious sense to me why that is the case, other than maybe, but there's also no catch fencing for like 80% of the track anywhere. The whole boot has only catch fencing at turn 6 and at turn the heel of the boot, right? But there's no fencing there still. There's only fencing up over the tunnel, and then it's gone on the right. There's nothing there. So it's either all this crazy over-engineered, like not over-engineered, but this crazy maximum security, maximum safety type solution, or there's just nothing. And I'm okay generally with nothing if the risk assessment is well, it's safe here. We don't need to have this type of catch fencing, or we can have all these photo holes or whatever. But how can you say it's both? How can you say we need to have 16-foot catch fencing here where we've never sent a car over the wall, and then 8 feet further this way or 80 feet further this way, we can have no catch fencing whatsoever where we have sent cars over the wall? That doesn't compute for me. How can you say in an FIA situation or certify a track at an FIA level, at a place like Portland, by the way, which isn't the highest speed track around most of the corners where this is becoming an issue, the Shelton Chicane, old festival curves, the outside of turn 4, the outside of turn 7 where I've seen all this stuff. Like, to me, it doesn't make sense that you say, okay, it's okay that we have no catch fencing or minimal solutions, but this thing in this particular location needs to be crazy. No holes, no nothing. That it just doesn't make sense to me. Zach Rigg in the chat says they've changed the turn 1 area here at Road Atlanta and the walk up to turn 3. Right, if you go down to turn 1, driver's left where we had the 909 drops a wheel on the exit of last corner, gathers it up. If you go down to turn 1 to the photo area there used to be multiple photo stands. For a while here, every time we've come to Road Atlanta, they've been moving walls around. And for a while, they actually took out the gap in the wall entirely so that it was one solid barrier around from support pit out all the way up to, I don't know, turn 4, I think. And you used to be able to walk up that hill. I have a picture of myself marshaling on the outside of turn 1 with no catch fence. It has been fine, but now they've moved the wall back. There's no more room to walk behind 1 up to 3. And there's like 10-foot catch fencing, 12-foot catch fencing back there.
I mean, things are fine until they're not. You know, like how many times even during WRL have we seen, oh, I haven't seen someone go off there before?
Sure, that's fair.
I mean, I don't know, like...
But let's take Road Atlanta here. Turn 1, you approach at, let's say, 140 miles an hour, 135 miles an hour in most of the WRL cars. There's a limited runoff. There's wall, trees, or wall, gravel trap, wall, fence, trees, in that order. Turn 6, you're approaching it probably 120 miles an hour in some of these cars.
Right.
And there it's huge gravel trap, or, moderate gravel trap, wall, trees, no fence. Why is there no catch fencing at turn 6? The photographer access is the same. The approach speed is only a couple of miles an hour different. And yet, we've got 12-foot catch fencing at one and nothing at the other. It's okay in one spot, but not okay in the other. And I just... do it with some consistency. And if you're going to do it with consistency, is it going to just... do we need the crazy solution everywhere? I just don't... I don't get it. Mostly because it makes my life more difficult, and I realize I'm biased, but anyway.
To be clear, this is one of my least favorite tracks to put cameras up at, for a myriad of reasons.
It's actually one of my favorites. But
you have a different relationship with the staff.
Oh, no, I've had actually a tremendous experience this week. It's been really wonderful.
Oh, really?
Yeah, change for the GTO class lead. NFC Motorsports has gotten by the 119 AE Victory Toyota Supra.
Yep, just last lap.
That is... yeah, it's been coming down. For a while there, it was stationary right at like 12, 13, 14 seconds. I wonder if this is a product of tires and tire wear and heat, or whether the 123 has picked up pace now that the fuel level has come down. Remember, they would have been fully heavy off of the last full course yellow restart. .119 is in, so that is... ooh, this is close. Hour and 1 minute remaining for what should be the final stop for the white and purple Toyota Supra GT4. Driver change. Who gets out here? Black fire suit gets out. I'm going to hazard a guess that that's Ashley Freiberg getting out.
Nice.
But that's only a guess. I don't know if Ashley would have had a fire suit ready to go for this weekend.
I assume she would have had one previous.
That might be Laura getting out.
No, Laura's been helping with the driver changes.
I understand that, but she definitely got out of the car.
Oh, well, there you go.
Black fire suit with a logo that looks suspiciously like a TBR logo.
No, because we saw her on I saw her on social media wearing a AE Victory shirt.
Shirt, yes. Fire suit, not shirt.
Okay. Yeah,
it is. Layla just took a picture from up here. It does say TBR on it.
Wow.
I wonder if they got to a point in the weekend in terms of just rotation through the weather, where they realized, hey, it's safer to just let Laura go get after it, have a stint.
Right.
So
add another driver.
Yeah, the helmet didn't look like Sarah getting in, so it'll be either Alana or Ashley in that case. Alana Carter or Ashley Freiberg. And this will obviously be the run to the end. 59 minutes on the clock. Sneaks up the inside is the number 28. And probably good to go on fuel at full tilt. Probably.
Yeah, I think so.
I don't think we need to save here. What the last stint length was and whether or not they just decided to come in and get the stop done. What they need to be careful of in doing something like that, if they didn't absolutely need to come in, is that they're not split by the overall race leader from the NFC number 123 Mercedes. AE Victory was last in at 163. It's now 194. It's only 31 laps. Yeah, I think they kind of short pitted here, got the stop done, and are now back out. It's an interesting thought, but I think a little risky. So the concern here, what we'd be looking for out the window here at start-finish would be that we see the 123 next, then we see the number 59. I'm sorry, the number 58, and then we see the 119. Actually, it's almost a lap between them on track now.
There's the 119 coming across.
And the 123 directly behind it.
Yep.
Yeah, so they're almost a lap between them, just full stop. And that would be...
And here come the MP01s.
Yeah, so I mean, if yellow were to come out now, the safety car would pick up the 58. The 119 and the 123 would go around. I mean, it's basically a requirement for that 119 that the 123 has to make a green flag stop here. Right? Even if the 123 ducked in for its half a tank of fuel or whatever it's going to need, if we got a full course yellow, I think they'd still come out in front. Clearly in front. Not split, to be clear, but, you know, near enough. Let's see how this pans out. Not necessarily the move I think I would have made, but they've done just about everything right this weekend.
Oh, 908 or nope.
Nope. 17? 908.
908, yep.
Definitely 908, yep. Off and on at the exit of turn 7.
Yep.
Next car behind the Victory Racing Super, by the way, is the 52 of ACP Tangerine Associates. 7.6 seconds is the margin there. The number 2 is another 2.5 seconds further back. Oh, wait, where's GTR? Oh, GTR is now in between the 123 and the 119. I missed that. So AE Victory is going to have to go chase the 99. Swarm of NPO1s headed down into turn number 1.
Yeah, it's a great race so far for the 52. The 2's having a great recovery.
Yep.
After losing 2 laps.
That car will be up in the race lead once again, if not for that 2 laps worth of penalties.
So with 56 minutes remaining here and waiting to see the results of, when the other 2 cars will blank and make their pit stop, I think we'll take our final commercial break. Just get that out of the way. A quick 30, is it 30 or 40 seconds, Jordan, for the ad? A quick 31-second interlude will come here as we try to get the bills paid here at Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta. Continental Tire. Cross contact. LX Sport.
Right choice in tires.
And tires. Yep, we'll do that bit. Hopefully Ryan Eversley isn't out of the car hearing us do his bit in a
We're
bad
gonna get
way.
a cease and desist.
Indeed, absolutely. So we'll be right back here from the Lanier Endurance SuperPrix at Road Atlanta.
You can feel confident Continental is the smart choice in tires.
Can they handle extremes?
Yep. Tested from the Texas desert to near the Arctic Circle.
Really?
Really.
Anything for the guy who finds that one pothole?
Yeah, road hazard coverage has your back.
For real?
Absolutely.
Were they made by like a bajillion engineers?
Well, closer to 100. Continental. Welcome to the smart choice in tires.
Welcome back to Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta, the Lanier Endurance SuperPrix. We're just inside an hour to go here. We're entering the last round of pit stops for most of the cars in the race today. I'm Ryan West. Brendan Kazmarek has stepped away. JT Tammy coming to us live from the Pacific Northwest. And Jordan Worth directing from the comfort of someone else's attic.
And Layla Kazmarek doing the social media stuff.
Layla Kazmarek is at all the ats. He's doing all the logos. Lots of logos out there. Catch DriversEye live on TikTok, Instagram, Facebook.
We're definitely not on TikTok.
Are we on Blue Sky?
I don't believe so.
Are we on Truth Social?
No.
Oh, no? Okay. Just wanted to make sure we're covering all the bases, and it sounds like we're not. So,
No.
you know.
We are
We're
not.
on Twitter. Me Twitter, X.
Yeah.
Yeah?
I believe we are.
Excellent.
But not TikTok yet.
MySpace?
Oh, RIP.
Oh, does it not exist anymore?
No, I don't think so.
Oh, okay. Well, there you go.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Well, you know, what are you going to do? What was the other one? Friendster?
Oh gosh, you're pulling
on
from the
Friendster?
vault. You're
Do we
pulling
have
from-
a Club Penguin server?
I don't know. That's a Brendan question.
All right.
Bye, guys.
Goodbye.
Okay. What's a Brendan question?
Do we have a Club Penguin server?
A what?
Club Penguin.
I don't know what that is.
You know what Club Penguin is?
No.
I don't either.
What? Surely somebody else knows about Club Penguin. Is that just me? Jordan?
Yes.
Oh, all right. Apparently I am younger than everybody else. That's fine. Club Penguin was like a, do you remember PlayStation at Home? No. Where you could like walk around and then, no, you guys didn't have PlayStations, you only had computers.
I had PlayStation. PS, PS2.
Oh, the PS3 was what this was on. Anyway, it was like
actually the only one I've never owned.
It was like a social walk around and you throw snowballs at people and there's like mini games. You know, for like kids, chat.
Sure. Like
thing.
RuneScape, but
RuneScape with less plot.
But worse.
Yes, much worse. Anyway.
Neopet. Layla compared it to Neopets.
Neopets. Yeah, it is a little bit like Neopets, yeah.
Man.
Halfway between Neopets and RuneScape, I would say.
Yeah, okay. All right.
So there you go.
Huh. No, I'm not familiar.
How
I've
is,
been thinking I've been thinking of starting a World Racing League Zanga, though.
I was going to say, how do you think your farm is doing right now?
Terrible. Thanks for asking.
Terrible. You know, those cows were just waiting to get their XP collected, and they just, one day, that was it.
Every time I see the Second Life Office episode, it just makes me want to play RuneScape real bad.
I logged in like 6 months ago.
Of course you did.
It's a lot better than it was.
I didn't need to be better. It just didn't capture my attention for long periods of time. That's all.
JT, do you have a bot that
Like
goes and
any of your
harvests
sports.
resources?
What's that?
Do you have a bot that harvests resources for you while you're AFK?
No.
No? Oh. See, I have friends that do that still even. But
yeah, I'm not surprised to hear that didn't hold your attention, Brendan. Like T-ball or soccer.
Well, here's the thing. It's not that I wasn't interested in the sport itself. It's that I was more interested in the planes in the area.
Yeah.
You know?
Ooh, that's a 172 flying overhead.
No, we're on board with the 172.
Nice.
Ironic
The
change.
TLM Skyhawk.
TLM Skyhawk.
52 is into the pit lane. He's already given up the spot to the number 2.
The dose.
The 908 is into the pit lane. This will be
That'll
last
be-
pit stops for everybody now with obviously
is.
50 minutes left on the clock.
Yeah. Do you think that'll be Stefan Sarrazin getting in to close out the race?
The 908.
The 908. Yeah.
That's very good. Yeah, I like that.
Maybe David Brabham.
Who's your favorite former Peugeot factory driver from like the diesel era? You're going to pick one.
Lapierre.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Bourdais.
Yeah, I think mine's Bourdais. And that feels like a cop-out, but like...
I was going to say, I feel like having the ringer that comes in for Le Mans only is a cop-out.
No, he was full factory driver in 07 and 08, I think, right?
He did the full season?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Here's the thing. I used to dislike Bourdais with a passion.
Yeah, same.
Like, one of my least favorite drivers. Like
99 is in, by the way. It's a car up way off in the distance.
Okay, so that's good. Okay,
second.
so that puts the AE victory up into second. Now we got to watch the NFC situation.
Yeah. Anyway, JT.
The thing that changed my mind on Bourdais was Dinner with Racers.
Yeah.
They did
Good
that
callback.
interview. That
Yeah.
absolutely changed my mind on Bourdais. Now I'm occasionally okay with actually cheering for him.
So I think there are a couple of things that happened. 2 is in, 109 is in now as well. A couple of things happened. Number one, he got caught up in all the Paul Tracy rivalry stuff in like 05, 06. And Tracy, that's the problem with Paul. One of the problems with Paul Tracy is he will just suck you in, right? And make you play his game and start playing head games with you, right? And it worked. It worked. Bourdais was awesome in the mid-2000s in admittedly a thinned-out Champ Car field. But Tracy got inside his head and started playing games with him. And it made you really, really dislike Bourdais. Right? Because he was playing a game that he's just not built to race. So then he goes sports car racing, and you're like, oh, well, it's still, it's Bourdais. He won all these Champ Car titles. He's been super popular. Not popular, but super successful, and, like, that's annoying.
You're forgetting F1 as well.
Oh, and of course, the Toro Rosso stuff. But he was teamed with Vettel, right,
Vettel,
for a while?
Yep.
Right?
Yeah, that was the former Scott Speed seat, if I recall correctly.
It was.
It was.
Yeah, Toro Rosso.
And
Yeah.
Scott Speed had all the drama there with the manager or whoever not liking him at all.
Franz Tost.
Right, French toss. Yep.
Yeah.
Exactly. Right. So there were all these reasons not to like Bourdais. He goes to, primarily do sports car racing, continues doing some Indy car racing and stuff like that, and never really found a way to revitalize the image or get his personality out there. Right, Le Mans was heartbreak after heartbreak because Peugeot couldn't figure it out. His car didn't win in 2009 because they stopped their fight back and froze the field with froze the running order with hours left. There were things, and then 2010 they had the fastest car by far, and he didn't even make it to hour 4. Right, so you never got to see him happy. You just saw him constantly angry and annoyed at the whatever the situation was, and maybe that was who he actually was. But I'm with you, JT. Once he started just being himself in publicly accessible media and you actually got to know his perspective on things, it actually made him pretty likable, I thought.
Yeah, definitely.
One of my all-time favorite podcasts, in addition to Dinner with Racers, is an interview that he did with Marshall Pruitt about the 908 program. They recorded it at Sebring one year, and I forget who else was on the podcast, but they were basically telling more stories about the whole Peugeot 908 experience. And he tells the story of the power steering solution on the 908. They went with electric power steering instead of hydraulic.
Yep.
And he said I think he called them some pretty lonely moments going up over the top of Radion where the power steering would just seize.
Ugh.
Like as you tried to put opposite lock into the car.
Oh, because it's trying to hold the... Okay.
Yeah, so you
I see how
counter
that
steer
would
the other
happen.
way, and the
Right,
whole thing
right,
would
right,
just
right.
seize up, and you were
Yeah.
stuck with the wheels pointing a direction you didn't want it to go over the top of Radeon in a 900 kilogram sports car with 1,200 foot-pounds of torque pushing you.
Yeah.
And so he tells some of those stories. He tells the story of the 2011, the redesigned 908 for the new rules.
Mm-hmm.
That the engineers got the center of gravity or the center of pressure like 5% wrong from design to actual measurement. And it made, and he tells the whole story through like trauma laughter. Like, this is funny that we all had to go through this, but at the time it was horrific. And I think it totally changed the way I saw Bourdais. And now I look back on his career and everything he's done. It's like, yeah, you know what? He deserves success. He seems like a good dude.
I cannot find for the life of me, and I would swear it was Bourdais, but maybe it wasn't, because I've searched it 100 times. There was a year, I'm pretty sure it was here, where one of the 908s, maybe it wasn't here, one of the 908s was running the American Le Mans Series, which is what leads me to believe it was probably here, because it wasn't at Daytona.
It would have only been Sebring here, because they didn't run anything else.
Right. So it must have been here. And the car dies. Like, I don't know what happened. And they pull it off to the side, and he gets out, and I would bet money that it was Bourdais. And Bourdais gets out of the car and runs over to the fence, because it's like he parked it next to the fence, basically. Runs over to the fence, and the mechanics are like yelling at him how to fix the car. Of like whatever it was that broke on the car. And they're like, I want to say they were trying to hand him tools. But
It was
like,
here on the back straightaway.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was stopped and pulled over on the backstretch. Yep.
Yep, and they're trying to tell him how to like fix the car or whatever. I don't think he ended up getting it going. But anytime that a driver in endurance racing gets out of the car, Romain Dumas in the Audi, for example, if you get out of the car to fix something and then get back in and drive it to the pit lane, like, you win.
Yeah.
Like, that's badass. You gave enough of a damn to do the thing. Like, I'm all in. I'm pretty sure that was Bourdais that did that.
Yeah, you might be right.
So like that for me, it gets you a ton of slack being cut versus a lot of drivers who'd probably throw their hands up like, oh, it's broken, I don't know how to do.
Since the final pit stop, by the way, AE Victory has been mostly in the 35s and 36s here. Some traffic, but even visually out on track, you can see the margin having grown. Oh no, Brad's coming back. Having grown between the. Between the 123 Mercedes and the AE Victory Supra. I don't anticipate that car being able to catch back up to the back of the Mercedes, even with the pit stop. I think the margin that's been built up by the Mercedes here is enough to get them in and out of the pit lane here in the closing minutes with enough in hand. The question is going to be what kind of charge gets put in by the number 2. Actually, by the 99, because the 2 is the only one that hasn't pitted yet. Right? So the 2 will slip back. The 99 is only about 55 seconds behind the 119 and has already made the stop. So let's see what the story is there. It's a tall ask, 55 seconds in 41 minutes of racing, but you do laps pretty quickly here around Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta. 40 minutes is still probably worth 30 laps. You can really feel here trackside how much the field's thinned out.
Oh man, I could do a last-minute Dinner with Racers plug.
Yeah.
If you go to their website, dinnerwithracers.com, you can click on a link for Continental Tires, our sponsor for our general production classes and for WRL. If you go and record a very quick and brief video of yourself talking about your first car, your first tire, you are entered to win a free set of Continental tires. They're giving them away, I believe, every month until September or October. But yeah, if you go to that website on Dinner with Racers, you can click the link that is provided there. That gives Dinner with Racers the acknowledgement from Continental that they are sending people to their website. It keeps Dinner with Racers going, keeps Continental happy, and you might win a free set of tires, which is always a good thing.
JT Tammy at Dinner with Racers booster.
Yeah.
Absolutely. I'm a big fan of them. Love their podcasts. So that is it's a free podcast, and they get so many great guests. Hopefully we'll see Buzz in the future. So yeah, anything we can do to keep them going.
I had
Well,
a
now
lot
we
of
know that he's on the
moments.
radar.
It was amazing. So he came up into the booth. When he came up into the booth earlier, obviously Brad and Mike were already up here, and I recognized him and went over and said hello, said, hey, these guys are going to be on here for just a couple of minutes. If you don't mind sticking around, we'll get you on here on the microphones. Obviously, Brad and Mike stuck around for a little while, but I kind of turned away, and Ryan said something to me, and I said, it's amazing how quickly, when you're not just looking at you, how much it just feels like, oh, he's on a speaker in the background. Hundreds of hours listening to DWR, and all of a sudden, immediately you're like, oh, where's DWR coming from? No, he's right here. You're just not looking at him anymore.
So I did submit Buzz's name for the Dinner Bites series that they're doing, because I think that would be an excellent host for that.
Buzz notwithstanding, who is the ideal WRL paddock person for a DWR interview?
Ooh. I kind of like the idea of Mike doing it.
Yeah,
Mike. Yeah, just because of the wide involvement that he's done in motorsports, because I believe he did driving himself quite a bit.
Sure, yeah.
And now what he's done to run a team in a variety of different series.
Yeah.
Like I believe we've seen him in HSR, we've seen him in other series in addition to WRL, and it's only expanded. So that's pretty cool to hear about.
I'd submit Tyler Hoffman as well.
Aaron Vogel.
Johan.
Chad Moorhead, maybe. And listen to Chad. Johan.
Oh, Johan. It's Johan.
It's Johan.
Yeah, that's 100% what it is.
Johan did I don't know if we talked about it, but Johan did a car control clinic here on Thursday.
That's right.
Yeah, I know we talked about it back at, it was either at Mid-Ohio or Road America, or maybe Barber. Who can say? It's been a long season. But we did talk about him running the car control clinic during the Max Track Time event on Thursday down in the skid pad over at turns 6 and 7. Thought being, well, obviously he holds the world record for the longest drift. But drifting and car control are not necessarily exclusive to each other, right? You don't need to have car control and understand how to ride a car or drive a car at the limit just in order to go drifting. It has racing applications. It has road-going applications as well. 669 goes around over at turn 10 and recovers. I actually haven't caught up on how that went.
Bad. I think it went terrible. Nobody learned anything about car control.
There's no way that's true. There's no way you spend...
How do you think it went?
There's no way you spend 15 minutes with Johan Schwartz and don't learn something.
That's true.
This is not possible.
We, Brad and I were throwing some shade at Johan because he didn't win the drift kart thing at Eagles Canyon. Somebody else won, like a crew member from one of the teams won it. And we were like, oh man, I don't know how that happens. Like, is he just not in the game or whatever? And like 15 seconds later, he like walks in to the booth and we start laughing. He's like, oh yeah, no, he was doing a good job. He was pretty good out there, yeah. Good time. Good guys.
Yeah.
All the way around. Lots of good people in WRL. We say that every time, but it's still true.
That's why we keep coming back, right? Come for the endurance racing, stay for the people.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. Sure, it's what keeps, Jay Tompkins and the Montgomery guys coming back.
Yep.
Steve and the No. Scott
Even
and
the
no. The Big Mission guys.
Moorhead Speedworks. FYI, Moorhead Speedworks here supporting Rebel Racing and HK Motorsports.
Oh, I didn't know the HK thing, but we did see the Rebel Motorsports guys all decked out in MSW gear yesterday. 222 up on the podium.
They were using an MSR pole to stop the car in the pit lane. I saw that earlier.
Did Moorhead make that comment after I suggested he would be a great listen on Dinner with Racers, or did he make that comment before?
After.
Wow, good,
Definitely
yeah.
after.
Yep. Humble Chad as ever.
Chad Moorhead,
real
Specky
Chad,
46 fame.
real Chad Moorhead behavior.
Real.
See, I would have nominated him, but
the Chad Moorhead.
He didn't bring his Genettas here for redemption.
Yeah, what's the story with that, Chad? With the Genettas?
We did it in redemption.
You cannot answer that, and that would be fine. You know, we have talked about Genettas extensively in past race coverages on DriversEye Live and on Endurance Radio, as a matter of fact.
Ryan Eversley was there.
Yes, he was.
Ryan Eversley was impacted by
Colton Herta was there.
Colton Herta was also there.
Brian Herta was there.
They were all
Alan
there.
Jr. was there.
Lots of people were there. Rob Holland was there.
Maybe not that year. Maybe that year? I don't know.
That might have been the year after. DJ Wilson was there.
That's a name I haven't thought of in a long time.
He's a dealership principal in Fresno.
Yeah.
Is that what he does?
Yeah,
Porsche,
he owns Fresno Porsche, which is a funny place to own a Porsche dealer.
You know what? I
Does
do.
all right.
Now that I think about it, I do see his name come up on Twitter every now and then.
He was a big crypto guy for a
Very, yeah, I was going
big
to say, has
crypto
very
guy.
interesting hobbies these days.
Yeah.
Yeah, 333 is slow-ish and wide at turn 5. Looks like just recovering up over the top of the hill and does continue on his way, his or her way. .123 is in. Gets on the binders.
That's the NFC car. Yep. Formerly one of the best pit crews in the business. Jay Pellegrini had everybody trained up, but it's been some time since they've done WRL pit stops in anger.
How long do you think you get residual returns off of that practice before you just kind of start to lose the
probably
finesse?
like any other sport, so like a couple months. And
Yeah,
really
I
get you
think
back
that
at it.
sounds about right. They go one can of fuel into the left rear, driver change. I'm sorry, the right rear with a driver change now at the wheel of the 123. I have a suspicion here that the 123 is significantly less win at all costs type of approach to racing than they might have been in 2023 or 24.
When they're not gunning for a championship here.
Well, or
just
you're just
first
here as
race
a
back,
one-off.
hanging out.
Yep, you're here as a one-off. You're not putting Aaron Povoleto in the car for the last 3 hours. 2:59:59, and he's in the car. Like, I have a suspicion that they're just, hey, we're going to do this for fun. But now, that being said, results-wise, it certainly seems like they're picking up where they left off. The 70s had a bad day, so they've been able to benefit from that.
But they've been off-road racing this year too.
Off-road racing.
Yeah, they did Baja, I think.
Oh, I didn't know that.
That was in the thing. They run Baja. They've got I don't know if it's a buggy or a truck. That's a gig I got to get in on. How can I come crew your Baja truck with you?
Truck. I saw a clip of Jordan Worth on somebody else's live stream just yelling the word truck in the background.
He doesn't do truck anymore. Very disappointed.
Truck.
Very disappointed. Oh, truck is back? Jordan's got to bring back truck because the ad revenue's down. He's got to get the viewers back. Some brief research on
truck
Instagram
is the new Mets.
shows that they have they have both a buggy and a trophy truck. NFC does. So there you go.
We have a request for a rundown in several classes regarding fuel stops remaining. We know GTO. We will honor that request, by the way. We know what the situation in GTO is. Everybody has pitted, we think, except the number 2 from ACP Tangerine Associates. I will pull up their status as we speak. Red Mist timing is a little laggy at the moment. Storing 2 days, 500 laps worth of data for 60 cars. Does make sense. 123 has pitted and 119 has pitted. GTR 99's already been in. 52's been in. TLM USA, I think, has been in as well. Up in GTU, Stratus 58 and 59. 58 was just in 2 laps ago. 59 has just come and gone. So that is resolved with the exception of whatever happens on track. But the margin is 2 laps. So shouldn't really be much to choose or much to sort out there. In GP1, Palomar leads PC Racing by 1:01. 3 laps in hand over HK Motorsports number 221, and then another lap back to the very solid day that Blaze Racing number 118 is having. Oh yeah, we're a little slow here on the Red Mist side. Oof. We're gonna let it turn 1 there. Open Throttle Racing number 64 is P5 in GP1 at the moment. A lot of attrition in GP1 today, like a lot. Palomar PC, HK Blaze, Open Throttle 64 and 63 are kind of the only, I think, true, obviously trouble-free days. The Triple Threes had a tough weekend, and then you get 5th Gear in 8th out of 18. 5th Gear had the accident down at turn 1. 808 had the accident down here at turn 12. Blitzkrieg spent a lot of time in the paddock today and is still there. And it just kind of gets worse from there. GP2 Palomar number 83 leads Rebel Racing 222 by a lap. I believe... Have you seen that 222 in?
It has not come in yet.
Okay.
As it comes through turn 1 shot here, yeah, minute 13 gap, and they are due in.
Okay. The 2 we think has been in now that I look at it. They were in at lap 202. Race time 8 hours 15 minutes. It's an awkward timer, but that should be 45 minutes remaining, given the 2 quiet hours. So that answers our question there. Everybody's been in GTO. Oof, man. What is that about? 172 is desperate to find a way by the 669 here, but the 669 was smack in the middle of the road coming up the hill at turn 1. Palomar's just been in 3 laps ago. So with that margin being just over a minute on track, and the 222 needing a stop, that should be well sorted as well.
So to be clear, it wasn't the 38 from Palomar that just pit. It was
83.
The 83.
No, that's what I'm talking about in GP2 specifically, relative to the Rebel car. Yeah. Blitzkrieg is going to owe us a stop as well in the 190, but there's really nothing.
They're all separated by roughly 2 laps once you get that far back.
Yeah, PC Racing last stop with 40 minutes to go at about Palomar in GP1.
38 is due.
Yeah, 38 is due. Okay.
I think they've been trying to bank on a yellow. They put another lap on at HK Motorsports. Howard Robinson currently in the car. Just 3 laps out of the lead.
What is the on-track margin? Minute 4 between Palomar and PC. That is not quite enough to get it done, but the Palomar car is consistently lapping. Sorry, the 38. I need to be more specific. Consistently lapping in the 1-minute 40s, and that actually does kind of explain why they're pushing that hard. If they still require the stop before the end, it should be a quick stop. Should be more than a handful of gallons.
Yeah, if you look at the last 5 laps between both the 38 Palomar and the 44 PC, they've both been into the 39s, to 41 range. So they're both going relatively quick in GP1 at the moment. Man, that poor 64, every time I see it go by. Unfortunately, with that damage still evident on the driver's front side bumper, but very good good run for the 64 today. Looking at a top 5 at the moment.
Two other battles we need to watch here in GTO. We kind of piece this all back together. GTR 99 is catching the number 2, who is also catching the 119. Now, the 2 is kind of in that weird spot where, oh, they have been in. 45 minutes left. Okay. Oh, right, yeah, because they were ahead of the 119. Yeah, that makes sense. But they are catching the 119, and GTR 99 is occasionally catching the number 2. I didn't remember seeing the 2 in, and we're looking at that pretty closely, but obviously just missed it. And as you say, JT, 38 is in now as well. The 119 dropped last lap into the 35s. As quick as that car has been, GTR responds with a 36, and 2 responds with 33.6. That margin's 26 seconds. Anticipating about 18 laps left here, 18, 19 laps. A 52 is back in.
That'll more or less hand it to TLM.
Yeah, this is not scheduled on the 52. 8 hours. They were in at 8:13 race time. Oh, tire change on the. Well, they were. Oh, they're looking at tires on the left front, but the tire changer and the wheel gun got over there, saw nothing wrong, and immediately looked underneath the car, gave the wheel a shake, and everything seemed all right. Yeah, hands in the air now. No idea what the problem is on the number 52. This is, obviously, appears to be a case of the driver reporting something wrong, like a flat tire or a suspension issue or something. Says, I got to pit, there's a problem. They all set up to get the tire changed. Left front tire changer, tire carrier specifically, is in a tank top. Nice. Sleeveless. It is hot, but carrying, my point was going to be, it is a bold decision to carry a hot racing tire without sleeves, like on your arms or your shoulders. Gloves are fine, but like there's a non-zero chance that your forearms or your biceps like rub up against the tire carcass itself. That is brave. Yeah. Brave. Character building. As we head towards the final 20 minutes or so of racing here, yeah, our eyes are on the battle between 119, 2, and 99. We need to wait in GP1 for Palomar to cycle through. Have they lost a lap? The PC? How's that possible?
Let's see.
They were ahead by a minute.
Oh, that's why they were. They lost 2 laps for the contact with the 808.
Oh my gosh! Yeah. So that would have just been issued, right?
Relatively recently.
I mean, since we started talking about the battle.
Maybe, I'm not sure.
Yeah, I think it has. Because the outlap was at 2:25, so it was a really quick stop. And all of a sudden, they went from leading by a minute to being 2 laps down while having only had a 2:25 outlap. So it doesn't those things don't compute without extra time lost somewhere else. Since we've been following it so closely, I think that must be it, JT.
I think they pitted, no?
Yeah, they just came off pit road.
Yeah, well, but that's my point, Ryan, is normally they only lost like 40 seconds in the stop, maybe 50. We saw it all happen. I saw it all happen out the window in timing computes. They only lost about 50 seconds. So, yeah, I think they've just applied that 2-lap penalty for contact. Did you say that was with JT, 808?
Yeah.
And that was that when the 808 ended up in the wall?
No, that was the 52, which is why the 52 has lost 2 laps as well.
Right. Okay, well that settles that then. We'll just keep an eye on the GTO battle through to the end here.
Mike, I understand chat said issued on the end lap.
Yep, okay. There we go. Let's talk next events for the World Racing League.
Shall we?
2025. Next event on the calendar comes on Labor Day weekend out at High Plains Raceway. Just about an hour or so east of, east. There are things out there. East of the Denver metro area and the Denver airport in particular, August 29th through the 31st. It is a single-day enduro on Saturday, 13 hours into the darkness, and having been there last year, it is the darkness, capital T, capital D. It is, I mean, you're very far away from civilization out there, and there's nothing quite like, with as little infrastructure as there is out there, and as few lights as there are out there, there's really very little else like it running around High Plains Raceway there into the darkness. Don't anticipate having that one live streamed. It's not a championship event this year. So we may be watching that one on timing screens rather than video screens. But the Midwest Championship will reach its conclusion about a month later out at Burt Brothers Motor Park in the Tuella Valley, just west of Salt Lake City, September 26th through the 28th. Our 10th wedding anniversary spent in Tuella.
Ooh.
Yeah. Hard to believe. But we'll wrap up the Midwest Championship out there at the Burt Brothers Motor Park. Running the outer course is what I've been told. So not the full 4.5 mile layout. The 3-ish mile layout. Ryan, you seem incredulous at this concept.
No, it's not incredulous. It's funny.
It's a better circuit that way anyway. More high-speed corners there. Less Mickey Mouse. Less Alan Wilson.
I can't remember. Do you go through the attitudes that way?
Yes. So, but the attitudes are preceded by like a 5th gear right-hand sweeper with a huge run-up to it. So you're approaching there at 5th gear. It's a long right-hander, and you're on the wrong side of the track to set up for the corner. It's actually a pretty cool layout, I think. You remember when World Superbikes used to race at Burt Brothers Motor Park? World Superbikes in Utah. Yeah, anyway.
Imagine the flight.
I can just imagine. Anyway, looking forward to wrapping up the Midwest Championship there. And then we sail off into the conclusion of the season. Rapid-fire events about 3 or 4 weeks apart each. Watkins Glen International, October 17th through the 19th. Leaf peeping season in the Finger Lakes up at the Glen.
Got to get out to the Finger Lakes.
Yeah, never mind. Sebring International Raceway is the Eastern Region Championship finale, November 7th through the 9th. Looking forward to getting back down to Sebring. Another spectator event down there. Watkins Glen, not sure yet. But we do get to wrap up the Eastern Region Championship that we're fighting for at this very moment, as a matter of fact. And then, of course, the return of the National Championship event at Circuit of the Americas, December 5th through the 7th. Anticipate having both Ryan and I on site for that. And hoping for better weather than last year, frankly. We already talked about the weather plenty, but man, it just rained for like 3 straight days.
It's fine.
Yeah.
I can't wait to be an awkward third wheel again at the brewery that you inevitably take me and Layla to.
No, Ryan, you're wrong. It's breweries.
Oh.
Multiple.
Great.
You liked Meanwhile. Good. The place with all the huge outdoor space and all the
fine.
trucks. Yeah, it was good. I like Meanwhile.
All right.
Yeah, it'll be college football championship weekend as well. So
college football's dead to me, so it's fine.
Because the Pac-12 is literally dead?
It's not literally dead. It's doing okay, but
Well.
still makes no sense. So
Sure.
went ahead and ruined football for us. I'm actually going to go watch the Gophers take on the Bears here in a few weeks.
The Golden Gophers and the Cal Bears?
And the Golden Bears. Battle
Golden
of the
Bears?
Goldens.
Are they the Golden Bears?
They are.
What about the Embry-Riddle Aeronautical University Golden Eagles?
Do you think they're going to take on the Sacramento State Hornets?
I don't know. Probably just go watch them play hockey or something, because that's like the only thing they're good at. Me and Charles Espenlaub are going to go hang out and watch Embry-Riddle hockey.
I'll be sure to wear my St. Cloud State hockey jersey.
Yeah, D1 hockey program.
D1 hockey program with a recent Olympic goal scoring 4 years ago. So, you know. Lemons calls the high plane race the BFE GP. That is accurate.
I don't know what BFE stands for. I have ideas, but I don't know that they're correct.
It's not tremendously PC racing.
Okay, fair. Fair enough.
Yeah, I'm glad you read that now, Brendan.
Yeah.
I have a lot of friends that are associated.
That is what they call that. I mean, the course, yeah.
There's, you know, yeah.
We don't need to revisit this. It's fine. We'll continue to move on.
All right. "14 minutes to go here at Road Atlanta."
Is that true?
Yeah, right there. It says so on the clock. We got the logo and everything. On board the TLM USA.
I couldn't tell.
TLM BMW. Brought to you by Farah. Speaking of, if you're looking for some track time in Southern Florida in the next few weeks.
Specifically the weekend of August 9th and 10th.
You want some good track time, some good sprint racing, an enduro, we can get you hooked up.
Here's the thing. I realize that, like, the Homestead Infield Road Course isn't, you know, sexy. NASCAR doesn't race there. FIA GT ran there in 1998, which is, you know, not worth nothing, I guess. But
sure,
it doesn't call and beckon for a lot of people. I think it's legitimately interesting. I
think
love
the F4 racing there is really good. I like
5 wide, right?
Yeah,
5 wide
it's
photo
great.
finish in February. Unbelievable. Like, everybody sees the Freedom 100 finish from 2013 or whatever it was. 4 wide by 1/10 of a second. This was 5 wide and like 900ths. Unbelievable. And Creamer on the call.
Oh, so good.
Yeah, but
so good.
I think for as flat as that area is and as like uninteresting as people make the infield road course at Homestead out to be, I really enjoy it. The run into turn 1 at high speed, the drop off on the bank or from the banking onto the flat into a really pretty tricky braking zone. At turn 2 is really interesting. The nominal banking at turn 4 is very cool. And the run down into turn 8, excellent passing opportunity. Our cameras look great there.
They do.
And whether you're running banking 3 and 4 or infield 3 and 4, I think it's a nice mix of flow and technical.
And we can change it on the fly because that one camera's right there.
Yeah,
you just
true.
Turn it. It looks great.
I wouldn't mind seeing WRL give Homestead a shot sometime.
I think that's going to be difficult.
I think so, but it might not be. Who knows?
RJ Homestead, let's do it.
I think so.
Dave Twatty can host us.
Was that a slow car off in the distance there, heading into 10?
Possibly.
Jordan?
It looks smoky.
Some smoke. Yep.
Yeah.
That's a Supra.
No,
that's
a BMW.
Oh, it's a BMW. Is that the 2?
That is.
It is the 2. So this is made even more interesting by the fact that the sister car was just in the pit lane with an unidentifiable left front or left side issue.
Possible tire issue on the
right. Yeah, absolutely a tire issue. I've got it out the window here. And, yep, very down at the left front. The tire it's flat at the bottom. And comes to the attention of the ACP Tangerine Associates crew. We get to do it all again. This one is, much more obvious than the first attempt. So this is a podium change in GTO. 99
Indeed.
catches the ACP number
With
2.
Tangerine Associates.
Yep, with ACP Tangerine Associates, of course, and displaces yesterday's GTO class winner off of the podium. And GTR 99s. They're being pretty quiet, pretty anonymous all day. Just don't do anything dumb. Don't make any silly mistakes, and you'll find yourself there with the result regardless. And that's exactly what's happened. If anything, or if anything else, I suppose, this gives just a little extra breathing room to the 119 AE Victory Racing Supra, who I think can pretty comfortably put that number 119 into cruise mode. 10 minutes left on the clock. Number 2 has been sent, by the way. The next car on the timing sheets is the 172 from TLM USA, who's already benefited from one tire issue with ACP Tangerine Associates. And I think we'll have enough, the 2 will have enough in hand there that it won't be under threat from that TLM car. Nice that we've gotten this little green flag stretch here ahead of the checkered flag.
Close it out.
For as tough as I think today has been for a lot of people, and as weird as some of the stuff that's happened has been, and as many impacts as we've seen, it's just so not the norm in the World Racing League, and as stop as it's been, and all of those things. Getting this this green flag run to the end and seeing what everybody's got, letting the strategy play itself out naturally as well, has been worthwhile.
Is it cooled off at all, Brendan, for your trip to retrieve the cameras?
No.
No, not at all? Well,
I don't think so.
No?
Yeah, pretty sure it hasn't. No.
So here's the deal. As I tell all the mechanics in my shop right now, I did my time in the 100-degree plus heat.
Yeah.
And, I don't feel bad at this point. I did it for 23 years.
Yeah.
I'm good, you know?
Yeah, this is... it's been fine. Yeah, camera-wise, it's been fine. We've made it all work.
Yep. Got it shaken out.
It does make me, remember, like, every time we try and find new events to cover when it's slow in July and August. It's just like, actually maybe.
Maybe not.
Maybe we don't have to do this.
What's going on at Laguna Seca? What's going on at, can we get maybe, like, is there like a Toronto racetrack or maybe a, what's going on at Trois Rivières in August?
The Grand Prix de Trois Rivières, man.
Is it? We should be doing that.
It's like the only event they do is in August.
I was going to say, do they need some dirt racing coverage in Anchorage?
That could be good.
Yeah. What's the weather like at
where we could do
Pacific?
the ice racing? We could do the ice racing.
What's the weather like at Pacific Raceways, JT?
Yeah.
How are we doing up there for
this
temps?
weekend, we're currently at 73 Fahrenheit.
Oh, man.
What about Dirtfish? Does Dirtfish hold competitive events? Could we go do that?
I'm not
You know
sure
what?
if they
That's
do at
actually
the
a good
moment.
idea. Like,
Temperature at Calabogie right now.
That's just a joke, but like, Calabogie would be good. We hit Tooth.
Yeah.
Hang out with them.
Chat with Alana and see if she's got any any contacts up there.
There we go.
Trois Rivières, man. I want to go to Trois Rivières so bad. That event looks like so much fun. Like, just as a spectator, just to go hang out in the town center for the weekend. Watch a
press
CAS
passes,
not
press
CAS car,
passes.
NASCAR Pinties. Press passes. Yeah, there was a time before they did English language commentary where we tried to go do it.
Let's try again.
Yeah, but your boy was on an air traffic controller trainee salary and couldn't afford to go to Trois Rivières for 4 days. Yeah.
Yeah, that'll do it.
What are you going to do?
I don't know. My boy that's about to go to air traffic controller training is like very stoked about the amount of money that he's getting while being trained. So
well,
he said things are cheap in Oklahoma, right? I said, well, I mean they're not that cheap, but sure,
no,
it is less than what you're paying now. He's in the Seattle area, so
sure. Yeah.
Yes, then everything in the world is.
you know, that's.
I showed you guys that house that was 380. That was.
Dude, I'm telling you, you could put a huge mural on that. You could get somebody from the art college to come down and do like a big mural. That'd be awesome.
I'm across. That would be across the street from middle school. There would be murals all the time.
Yes. Yes.
Not the kind I would necessarily want.
No, it's fine.
Pretty sure most of the trailers in the WRL paddock offer more square footage than that house.
There's
an idea.
Sorry, guys. There is contact reported, or was contact reported at 422 between the 119 and the 908. That is now under investigation.
Oh no, that's not what we need. We need double podiums for the weekend.
No. Yeah.
There's also 77 reported.
Yeah, and both Kingpin cars picked up a pit lane penalty, basically back to back, for different things, to be clear. But
rough day for them.
Yeah, not the day you want to have there. Yesterday went pretty well, but not a great day for the 77 crew. We didn't end up seeing Tyler Huffman up here either. Just that long day. It just kept getting longer.
Well, it sounds like we contributed to his strife, so it might have been that too.
You know, I mean, listen, I refuse to subscribe to that theory.
Oh, me too.
If you don't want a bad outcome to things, don't do things that cause bad outcomes. Don't get caught with doing things that have bad outcomes.
Man, it's kind of like that the Miatas racing during the SCCA race at Sebring in the turn. What was it? 16 runoff. Or am I still not allowed to talk about that?
Oh, I don't think I remember what you're talking. Oh, yeah, with the camera.
Yes.
Yeah. No, I mean,
every single car was cutting the track.
To be
and
fair,
we could no longer cover that part of the track because it would show them cutting all the time.
I mean, so WRL does enforce track limits most places, but we go to Watkins Glen. SCCA doesn't. They just said, listen, we can't enforce it fairly for every car every lap. We're just not going to enforce it. No, it's not. Don't show it. It's just we're not going to enforce it.
We were told not to show it.
Yeah, but they did acknowledge when it happened. It was we don't have a track limits problem. We have an enforcement problem. Mm-hmm. Yeah, you can't enforce it fairly, then you can't enforce it at all. White flag is in the hands of the starter here. Our timer is somehow off again. I'm not sure
it is slightly. Redness
oh my
show
gosh.
a minute 50 left.
Did you hear me calling you out, man, or what? Oh my gosh.
Got him.
Man, the driver's eye live curves, right? No.
Dude, we're just crushing right now.
Yeah. You doing all right? Yeah, grab one. Yeah. We've got like a lap left, so yeah, perfect. Yeah. Hello to Tyler Huffman.
Hello, everybody.
Who we just called out for not joining us. I see what you're doing here, by the way. I see what's happening. Trying to cut our conversation short.
Which one?
I don't know.
I'm here for Fun Cup?
Yes, okay. But you're only giving me a lap, man.
Post-race coverage will include the Fun Cup.
25 hours of Fun Cup coverage.
Before we pick up the white flag, I got to ask, how was it?
Freaking amazing.
Was it?
It was hard not to cuss. It was incredible.
Yeah, that's awesome.
So much fun, man. We're going to go back. We're going to run multiple cars next year.
White flag is out. Let's save this for
after.
No,
would do again?
Oh, we're going next year. Yeah.
Awesome. Would bring to the U.S.?
It's coming. Yeah, it's coming.
The Daytona thing.
Yeah.
Okay. But not a full series. This is
No.
okay.
There's 115 cars, and that's what makes it spectacular.
Yeah, cool.
Right?
Did you guys talk about the Daytona thing at all while you were there?
Yeah, so you have to do South Africa to do Daytona.
Kailami?
Yep.
Didn't know there was that happening.
That's kind of cool.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
Oh, hit checkers in hand.
White flags? Checkers in hand?
Checkers in right hand.
Yep. It'll come out for the Stratus number.
It should be in turn
58?
5 right now.
5-8.
I believe.
Yeah.
The blue one.
Try not to hijack the coverage of the race.
No,
here.
it's okay.
Like I said, we can do post-race coverage. It's fine.
We can.
I have, so I've been in the building for 30 minutes.
You did say you were going to be over here with 30 minutes to go.
I tried. I mean, I was here. I just wasn't where I intended to be.
Yeah, I understand.
So.
Yeah. Well, the good news is there's not enough time left for something bad to happen as a result of you coming up here, like Brad and literally everybody else we've had in the booth today. So
I don't know what that means, but I ran
People
into
kept coming by for interviews, and their cars would just.
stuff. He's making.
Oh, I see. That's when
we had
interviewer's
three cases. It's fine.
10-minute window.
Chad was saying he was up here and he saw like 2 or 3 incidents, and they were all like you could see him from the tower here.
It kept happening.
He's like, man, that's crazy. And I'm like, getting a front row seat. All right, here we go.
Call it, Tyler.
Checkered flag for the 58 is Stratus Racing, taking the top spot on the day, followed by NFC.
Yep, directly behind
and the
GTO
221.
class winner.
That's
From
impressive.
NFC
Same
Motorsports.
lap?
No, 3 laps down.
Hey, still a good effort for NFC there.
Indeed. A little bit further back, second place in GTO will be the 119 AE Victory Racing Toyota Supra.
Hey, congratulations, ladies.
Yeah.
That's a double podium on the weekend. That's
It is.
fantastic.
Third, then second. There's only one place left.
They're on their way.
GTR 99 will come home third after late drama for the number 2.
Nice.
And for ACP Tangerine Associates will finish 4th in GTO, and then the number 172 of TLM USA to round out the top 5 in class. Your second place finisher in GTO will be Stratus number 59, with a lap to choose between them after another pretty attrition-filled fight there in GTU. Maybe the heat, maybe just the long days. Automatic Racing 909, featuring our boy Ryan Eversley, Charles Espinel. Who else do we have in the car? Brandon Kidd, I think, maybe did a stint earlier on as well. They'll round out the podium in GTU.
Podium pizza.
That is his thing, huh?
Yeah.
GP1, PC Racing. After the late penalty for the 38 of Palomar Racing, 2 laps ahead. So PC will sweep the weekend in GP1. Palomar Racing brings home another podium in GP1 there as well. So exactly the same finishing order we had yesterday in the top 2. And then rounding out the podiums, 221 of HK Motorsports. That BMW finishes the weekend on a high as well. Blaze Racing number 118. Very, very quiet day. Only 5 laps off of the class leader. Really, really good run. If slightly anonymous, from the E36 there, number 118. Open Throttle Racing, number 64, will round out the top 5 in the first of the production classes. Down in GP2, 83 of Palomar Racing, after a rough day yesterday with no clutch, will bring home the GP2 class win, 1 lap ahead of the number 222 of Rebel Racing, so a first and a second for that Moorhead Speedworks supported squad. And the Blitzkrieg Racing number 190 rounding out the podium. Lagunatic Racing 779 in 4th. And then quite a distance further back, it's the number 851 of AOA Racing. Shuts the Libre Racing as well to recover after a couple of offs earlier today. Slow it in the first thing in the morning and then stuck in the gravel a little later on down at turn 1. P6 for the Libre GT86. Tyler.
Well done. That was quite the rundown.
We zipped through it. It's
Big
hot.
rundown.
I got to go get cameras. You know, it's late. 5:30 is late, man.
It is.
Yeah.
Not for Tyler. He didn't even have to take a picture of the cool plant thing at the Atlanta airport this weekend.
Oh, man.
Is this a regular feature?
It is.
It is.
We weren't friends until, I don't know, like 4 days ago, so.
Who, me?
Yeah.
That's
you and
not
me.
true.
Is that not true?
Not in my heart.
Oh. I mean,
Aw.
on social media.
Oh,
Facebook.
yeah, Facebook, whatever.
Yeah, no, we're friends now.
Oh.
Okay.
I think that's on Insta, Brendan. You
On
gotta check.
Insta?
Gotta check his Insta.
Just don't ruin it for him. He'll find out. So it's funny that's so if you don't know and you're listening, there is in between the with the T and the A terminal, it's in the Atlanta airport. There's the jungle, and it's this really neat thing they did with the ceiling, and it's like neon blue and green, and it looks like the rainforest. And I don't know
Stolen
why.
from Chicago O'Hare B&C connector, by the way. Just want to point that out. But continue.
My wife is from Chicago,
Yeah.
and somehow she has failed to mention that to me. She's such a nice lady.
Take a look at it sometime.
She didn't want to ruin it for me.
Yeah.
Love
Detroit
you.
has something similar as well.
Love you, Shannon. But I've been taking that silly photo since 2011 or 12.
Every time?
I went back and I got my phone to pull up the images like this or whatever, and it made a whole wallpaper, a whole album rather, of all these stupid photos from the last 15 years.
You know what you need to do? Is an art car in the design of the light show.
So that's a great idea. I was actually thinking about a helmet, but I think I like the livery better.
Yeah.
I think it would look good on a Supra.
I'm full of so many good ideas, man.
You are. You know what it look really good on?
Do it.
A VW Fun
Yeah. Yeah, man. Hey, Daytona, 2026, 6?
6.
Yeah.
December of 26.
Oh, boy.
But you got to go to South Africa.
I don't.
What do you mean? You just want to cover?
I mean, I'll go. Yeah, of course.
Okay.
I feel like I've earned it at this point.
I think so.
Yeah.
I don't know if they know that, but I think so.
Oh, they're gonna know.
Who do we got to talk to?
Yeah. What's the hookup there? How do we get connected?
Let me talk to. He's a very large Frenchman.
Bonjour.
Not many of those.
We had a nice conversation on pit lane at Spa at about 2:30 in the morning.
Great.
And he was
It's the time to have
he
it.
was like perfectly drunk. Just like the perfect level of buzz with spontaneous and spontaneity and just class. Like it was lovely.
French.
And it was. So we just had a great conversation. And he's like, you have to go to South Africa, but it's a great track. It's an old.
Kyalami's cool.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And anyway, so you have to do Kyalami, and then you can do. That's how you get the entry to Daytona.
Are they trying to weed out the several hundred entries they're likely to get for the Daytona thing?
Well, yeah. So if you want to, I don't know if it's a cost thing or they're having to offset the cost. So you need to do both.
Got it.
It kind of seems like that might be a factor.
Is that in the same window or is that coming this year?
They're both in 26.
Both 26.
So
okay.
the South Africa race is the same weekend as the Roar, which is going to be tricky.
Okay.
Yeah. So we will likely have a car.
Yeah.
I just don't think I'm going to be there.
Do you need people? I know some people.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Terrible idea. Anyway.
Talk to Mike Gorman and Gino Manley. We could find some drivers. Like, let's go.
What's Sadakal up to that weekend?
Yeah.
Sadakal in South Africa. This needs to be filmed.
We got to keep him. He'll get eaten. He'll try to go pet the lion.
Yeah.
But he'll actually do it.
Right. Yeah.
He'll just pet the thing.
No fear.
And then it'll follow him around or something. Like he'll be his new buddy. Hopefully he'll be at the Roar with us, but yeah. So
Okay.
we're working on stuff, and we're looking at actually. So Zolder is in talks for possibly this year for Fun Cup.
For what race distance? Oh, for you guys or
for Fun Cup, Kingpin Fun Cup?
don't they? Yeah, I was gonna say they already run like Zolder in places like that, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Hey, their calendar is amazing.
Yeah. Sure.
Like it's. Honestly, it's the WRL, like it's the equivalent of the WRL calendar for Europe. It's very, very good.
Well, France and Belgium, like the Benelux and France.
Maybe you can enlighten me, but it seems like there's like 4 different series though.
Yeah.
So there's the Belgian series, there's the UK series.
Correct. So I had a internet buddy from like 2 decades ago when I was a kid that ran Fun Cup UK.
Okay.
So they run shorter races, like 4 or 5 hours, but they run all over the place. They do like Snetterton and Oulton Park and all that, but their 24, 25-hour event, instead of having their own, they would all just come across the channel and go to.
That's cool.
Go to Spa. Yeah.
That's like that car. I mean, that race is magical.
Sure.
Like it really, really was great, and it was. I got to have my birthday while we were over there.
Oh, happy birthday!
Thanks, man. And it's right on time.
Yeah.
And it was just an incredible experience.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Freet's good.
Yeah.
Beer good.
Yeah.
That's all you can ask for.
I mean, and the bar was right behind our pit stall. And they partied till 3 in the morning.
Were you in the old garages going down the hill?
We were.
That's cool.
4th from the end. So like
Nice.
you walk to the end of the garage and you're just like at night watching cars go flat out through a Rouge. Like, man, I'm getting goosebumps thinking about it. It's like, man, this doesn't get any cooler.
Yeah.
So
I mean, 190 instead of 90, I guess, is technically cooler, but like,
yeah,
it's still cool. Also, flat out through a Rouge on 9-inch tires or whatever they are.
Yeah.
Wild.
It's racing Spa at night is one of the coolest things I've done in my career.
Yeah?
Yeah, that was really special.
That's awesome.
That was amazing.
I'm glad to hear that. I'm glad you went over and kind of, you're a pretty popular guy. You're kind of flying the flag for the interesting, going and doing the interesting things. Gino Manley was up here talking about the Nürburgring 24 experience he had this year. I know some other guys have done NLS stuff and that. Catesby has gone and done 24-hour series, and that's all great. But there are some hidden gems over there as well, like we have in the WRL here. That, that's really cool stuff, man. How'd you finish?
I don't know.
It doesn't matter.
We don't know. So we had some contact in the wet, and then we got smoked pretty good, and the gearbox took a hit.
Okay.
So it was like we can keep running and risk a more significant damage to the gearbox, or we can we wrapped it up with like 2.5 hours to go.
Oh, so you didn't end up getting all the way to the checker.
We could have, could have had it. we were just everyone was. I mean, we had 5 drivers, and I think everyone got what they were looking for.
That's
and,
cool.
You know, we wanted to finish obviously, but it was just the team was like it would be smarter to not finish, but they wanted to finish, and it was just
cool, man.
Yeah, making sense of things. But you touched on the Nürburgring, so Rob Walker Racing and I don't know if this is public yet, but I didn't tell me to not tell anybody. Rob Walker Racing and I are actually going over to do the double 4-hour racers at the Nürburgring.
Awesome.
In September.
In what?
We're in a VT2 car, so like a 330i G20.
Very cool. First time?
I did some tours, like cup laps when I was at Spa last year in the 992 Cup.
Oh, wow.
So like that place is wicked. I don't even know what I don't know what a G23, like I guess it's a 3 Series, but that's about all I know.
I have no idea.
I don't know what. I'll learn. I'll find out.
Huh.
I'm really excited.
Before we wrap our things up here, we're here to talk about VW. Yesterday seemed all right, for at least for the 77 today. Tougher day?
It was a tougher day for us. We got hit twice yesterday, actually.
Yeah, we saw them both.
Yeah, unfortunately. So we had a rough day yesterday getting hit. And then today it seems like we may have done some of the hitting back, which was, of course, not our intention.
Of course.
It's just a tight track, and it's some of the speed differentials, like our cars are handling great. Like it's hot, and it's hot, and I actually got in the car unexpectedly, and I was really happy with the performance and the handling of our car.
Yeah.
We're just dying in a straight line.
Yeah.
So what's tough is you get to a position where it's like you don't want to make a lunge, but there's not a lot of opportunities to pass for us. So I think we took you saw a hole and somebody went and hello. And unfortunately we were on the wrong end of that. So.
Well, what's next for you guys?
Next.
Utah?
No Utah for us, unfortunately. So we've got some testing. So we're going to walk into the tests at the end of August. We're looking at IMSA at VIR. We've got Petite coming up for here. We've got NLS at the Nürburgring, but we'll be back for WRL at Watkins Glen.
You running VP and Pilot Challenge at Petite?
It's up in the air. I'm not sure which one we're doing yet.
Are you running?
Good chance.
Cool.
That's the plan. Yes.
Cool. I'm looking forward to that.
So
I
we make
definitely
that
tune in if that's the case.
Thanks, man.
And then we'll see it, before the end of the year, obviously here.
To apologize that Archer couldn't make it up. He's so funny. So like he
Archer's the dog, to be clear.
Yeah, Archer's
for those of you who are still listening. Yeah.
By a long shot.
Yeah.
Hardest working team member by a mile. He's up like he's dead in bed at 5:30 when we wake up with stuff about this race is so we live like 35-40 minutes away.
Yeah.
So it's close enough that I can't justify getting a hotel. But man, it's an hour and some change of driving back and forth every day. So it's a 5:30 wake up. Anyways, he's up and he's ready. He's like dead. And then he's like, all right, let's do this. So anyways, we'll bring him up next year. All right. It's a burner. I'm hoping this is a February-March race next year.
I have submitted the idea. We had the February date there in 2023.
We were here.
Yeah.
It was a good time.
GT only.
We did GT only.
Yeah.
We did the GP race as well here.
Mm-hmm.
That was a lot of fun.
What'd you run the GP race in?
We ran Mike Gorman.
Is that right?
Yeah, we rented the Hulk. We did an arrangement with them, and we had a great time.
Kingpin Throttle Racing.
Yeah, Kingpin Throttle Racing. Cole was in. Me and Cole just made laps. We
Oscar?
were. Yeah, Cole was in the other car. He was in the other GP1
Oh, this
car.
was his weird stint between round 3 runs.
Uh-huh.
I remember this.
Yeah. So we got to go out and play together.
Yeah.
And then the next, or was it that year we were teammates in Lambeau? I don't know. Cole's the man.
You were teammates in Lambeau?
Cole and I were,
Cole?
yeah, in 2023. Me, Cole,
Yeah, they ran on the same team.
Oh,
Like in the same
I got
garage.
you.
We weren't-
Okay,
sorry,
yeah,
we
I
weren't
got you.
co-drivers.
No, I got you. Yeah,
Boy.
I remember them being in.
We would take over the world.
I didn't know who you were then.
That's fair. That's still learning. I don't know.
Yeah. That's fine.
All right, I got to run.
Yeah, get out of
I
here,
just
man.
wanted to say hi.
Yeah, thanks,
Good to
buddy.
see you, man.
Appreciate it.
Thanks,
Safe
thanks
travels.
everybody for covering the event. We'll see you soon.
Yeah, man. Tyler Hoffman from Kingpin Racing. Gentlemen, Ryan, JT, closing thoughts if you have them. I'm going to start breaking all this stuff down before they kick me out, so take it away.
My closing thoughts are another great WRL weekend. Today finished
a little bit closer at the front. Yeah, second, third, fourth was pretty competitive right down towards the end. So that was nice. Another podium for AE Victory, and NFC winning their second race back here with WRL. Fantastic to see.
Once again, this weekend showed a lot of the properness that is endurance racing. Reliability played a key role in a number of battles up and down the field in between our 4 classes, as was staying out of trouble. We did see quite a few, upsets as the race went on, as drivers and teams, made, slight errors either out on track or on the pit lane, which ultimately, did affect the results. So those that were able to stay out of trouble and race cleanly really benefited from such a tight and fast track this weekend. Big thanks to everybody for putting on this show. The WRL personnel up and down the pit road, all the safety workers. We were able to do quite a few, hot poles today, and it's, they're able to help us put on this fantastic show. However many times a year, and it's great when we're able to have good weekends like this.
I completely agree, JT. It's one of the few opportunities we get to welcome spectators to the World Racing League as well. It's always an endeavor that is well worth pursuing, and appreciate all of you for spending some time with us this weekend out at Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta. Next event is at High Plains in about a month's time. Don't anticipate live streaming that one, but we will hope to re-engage with all of you here in the not-too-distant future from the Burt Brothers Motor Park out in Tooele, Utah for the Midwest Championship season finale. And we'll wrap it up there. So for Ryan West and JT Tam, who joined me on the microphones all weekend, for all of our guests who took time to stop by and chat with us yesterday and today, Dave Miller, who's managed us on the technical side for the public address, for Jordan Worth, who is on production duty all weekend, including our Friday qualifying coverage, Layla Kazmarek up here on the at World Racing League, at DriversEye Live. Give us a like and a follow to see a picture of Tyler Hoffman, and for everybody who's been a part of this weekend, really appreciate it. My name is Brendan Kazmarek. This is World Racing League. This is DriversEye Live. We'll see you in a couple of about 2 months' time from Utah for the WRL Sun Chaser. Until then, take care.